Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Good to see you all. Welcome back. Kicking everything off today. I've been playing with some behind the scenes things ahead of the stream today. Getting some stuff going. Who we got here? We got Vegas, as always. Quick to get into the stream. Good to see you. Jess here, Goldie here. Tricky Mickey, I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been, man? It's good to see you. Oh, he's not on the clock, Goldie. I don't want... See, yes, Goldie's always here. Goldie's never missed a stream. But Jess, I don't want him to feel like he's on the job. That's not cool. This should be a fun place for people to come hang out. If he feels like he's on the clock, we have to change it so that he's enjoying himself. I guess you can do both. You can be on the clock and enjoy yourself. But at the same time, yeah, he does a great job. So, how have you been, Tricky Mickey? It's been great to see you back here. How's life been? You're doing good? I've been doing really good too. The stream's been going so good. Needs to be off the clock. Well, you know, at the same time, like, he does work really, really hard. It's not really work. Yeah, I know. But when I see something like that, I like second guess myself and I go like, oh no, I wonder if I'm doing it right. But yeah, it's been a good weekend. How's everyone? Did everyone like the last stream? That was another crazy stream. Nacho went and did his crazy stuff again. Kind of like, I don't know how to deal with it. It's very, very hard to where are we at? We should be going here. We have Nacho coming in again, blowing my mind with another. He had like, well, I think it was 500 subs, 400 subs, 500 subs, a lot of subs. I'm coming to terms with what it means to give that many subs, and it's a lot. I don't know how to cope when that. Yeah, he gone wild again. He does that indeed. But yeah. Anyway, I broke a little bit. I had a great weekend. It's when you see the Twitch queue. What do you mean the Twitch queue, Jess? You mean like the you're happy your bot messages work? Goldie, yeah, you've been doing a great job getting the bot messages to go. It's very cool to see it. I'm going to have to, actually, maybe I'll even do this. Maybe I want to filter out messages from stream elements from our chat. That might be a cool little task to jump in and do, as we work here, because it's good for people to see this as like a informational thing, but our chat logs don't necessarily need we don't necessarily need to render them right here because it takes up like valuable space on our, so there's a lot. It's a very valuable feature, but we have to figure out how to, would not help seeing those on screen. Yeah, we can, but this is our own damn. Oh, hey, yeah, it's set game. Thank you. Software and game development. Let me set that. Update the category. Thank you very much, Souls. Much appreciated. Oh, man, how's everyone been? It's been a big day. Mondays are always like, a finance day for me. They're always like, get payroll done, get the rest of the stuff in the company done. It's, it can be a stressy day, but we got through it. And I got some off-stream UEFN learning. I learned a little bit more about the language. I might even just like bring that part up because there was some confusion from me last time I looked into the language, and their tutorial really does a very bad job of explaining one really core concept that I haven't seen in any other language that I needed to understand. So I wrapped my head around that today, which was pretty cool. It was pretty cool to get that, that in my brain. But yeah, it's been a good day. I hope everybody else had a good weekend and a good day. So, I mean, without too much further ado, maybe we just jump into it because I've been doing a lot of theory. I've been learning a lot of theory about UEFN. Oh, look at that freaking emote. That thing deserves to be gigantified. It's so freaking endearing with the, just like warm, happy hugs with that emote. It's pretty good. It is pretty good. It was okay. It started to look for accommodation for PAX. Nice, man. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty exciting. I gotta lock in and sort everything out. It's little take my 100-bit badge. Actually, you know what? That's a bits thing I'm sorry, tripping on my tongue here. It's a bits thing to gigantify an emote, isn't it? It's I tripped on my tongue. 30 bits. Yeah, I still don't really have a good idea of like what bits convert to, and even subs. And at some point, I've just been like, big numbers mean big things. I know now how much it means when Nacho comes and does his thing. That's like, yeah. But, you know, it's best. I think it just gives a more authentic experience if I don't try and figure out what a bit means. But it's still like, it's really cool. Hey, just some guy. How you doing? Welcome. I'm not saying, but saw Seb come online and had to pop in. Have a great night / stream. It's too bad you're not staying, guy. It was really good to have you jump in. Thank you for saying hello. I imagine you're probably going to go into lurk mode. That's really cool too. You know, like these streams, those numbers kind of help. They kind of matter. So I really appreciate you jumping in, even if you're going to lurk, and even if you don't lurk and you're just coming in to say hi. It's yeah, I get the conversions, Goldie, but I'm trying not to think about it. I don't want to make it about the money. I'm struggling to word properly today, that's for sure. It's been a struggle today. It's been a big day. I'm excited, guys. I've been starting to put some plans in place for the stream. That was another thing I did today. I did some planning. I think, you know, Fast has also done some planning. She's starting to get her stuff together for like, I think she's online right now, isn't she? She's doing a stream. She's back. You're excited? Yeah, I need to really just like put a stream schedule together and start to like share it with everyone. So cutting some UEFN, verse code will fix your brain. Well, look, right now, verse is breaking my brain a little bit. The success as a condition thing, like they've got some paradigm there where if something succeeds in execution, then like it's almost like they use try and catch in a way that's really performant, and like I didn't have my head wrapped around that. So like usually in most languages you'll have like if condition then do thing, but instead how verse seems to be working, and I'm starting to get my head around this, is like if is used to evaluate whether something succeeds in execution or not, rather than like, you know, so it evaluates really different to how I'm used to. So that caused some confusion for me. Snolzy, you were talking to Aranga about me the other day. That man has invited me to a Magic the Gathering tournament in Melbourne that I've really been wanting to go and attend. It's just life has been so busy here. I had no expectation of like how busy it was going to be, and I haven't even made it once, and I feel really bad because I really like that guy. I really like your anger, and I really enjoyed every time I hang out with him and spend time with the guy, and I need more friends here in Melbourne, so it's my plan to go and do it. I see him on the Magic the Gathering all the time. That would be cool. Now that's another reason, that's a second reason, Snolzy, to go attend this Magic the Gathering thing. If there's a chance I might meet more people from the community, that's really, really cool. I'd be totally into like, you know, catching up sometime there. I need to get out more. Like there's a few rules I have for my life that keep it on track. One of them is venture forth. Like get out of your comfort zone, go and be social, go and immerse yourself in community, go and like meet people. And right now the closest thing I get to that is like hanging out with some of the like other content creatory friends around here. Oasis is absolutely amazing at organizing events, and also like gym stuff. PAX is going to be huge for that, but this isn't the kind of thing that you can do like one time a year. You have to do this on a regular basis if you want it to really have a positive effect on your life, right? So you guys want to go over my rules? I can bring my rules up. I think they're pretty interesting and pretty useful to know. Yeah, let me bring them up. I'll stick them on the other screen. And where are we? So, yeah. So, rule 1 is cleanse thy earthly vessel. And that basically means like, treat yourself well. So it's like shower, shave, wear a cologne, get have a good sense of fashion, pay attention to it. But it also extends to eat well. This is not shower, it's shower, brush, moisturize. All that, all these, take care of yourself, because it's if games, if life is a game, this is the character that you are playing. You have to, you don't get a second chance, you don't re-roll, so, take care of yourself. It's medical stuff. So that's one, is cleanse thy earthly vessel. That's one. And this all came from a lot of it came from a YouTube video that just found me at the right time. From there, it's order the kingdom. So that's keep your environment really, really clean. So it's clean your room, make your bed, reset the room whenever you leave it. So that's all rooms. So it's whenever you exit a space, leave it in its right state, right? So it's if there's dishes in the sink and you're in the kitchen, it's you clean the dishes in the kitchen. Doesn't matter whose dishes they are. It's you do that stuff, right? Third one is, this is the big one I need to do more of. Venture forth. So venture forth, and this is go play Magic. Get out, be social, go be active, go be with community. This is go walk. We're not built to sit inside all the time. We're built to put one foot in front of the other, with the eyes scanning the horizon. That's go be out in nature, touch grass, essentially. The fourth one is sweat. So that's get to the gym. So it's think of it this way. If there was a magic pill that you could take that would increase your lifespan, make you feel happier and more motivated, allow you to have greater mental focus, make you more physically attractive, it's it's such a, if that pill existed, had no downsides, increased your health, made you more healthy, you would take that pill 100%. And there's no pill like that, but exercise has all those effects, right? It's you just go do that. It's you get to the gym, be don't miss exercise. I mean, the only catch, Goldie, is it's hard work. It's not easy to go be active. But you have to choose your hard, right? It's either it's hard to be sick. It's hard to have health conditions. It's hard to feel unmotivated, right? Or it's hard to go to the gym. So, sweat. The other ones are, monitor thy treasury. So this is watch your money, essentially. So this is if you're spending something, if you should go and look at your account regularly, and you should see here's some recurring transaction, and it's if you're not getting any benefit from that, go, it should hurt. It should hurt when there's money going out of your account in a way that it doesn't, right? Yeah, absolutely, Sam. We can go have a look at the UEFN stuff. We're about to jump into that. We're still learning at the moment, but I'm kind of warming the stream up right now, so it really should be just chatting. I'm sorry, we're in the wrong category right now. So yeah, watch your money. The other really important ones for me are, we've got have a strategy. So hold on, there's more than that. This is not 6, that's like 7. And then, you know, 7, 8. 8, yeah. This is follow the plan. What else was there? What am I missing? Oh yeah, remove the vices. So this is like, you know, don't drink alcohol too much. For me, this is like, don't spend too much time doom scrolling. It'd be like, so like have a budget, follow it, be saving at least 1/10 of what you make. There's like some really, really basic things. So strategize is like have a plan. And then, you know, 8 is follow that plan. So don't overthink it. The best version of you made some plan, just stick to it, right? It's like, you know, in life, a lot of, like, if you were in charge of running a company or like a military or something like that, if somebody put you in charge and you showed up without a plan, you'd get laughed out of the place, right? But do you know how many people just like wander through life without having a really, really clear like objective? You know, it's like, you know, Atomic Habits talks about like 1 degree of misalignment of the nose of a plane. At the end of the journey, it's miles off its destination, right? I think so often people just like go through life and they don't have a strategy and they don't follow a plan, right? So like, you know, that's essentially it. It's like, take care of your body and like take care of yourself, take care of your environment, because a cluttered environment means that like a cluttered mind. Get out and like go socialize and be with people. Make sure that you exercise regularly. Really like carefully watch your money. Avoid like bad things for you, like smoking and stuff like that. Make sure you have a really clear strategy and stick with it. Those are my things for life, right? And so, you know, if you don't follow them, you tend to have you don't have the same like, you know, you don't have the same purpose in life. And for me, yeah, getting out and going and being around people and doing things like playing Magic would be really good. That's what I need to do more of. That's one area I'm failing. I'm getting a little bit insular where I'm too busy and I don't make time for socializing. So yeah, we're getting some life lessons. Like they're probably, you know, it's not like life isn't a one size fits all thing. I think everybody can have different things that work for them, but those are the rules that by following those, they work for me. And I find that when I have systems, I'm so much more likely to succeed. And like having systematic things, it's like I remember those 8 things, and whenever I need them, those are the 8 things that I go like, okay, my life needs. Yeah, they sound pretty good. I mean, they are pretty good. I think they've done really good things for me. I'm not saying they'll work for everyone, but like whenever I feel like my life is a little bit chaotic and off track, I just like say, okay, stop. And then I go through those things on that list and kind of evaluate whether my life is like aligned with those things well right now, and then adjust them one at a time, kind of in that order too. And then, you know, you tend to, when you knuckle in and you follow those steps, you wind up feeling like you're in a better place. Vegas, are you still here? I completely freaking missed that you resubbed. You must have resubbed like the moment I hit go live. I don't think I was even at the computer when you did this. My man, thank you so much. Tier 1 sub for 4 months. It's like you and Goldie, man. It's like every stream starts up and you two are the first ones here, and it's been that way since day 1. So thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. You've been here from day dot, 4 months. There's only a couple of people with a 4 month. It has been exploding, hasn't it, Combat? It's been pretty good. We're nearly up to 750 followers. I think there's a good chance that we'll be at 750 followers pretty soon. And I see we've got somebody in the YouTube chat. Hello there. Welcome to the YouTube people. It's been exploding, right? Combat Wombat, dude. I feel it too. Like every time we go live, we have a lot of people. If the longer we keep going, the bigger the numbers in the stream. We keep getting raids that are doing really, really well. You know, I think we're really starting to do some interesting content. We're moving in a new direction now with a completely different development thing that I think is going to be like a little more interactive than we've had in the past. So yeah, these streams are going to be a little less like interesting. They'll be less interactive because the tools that we're making, like this chat that you guys can see on the left, they, you know, that type of tool, it works for, yeah, it works quite well when developing it with the community, right? Because you guys can interact by writing things and seeing your cool display pictures and that kind of thing. But say, how you doing, Sergius? It makes more sense now. That makes more sense. It's great to see you there in YouTube. Thank you for watching on that platform. We really want to bolster the numbers there, so I really appreciate you hanging out there. I'm sure Goldie's there as well, but yeah. So, Combat Wombat, what makes you say that out of curiosity? Are you watching just like, are you saying that based on the followers? Or are you saying that based on like the viewer stats? I'm super curious. You know, on what basis you think it's exploding? Because I'm kind of like, you know, Goldie's helped me by linking me to like a stream stats website where I check in with that every so often, and that seems to be growing too. Right, last time you saw me, you had like 600 followers. Yeah. You know what though? You know what? It feels like it's exploding to me, but I kind of compared the growth of this channel to the growth of Fass's channel. Oh my God. Holy crap. Fass's channel grew so freaking quick. She's averaged, like, if you average her channel growth out over the last few years, it's like 80 followers a day, which is just crazy talk. I don't even know how the hell that happened, but you know, I'm really happy. I'm really happy with this growth. I'm really happy with these numbers. That website that Goldie showed me says I'm in like the top 0.03% of streamers right now, which is like, whoa, how the hell? I think it's also just like a very crowded space. I think it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. More and more people are streaming, so it's you know, getting harder to stand out. So we're doing really well. Yeah, especially given that the software is so niche. Yeah, like making software is a really niche thing. Yo, Riven, how you doing? Welcome. Can I get some Rivens in the chat? And yeah, you're right. Because I mean, I'm hoping to make like software development accessible. And I know a lot of people here, I'm getting more and more software developers come through the stream, but a lot of these people are just like interested in like what I'm doing, the cool things I'm making to help improve other streamers' content, the you know, the interactiveness of like building things for stream. I'm hoping that, because what I like usually do is like Unity development and a lot of code in C#. I'm trying to transition to UEFN so I can start to make Fortnite maps for some of the friends that I have around me, and that's going to be a pretty cool thing if I can execute well on that. And it's another way that I can actually do development with a community, right? So together we can build and test games where, you know, like I'll write some code, you guys will have ideas, I'll try and implement it, I'll put it live, we'll see how it is to play, and then we'll repeat that process, right? That'll be a really cool way to make Fortnite maps. I think, you know, Fortnite custom content could be really, really good if we like build it together. So, you know, we're going to see how that goes. I think that's going to go really, really well. But yeah, I'm thrilled, Combat Wombat, with how well it's been growing. And I've implemented something new, by the way, guys. From time to time, like Goldie helps a lot with this. He'll be telling me like, Seb, you forgot to change scene. Today, I set up automatic scene switching. So, Samo, I'm still kind of learning. I'm learning as we go. It's like I'm trying to get a handle on the Verse language. I've done like Unreal development before, but I've never done any Verse. So I'm still getting the hang of Verse at this point. I have been working, so I'm a game studio director, and I've had some of the other staff, like I've had Jose, who's the company's, he does a lot of art for the company. He's been making some content, and we looked at that the other day. So we have a lot of like work in progress art, but I really want to get into the programming and make big jumps in the programming progress today. And a lot of that just means me getting up to speed with the language. So, okay, so check it out, Goldie. Look, I'm gonna switch to, I'll switch to Rider, so the code editor that we use for the stream tools. And look, boom, automatically, as I change window to a different application, it changed to a different scene. And so this is the same scene for, you know how I'm in the bottom left corner. You know how cursor, like sometimes we do some like vibe coding, and I get in the way of the prompts because my stupid face is in front of the text. Now, if I jump across to cursor, boom, it gets me out of the way automatically out of the way of the text. So now I can, like, you know, the chats on the left that wind up like down the bottom, these ones where it's like the text is down here. Now I'm not going to be in the way of that anymore, which I think is pretty cool. That's pretty nice. And the same thing goes for, like, remember we created our new browser scene recently with the Zen browser? How did I do that? It's like a little program Wombat. It's like a script that detects the active window, and then it sends a message to OBS in order to change automatically. So if I change to my browser, say we're doing some research on, like, you know, what were we looking at? Like UEFN language reference. I can go to my browser, and without me having to remember to switch, now I can be like, okay. And then here's the other thing. If I go into Fortnite, it's going to automatically, like, it's going to put me down the bottom here. So we can be like, I can switch and be like, okay, time to, you know, say we're time to code. It'll go here. Time to look up some new language reference. It'll take me here. And then if I jump into Fortnite, it's automatically going to take me here. So starting to get a little bit fancy, am I right? A little bit fancy with the, I mean, I think the fanciness of our stream is slowly increasing because, you know, as we keep talking about, guys, if I keep making it 1% better every day, we're gonna wind up with the most epic stream ever soon enough. So yeah, it's I'm pretty excited to give it a shot. So let's see how we go. Let's see how we go with it, guys. That's gonna be pretty cool. But where were we at last time? The last time we were working, so some stuff I did off screen, like off stream, to try and get this going that you guys didn't see. So I did some of this yesterday, and I just wanted to kind of like test and see if it would work. And it didn't really. I didn't really want to try because I thought the odds of this working were quite low. But you guys remember how I usually keep this little .agents folder in my programming solutions, and inside of it, when I write a new feature, I don't just like go and give it a vague direction. I give it really specific instructions using this like create product requirement document thing, and we prompt and go back and forth. Hey, Tim, how you going, Tim? It's good to see you there in YouTube. YouTube's getting more and more active every time. It's great to see another person in there. Welcome. It's good to see you. So yeah, we do this really strict vibe coding approach where we give different instructions. And so you guys will remember, like, when I'm doing C#, I like to integrate unit tests into the vibe coding process. And I enjoy doing that as a way to prototype stuff. I'd really like to get it to the point where we could be using some AI to code UEFN. And so to do that, what I've been doing is making a new markdown instructional, like a new prompt, a really complicated and deep prompt that has information about how to write verse. And it's not been going well so far. But I feel like what we might be able to do is, as we learn things, keep asking it to like integrate back into this language reference. And then hopefully as we learn verse, we'll be able to teach the AI to learn verse at the same time, so that together we can, like, me and the AI can get better at implementing new things. And then hopefully I'll get it to the point where I have a good, I mean, it's not just Claude that doesn't know verse, Jess. It's like, I haven't found a good LLM that knows verse, because the amount of verse that's floating out there on the internet is quite limited. And it's just inherent in the way that, like, look, if I'm writing C#, for instance, if I'm writing C# code, what tends to happen is I'll write a bunch of code, I'll put it on GitHub, it will go out there on the internet, and then, like, anyone on the internet, like, who wants to read my, who wants to read about the, the stream tools that we've built, anyone who wants to use the stream tools could, in theory, if I make my GitHub account public, not my account, my repository public, it can read that code. And that's the kind of stuff that the AI has been trained on, right? So the AI has been learning from, like, billions of lines of C#, but when we're talking about UEFN, when you write your verse, it's not put up there in a public way unless I go out of my way to like write it into a blog or something. So there's actually a really, there's not that much in GitHub. There's not that much public. And you kind of have to like go learn the language reference. And then there's not a good way to go read a whole bunch of verse on the internet. And for that reason, I think AIs that are trained on the internet don't have access to the right data in order to write verse properly. So one way my theory was we can sidestep that by, in the same way that we've been making these really these really verbose prompt guides. I thought what I'd try is build up a new like language reference for all the things that any human or AI would need to know to write verse in a really clear and condensed way. So that as we're writing, I can like, I could jump across to, cursor, and then right here, I can say, write some new thing, keeping the principles of verse in this prompt in mind. And then I just like, I go, all right, that's what we're using. We're using the language reference, and then like, do something, and then it would be able to write verse while referencing the verse language reference. And in theory, although I don't expect that to be particularly good, if it's really actually just like checking in with this language reference, then it should in theory be able to be like, okay, that's cool. That's really cool. Sam, it seems like we might actually have a Fortnite coder here, which would be pretty damn cool. Because as we're learning here, like maybe instead of stumbling through a bunch of stuff, we have a guy who can just be like, hey, what can you do for this? But okay, that's very cool. Yeah. We'll definitely be using that. In fact, I think this is going to be getting a bookmark. We're going to bookmark this one. So let me head on over to my browser and keep that as reference. Very, very cool. Done. Cool. Saved. So we'll be checking back in with this for sure. If there's something that we can't answer and figure out together, we'll 100% be jumping across to this. But even then, like that seems like a really, really cool tool, Sam. And actually, I think that's absolutely amazing. Like, can we get a claps in the chat for Sam's suggestion there? That's really, really cool. We'll be using that. This is why it's so great to be live streaming while you code, is because you can have some people like come along and be like, just use this. So we'll absolutely use that. So that AI will know verse, but why this is still going to be very useful, this language reference, is because we can give this to agents. And that unless you're going to come in, Sam, and tell me that there's an agent available for VS Code that does the verse programming, I don't think it's going to be the case that we can just like have it actually like implement things in our solution. If it could do that, that would be great. But Combat Wombat, I haven't made that available, but there are lots of good tools out there that are simpler to implement if you really want to do that. The scene switching stuff, like I was looking at some YouTube videos before I decided to, do my own thing, and they were saying that if you go to, I think you can go to Tools and then Automatic Scene Switcher, and it can do some stuff for you. So like it can look for windows by name, but there's also like an advanced scene switcher available that can do more complicated things as well. But first try the Automatic Scene Switcher that's built into OBS, and then after that, like try the advanced scene switcher, and if it really can't do what you want, then we can maybe, like down the line, maybe we'll do a stream about how to write plugins for OBS, because it's really not that hard to do that. Yo, Eightfold, thank you so much. You've resubscribed for 6 months, dude, and you've been subscribed for 4 months already. Oh, dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate you resubscribing, man, and for the subscriptions you've been giving for the last 4 months. I'm so glad that you've been enjoying the content enough to follow along, and you've been such a big part of this community, dude. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Really, really cool. Yeah, that's amazing. I can't even believe it's been that long. Has it actually been 4 months now? Time is flying, guys. Time is flying. And we'll be here in 6 months. Can't mark my words. We'll be here 6 months from now doing all this again. I think I've got so many big plans. The more I do this, the more I get excited about the stuff I want to do down the line. It's, yeah, that's really, really exciting. So let's jump into it. Let's start implementing. I'm really curious to test this new tool that Sam's just shared. Thank you again, Sam, for that. I'm gonna go have a look at this. Where is? Gosh, we've got our verse reference, but we also introduced a. I mean, if I left my, no, here it is, the minigame teleport. So this is essentially what I'd like to do. I'd like to set up a system to activate, like, so we've got existing devices that are teleporters. What I'd like to do is I'd like to get the teleporter to remove the portal when it gets activated, and then trigger the start of a related mini game with it. Yeah, and fix the position of the player. That's what I'm really going to be aiming to do. Yeah, it's insane to think it's been 4 months, right, Eightfold? I can't believe how quick that went. Hey, that's really, really fast. So let's try this thing out. Let's try this thing out. We've got this new. Let's start with that and see how this thing works, because this seems pretty handy. I want to create a new teleporter device that, when activated, turns the teleportation, well, the portal off and moves the player to a new location, then locks their position, stopping movement. How would I implement this in Verse? Let's see what it says. I mean, this could be so handy if this is a... Alright, it's giving us reference. Is it actually going to generate as verse code and show us? Oh man. That might be super handy. UEFN verse, build verse code. Alright, hold on. Let's go back to the start of this. This looks really, really good. This looks really handy. Also, what do you guys think of this? This needs work. I can see that that's a little bit cramped. And we also have to hide the stream elements messages from this, but yeah, I like, this is the same thing. We never really use the collapse configuration for the chat, but I thought I'd like put that on screen as well, since we could make better use of that space above me. But yeah, now our chat messages are here while we're looking at, you know, while we're browsing as well. Okay, so, you know what, actually, I can't believe this didn't come up sooner, Sam. Can I get another, like, can I get some based hypes in the chat for Sam? This is awesome. Thank you, Sam. I'm gonna probably make a lot of good use of this. That's really cool. I'm excited about it. If you have any other suggestions, Sam, for like what we can do to bootstrap, yeah, thank you for getting on board there, Vegas. Thank you. Captain Chica, thank you so much for the follow. That's awesome. Oh man, that puts us so close. That puts us so close. I think we are now at 749 followers. 749 followers. We are really close to the 750 mark. That's really close. Yeah, Sam, if you have any other suggestions like this one for how we can bootstrap learning, you know, verse quickly, that would be really, really cool. But you're absolutely right, Jess. We should see if this works before we decide it's awesome. Oh, let's see. Some of this, we really need to filter stream elements out of the chat. I think that's going to be a thing that we do. Oops, I did it again. Yeah, you're a bit like Britney Spears. What did you do again? You've been finding people delicious food, Binge. Is this another instance where you've gone and... Thank you again for the pizza over the weekend, by the way. Like, everyone in the house was eating the leftovers for, like, the last few days. It was really appreciated. Yeah, get that chat out of here. Shall we quickly implement it? I think it wouldn't take me too long to do. Shall we just, like, very quickly implement that? All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. Very quickly. So where is it? We've got... We should probably do this at the state level. I know I love side quests. I'm so sorry about the side quest on this one, but I feel like it's a useful side quest. So we can, in messages, let's see. We can, what usages have we got? I mean, we've got horizontal and vertical. These are the only presentation instances of chat messages. So let's go, so public void, sorry, IEnumerable chat message, user messages, or like, no, maybe like get filtered messages. No, I don't even like that. Maybe we just do this in the presentation layer. So for the horizontal and the vertical chat, so we can say get filtered messages down here as a new method. Private IEnumerable, this is our message. That's just going to be, I mean, what's the type? It's been so long since, oh, it hasn't been that long, but chat message. Chat message. So non-system messages, and that's just going to be what we had here, but then we're going to filter where the username is not the let's get what I call it, non-system chat messages. Is that what I named it? I didn't finish the method, which was silly. Non-system messages, and I probably should have called it get non-system messages. Get non-system messages, and then in here we can just say where the message dot user, what was it? Channel name does not equal stream elements. I think that's the name of the user, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go have a quick look at chat, how it comes up here. It is just stream elements, no capitalization, no. So yeah, like that. And then we'll have to just convert this to a channel name real quickly. Actually, maybe we'll just compare the value. No, we shouldn't. Hold on, let me double check the type of that. It's funny how quickly you forget the types of a project. It's been like 2 weeks since I've worked on this, and already I'm like forgetting. Channel name from that. We'll import the new type. Okay, then every time a message comes up, we're going to make sure that that message is not from stream elements. Do I even want to be logging this stuff is the question. Maybe we just like remove all instances of it from the database as well, because we have a little database. We could filter this on the front end, but save them all. But that does mean we'll be writing. Every time that message comes up, we're going to be saving that to disk. We're going to be saving it to our chat history. It's for the record. We'll keep it. We'll keep it. And we'll filter out like this. There was one other instance where this was actually being used, and that was in our vertical because we implemented them separately, which is one of the downsides of like not having this one thing that just like changed according to its context. Vertical. We'll throw as much as I hate to repeat myself like this, we'll put a second one in here. We'll import that from, to main. There's going to be some other instance of this somewhere in the code. Get group messages. That then becomes that. And then that should be enough for it, guys. That actually, it shouldn't take too long to do that. I think now if I just open up this is where our application's executing. then I'll kill this. We can see Eightfold's donation there in the logs. Thank you again, Eightfold. Really appreciate that. I drank too much and have a conference call soon, so I need to get breakfast. Binge, we just talked about this. We just talked about this in chat with, like, hold on, where is it? Where is it? You're on your own path and you're living your own life, and I trust you. You seem like a very highly functional person, but like, for me, it's a bit like, if it will recall, this one can, like, I care about you, my friend. You know, don't do it too much. Don't do it too much, because it can be really bad. But, you know, I also know people who are highly functional in drinking and stuff. But sounds like you're drinking so early before breakfast. I don't often do that, but I probably got to order Uber One until I get my drink order, because you keep ordering breakfast. Welcome to telling me 5 years ago. You're a good guy, Benj. You've got it all figured out. I'm sure that it's not a thing, but I like, you know, I'm getting to know you. I care. You started to, the cure for a hangover is to just stay drunk. Problem solved. Build errors. What have I done? Where are the actual errors here? Apparently I messed something up. Inject attribute for chat messages vertical. Let's go have a look at chat messages vertical. Is that, yeah, that's Mr. Semicolon. That's annoying, but that's fine. Let me run that again. I'll go get some sleep as soon as your call is over. Good luck on your conference call, Binge. Is it a worky thing? I hope it goes well. I'm sure you'll kill it, dude. All right, up and running now. All this panic will go away, where it's like, oh my god, everything's not running. Let's give it a quick refreshy. Refresh there, refresh here. Nice. And if I head back to chat now, quick refresh there too. Whoa, a raid, but Jesus, that's a big raid too. 239 people, holy, that's massive. Thank you, Jess. Thank you so much for the raid. That's incredible. I've got worms. Oh no, not worms. The last thing we were just talking about being healthy, and now what's going on, Jess? How's it going? Thank you for the raid. I've been chosen. Why? Thank you. I'm so appreciative. And bam, we're hitting cheers and follows. It's all going off, guys. That's nuts. That's nuts. Holy crap, that's a big raid. Hold on, Jess is messaging in the middle of all this. What's going on, Jess? How are you? How's it going? Ooh, bam, we just hit 750 followers just then. Why would you not? With that many people jumping into the raid. Thank you for the follow, guys. Timmy, thank you for the follow. We've got Zeld, thank you again. We've got Run. Thank you, Run, for the follow. Julo resubbing right in the chaos of all of this. We've got Demotius. Thank you, Demotius. Really appreciate that. How's it going? Oh man, I've really got to get our emojis working. I'm sorry that the emojis aren't working there, Jess. You're doing some base code hearts. I love that. I love that. We wrote our own custom chat system, by the way. So everything you're seeing on screen, we've implemented ourselves on this stream. We've made our own stuff. We're making some cool swear jar things here. We're making a lot of cool things. I've got my demo scene here where, oh my crap, it's still going on. We've got Run following as well. I've already said Run. Thank you so much. So we've implemented this swear jar up there. You can kind of see me, as I talk, it's running a little bit behind, but if I say rude things during my stream, which I haven't done yet, but if I were to say something like, shit or fuck, then this swear jar, when it catches up to me, is going to catch it, and it's going to count it towards my swear score for this stream. So we've been making some really cool things on this stream, guys, including the chat messages that you were just seeing. Thank you, Cohesive One. I really appreciate it. Jez, thanks for the raid. How are you doing? This brother Fastfee? Yes, I've been dubbed Brosfee, or Fast Bastion was another one. I'm Seb. I am Fastfee's brother. Absolutely. And yeah, it's been a wild couple of we very, very, all right. I should take with this many people in the chat at the end of the raid, I should take the time to introduce myself. I am Fastfee's brother. I'm Seb. I'm also known as Base Code here. I have a game development studio that I've been working really hard on for the last few years. And so at that studio, we make computer games and we make all sorts of cool things. I'll quickly introduce some of those projects to give you a sense of the type of thing that you might see on this stream. So Actuator is my company. We've worked on some really cool projects. Bundy, thank you so much for the follow. Those projects include like the Hitman game in VR. We worked on that. We've made some really cool VR titles, some multiplayer titles for VR, and like Into Black. We did that helping the Binary Mill. I would absolutely encourage people to check that game out if you like VR. My company also does some more serious stuff. So we've made flight simulators for drones. Skykelpie is that project. We've been working on drone automation as well at work. So converting our flight simulations into actual real stuff that like flies drones around and scares cows into pens with flying robots. Who knew that we'd be living in such a crazy future, but here we are. I work on games like, we've supported Battle Rattle as they've been making their space RTS. We work with things like Star Wars and the Wanted project. If you guys know, Laserbeam and Creator and Marcus and Bazagaza, these guys do some amazing, content that's in Grand Theft Auto, and we helped build some of the back-end foundations of that stuff, and we helped build out some tools to make that possible to do all the crazy things they do in their videos. So I would really encourage you to check that out. But we also make games for like children's hospitals, and the big thing that we've been doing is we've been making this game On Point, which is a really nostalgic shooter. So it's a bit like it's a bit like Time Crisis, or a lot like Point Blank. If you really like that game in the arcades, you might really like that in VR, which is what we've been making. And in the middle of this, this is what we're doing right now. We're coming up to the 1-year anniversary of early access for that game, and to celebrate it, we're moving the game into Fortnite as well. So that's what we're doing on this stream. Let me just, I'll jump into that and give you guys a bit of an idea of how that actually works. So Fortnite allows you to make custom content, and we're adapting On Point into, I'll end this and I'll jump back into Unreal. We'll swap across and open a different project up there. So if I open an existing, we'll cancel the load. Cancel loading, yes please. Changing a project and launching a session. So we need to, it's still loading here. Man, sometimes UEFN can be really, really annoying. So exit that session. We're gonna go away from our little experimental area. I'll show what we're actually working on with our Fortnite map. And while that loads, let me catch up on all the messages, because holy crap, that's a lot of messages and a lot of people. The Worm Queen with her nerdy community. That's incredible. That's incredible. Jess, thank you so much for the raid. Like, I can't even like process it. I raided you with this like tiny little group of people, and now you're coming back and raiding with a massive crowd. That's incredible. Thank you. So we've done a lot of the stuff that you've seen from the company's work in Unity. Jess, I've been catching up on the stuff that you've been doing, and holy crap, you're doing some really cool projects. I just saw the amazing work that you did creating your own hologram in Unity. I absolutely love that. Oh my God, I've been making games and things in Unity since it was in 3.5 at university. I'm talking like since it first existed. So I love making things in Unity. If you're making new Unity stuff in the future and you want a little bit of like, if you want to stream it or help out making that like cool and awesome, who's got 2 thumbs and would love to help you make Unity stuff? this guy, Jess, absolutely would love to do that. So very, very, very cool. And I can't believe the other stuff that she's done. That's really, really awesome stuff too. So, so yeah, like I would absolutely love to help you with some things down the line, Jess. I really love what you're doing. I really love the brand that you're putting together. I think it's phenomenal. So thank you for the raid so much. And thank you for bringing your community through here, because I feel like there's going to be a really, really big overlap. And this channel is teeny tiny, really little. It's insignificant compared to the awesomeness of your channel, but we're growing really fast. So I hope down the line, if I keep doing more big, cool things, I'll be able to like direct that stuff towards you. So some examples of cool projects that we're doing. So besides the swear jar, which needs refreshing because we just made some changes to it and it needs to be refreshed. Besides the swear jar, which, oh my God, live demos. What's happened to it? What's happened? There's an exception. I think it was just an information overload with the amount of like, so we made our custom tools, but they're not working right now. So we're just going to go back to, it's all breaking. It's all breaking. This is what happens when you do it live. Fastfee said she'll beat you up if I don't be nice to me. Yeah, yep, it's true. Fast has got my back. Oh, thank you. Okay, hold on. So many messages to catch up on. You don't just eat chicken skin and sour straps? What do you, when you're stream? Oh, no, I do not. Healthy diet all the way. What do we got? Let's cut to the chase. Hold on, Sly. She won't be on tonight, unfortunately, Sly. Yeah. Thank you, Jess. I have been trying to figure it out, and I've had a lot of help from Fast to make the stream what it is now. It's pretty incredible. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, I'm all caught up. All right. So yes, lots of cool stuff happening there on your content. I absolutely find it incredible. We're doing some cool things here besides the stuff that's all crashing. I swear it's not always crashing. Sometimes it works. So besides like the swear jar that is now caught up to me because it rebooted, I can say things like shit and fuck, and it's gonna fairly quickly catch me and then throw coins in the jar. So this one was Fastfee's idea. The other idea that we're going to be doing very soon is, if you guys know Dev, who's another one of my roommates here in Melbourne, she has an amazing stream where her chat bullies her a little bit and she bullies her chat right back. But one thing we thought would be really fun is actually this. Hold up. Penny got this, guys. So Penny sent this in the mail. This is so this packing slip is Pet Kit Fresh Element Solo Automatic Smart Programmable Dog Feeder. Yep, that's what we've got here. We've got a programmable dog feeder, guys. And we'll be setting this up so that when you guys give, I'm thinking like bits or subs or something like that, that you're going to be able to essentially treat Dev like your Tamagotchi, and you're going to be able to be like, she seems a bit hungry. She's a little bit angry. She must be hangry. We're going to give Dev some treats, and you can send her some subs, and it's going to make the thing spit out some treats. So. You think Jess will like one? I mean, once it's done, yes, I would like one. Okay, awesome. So there you go. So can I please, we didn't have too many people in our chat, but can I please get anybody who isn't already following Jess to go check her content out and drop her a follow. Let's see. Oh, you know what, Jess? Actually, I had you confused with a different content creator for a moment there. I'm just opening up your stream now. I love the intro. So yeah, that might have been a bit of confusion from me there talking about the hologram and stuff. But thank you so much for the raid. And really, like, as I get to know more and more people, what I really want to do with this stuff is I want to make it more accessible and free and open source. I really want to help content creation in general. Let's get the camera to refocus. There we go. So yeah, if you're interested in getting, like, you know, once we've done some test runs with Dev and maybe Fastfeed, if you're interested in getting your own programmable dog feeder, like, set up on your own stream, it's actually not too hard to set up once all the hard work has been done. So if you want your community to be able to, like, Tamagotchi you and get you some cool treats, you can fill it with, like, doesn't have to be dog treats, but I think we're probably going to do a cooking stream where we make little what do you call it, like bone-shaped cookies. They'd starve you. I doubt it, Jess. I doubt it. If you're raiding with like 230 odd people, absolutely that they're not gonna starve you. They'll have new ways to spoil you with tasty treats. So it could be candies that you put into it. It could be like biscuits. It could be whatever. They just have to be like appropriately sized. And then yeah. And I managed to find quite an affordable feeder that was, like, you know, had a really easy to integrate with API. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a lot of fun with that project. Another project that we're looking at doing is, like, connecting hype trains to disco lights in the background of Dev's stream. So those are all the cool kind of things that we're doing on this stream. And I really want to do it in a way that's very accessible. So if people want to, like, level up their streams with, like, cool and easy tech, I'm trying to make it really accessible and easy for people to pick this stuff up and run with it. So yeah, if you're into that kind of stuff, Jess, thank you for the raid. Like, you know, happy to once, if anything comes up on the stream and you're like, I like that. I want to help, you know, I want to help Fast's friends out. So just let me know if you think something like that's cool for your stream, and, you know, maybe we can do something like that down the line. Love to collaborate on that if it's the kind of thing you think your community would be into. So yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. I don't know if let me have a quick look at your content again. I don't know if you're into, like, gaming content, but that's another thing that we're doing with, let's see. So we're making some Fortnite content. We're making, I don't know if, like, a lot of people have creator codes and stuff like that. So we'll be doing more of that type of stuff here. But yeah, I love doing creative things, and I love streaming it. So that's what we're doing here. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming through and for so many follows. Holy crap, we're at 757. So we got more than nearly 10 follows from that raid, which is huge for a raid. Thank you so much. Jess would break the swear jar slide. Jess is a huge Fortnite fan. Okay, well, look, while you all are still here, we'll switch across to what we're doing here with UEFN. So you saw that game already, guys. I'm gonna launch a session here this is the Unreal editor for Fortnite. And this allows us to, like, hook into Unreal and create our own stuff. Hold on. Jess's reaction sighing there makes me think she might not actually be a huge Fortnite fan. Zell, are you messing with me, or is she actually? Because if she's liar, she ended up crashing her flight into the flight simulator a couple of weeks ago. I mean, that kind of chaos is hilarious. So what kind of flight simulator were you playing? Maybe I don't know if your content is like flight simulators, but like I mentioned, we made a drone flight simulator called Sky Kelpie. It's pretty cool. It's more of a serious game, but, like, hold on, we'll go check out our drone simulator here. You can go have a look at Sky Kelpie's content. It's like, you know, it's a flight sim with drones. It's pretty fun. It's fun to play. It teaches you the basics of drone flight. It's like, you know, it's cool. It's good. It's a good time if you like flight sims. But yeah, hold on. There we go. So we're gonna leave that session. We'll let Fortnite do its thing. And where are we? Back to chat. Oh no, it's crashed again. Live demos. Interesting. It's that speech DB error that we had a while ago, guys. Remember how we fixed that last time? Annoyingly, it's back. All right, hold on. This will rerun. She has hours of playtime in flight simulators. That's pretty cool. She landed in a more convenient location than the airport. Yeah, in this just like emergency fast expedited landing, I'm guessing. You do a lot of variety gaming. That's cool, Jess. That's cool. I'm so envious of people who can like, I guess I could start doing that. Like, I'm only just getting started. Can you believe, Jess, I've been streaming for 4 months. We've got some people who are following and they're like the OGs, and it's telling me 4 months, but really like for 1 month I did nothing after my first ever stream, and then like 3 months of serious streaming, we already hit partner. We already like, I'm still kind of exploring what kind of content we can make. We're doing a lot of fun stuff here, but it's best word to describe Jess's content is cursed. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. She seems like a very not cursed person. I need to go bring up her. We need to go experiment. Like, I got so much catching up to do. There are so many people to meet and learn from in the content creation space. And Jess, I think, is going to be one of them. I'm going to go have a look at her. I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to bring up Jess's Twitch so I can get a better idea of the kind of thing that you do, Jess. Let's have a look-see. Let's have a look. Oh, get rid of that comment there. The semicolon. Okay. So I'm guessing, like, when you say cursed, you mean, like, we're talking about this. Hold up. We need to first go here. And then that's a little cursed, not gonna lie. That's kind of scary. A little bit horrifying. A little bit afraid of that. But otherwise, it's okay. It's playing games like Euro Truck Simulator. So simulation games, yes. Therapy Simulator, I like it. That sounds hilarious. Never even heard of it. Okay, yeah, variety content. I can really get into somebody like, who can do that kind of variety. It shows that a person has a community because of their personality, not because of what they're, and that's a really cool thing. I think Fast has that gift too, where it's like people just rally behind her because they like who she is, right? Okay. So, oh man, calling her not cursed. I remember when I thought that. Your community's a little bit mean. You do some weird shit. I mean, at least you're owning it. At least you're leaning into it and owning it. I can respect that. I can respect that, Jess. I can respect that. If you have any cool like tech ideas and your community wants to like even just like get on board with some of the ones that have already been done, like the swear jar, or or if you want if you want to activate a disco in the background when you hit a hype train, those are the kind of projects I'd love to like collab with more people and do. So yeah, very, very cool. Very cool. So yeah, we were kind of doing this stuff just before that raid happened, and we do want to get back to it. So let me show you what we're up to. So you saw that Fortnite game. Sorry, not the Fortnite game. You saw that like VR shooter. This is the world of that VR shooter, and I've taken it into Fortnite essentially. Let me make sure my music's going. So with that, it means that now we're going to have all these different mini games. So everyone will start here. We're in the process of making it. Everyone's going to start here. They're going to run to an arcade machine. They're going to go, and it will take them into some new location. And from there, it's going to fix them in place, and it's going to turn Fortnite into a first-person shooter. And then everybody gets a score for the mini games that they're playing when they go there. And from there, at the end of that, when everybody's finished their mini game, it warps us back here. And then the person with the lowest score is going to get eliminated. So it's kind of like musical chairs with aim trainer mini games. So that's what we're doing. What the fuck is this magic? I know, right, Timmy? We're making our own custom shit. That's what we do here. I feel like there's that quote that says any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And it's so true. It's like witchcraft, right? Dolly's so... Hello, Dolly. Good to see you, Dolly. How you doing? Welcome to the chat. I was just showing off what we're doing right now with Fortnite, right? You know On Point. You know Fortnite. We're bringing On Point into Fortnite with an aim trainer mode. So you go kapew, 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 and just imagine that the same mini games that you're used to in On Point are going to be here. So this is the skeleton mini game and the ghost mini game, and then it'll be the same for like every one of these arcade cabinets has its own little like. This will be shoot the sheep. So yeah, we're in the process of like, setting this all up, and that was what I was going to do today before I freaked out and got raided and got really excited. Is creating a system to warp people to a location and back. So this is where we're at, and I don't know if Sam's still around, but Sam seemed to be a pretty switched on, Unreal developer, and he was asking like, what have we done? So like, what are we working on? This is what we're working on, and I'm trying to. One of my principles of development is always to like take a system out of the bigger, like, treat a new system you're implementing as a puzzle piece that works independently, develop that, and then stick it back into the bigger whole. And so that's kind of what we're doing here with UEFN. Is like, this is the bigger puzzle with lots of little pieces, like implementing a first-person controller inside of Fortnite, which everyone's usually like, this is Fortnite, right? You've got a pickaxe and you're in third person, but we're going to turn it into like an aim trainer where you can't even move around. It's just going to be like point and shoot. It's just going to be like, and actually, let's go to somewhere new that you guys haven't seen. We're at a carnival, and so now we've got like targets that we have to like quickly shoot, in first person mode. That's what we're looking at doing, right? It was a long time coming. Oh, you're talking about something else there, Sly. You're talking about merging into Zelda. You mean Zeld Wyatt? I see. If anyone asked, I'm working on my big steak omelet and bacon. Binge word, you always freaking make me hungry with the delicious food you describe. That sounds delicious, my man. That sounds awesome. So yeah, I don't know if you're still around. I don't know if you're still around, Jess. Like, thank you again for the raid. I know that usually I'm raiding when I'm at the end of my stream, and I want to take a chance to say thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for bringing your community by. Thank you for so many people from that community hitting follow. That's incredible. I really appreciate that. So yeah, I with a big raid like that, I know I'm a side quest expert. Whenever something comes up, I'm immediately sidetracked into like something else. But it's been really, really, I think with a raid like that, I want to take the time to explain what we're working on. So if anybody who hit follow wants to, they can understand what we're doing, so they can stick around. Thank you everyone for following, and I'm not famous yet, Combat Wombat. We're a long way from that. We've only got 757 followers now, but that's like, just now we're what, a good like 0.5% more famous than we were before I got raided. Isn't that incredible? It's the world needs more people like you in it. Dude, Mondo, that makes me feel so nice. Thank you for saying such kind things, Mondo. That's really appreciated. Is that supposed to be a big crosshair in the game, or is it just for you? Math, that big crosshair is not supposed to be a big crosshair like that. It's just a temporary placeholder. We're going to replace that with more like it's going to look more like a Counter-Strike crosshair when we're done with it. You did accidentally order breakfast from a place half an hour away. Yeah, well, Binge, you remember on the weekend I accidentally ordered from a place like in the wrong state, so I caught that one quickly too. And you got to be quick with that thing to kind of correct it. But yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, so where we were at last, before we got raided, thank you again, Jess. That's absolutely incredible. You got to get some dinner, but you have an amazing stream. I'm going to have an amazing stream because you just made it an amazing stream by giving me an incredible raid. Thank you so much. And hold on, before I move on from that, I 100% am hitting you back with a follow, and I'm going to make sure that I when at the first opportunity that I'm in to return that raid, I will be doing so. Thank you so much, Jess. I really, really appreciate it. And can anybody else who isn't already following Jess, please drop her a follow. She seems like an awesome human. All right, so what we were doing was Sam, who came through before, pointed out that there's a really good AI that we can use because I kind of like I was showing chat this. I was in the process of implementing my own AI that can do its own, like I was teaching it. This is something called Markdown, guys. A lot of developers here will know about it, but if you guys are interested in learning about AI stuff, which we do a lot of on this stream, you can communicate a lot better with an AI using Markdown than you can with just plain English. You can do things like you can give it like headings, like these 3 hashes are like a heading. You can give it code samples so it understands what it's looking at. You can tell it the language. And so that's what we're kind of doing here. I'm building this like little mini database of information up so that I can hand that to an AI when we need it to do things. But then somebody came into the chat and said, hey, look, there's already something like this. But the difference will be ours is going to be agentic. So it's going to have the ability to actually run code in a way that the one that we're picking up here isn't. So what we're going to be doing is expanding this out with every time. So we're going to be trying to use this, and this is using Gemini. We're going to be trying to use Gemini's AI with what's it called? Cursor. It's going to be our IDE. So we're going to be trying to do that, and then trying to be teaching this database of verse knowledge to like grow as we learn. So that's the essential idea. But I think this is going to be a really good tool in helping us learn UEFN, which is part of what I'm doing as well. So we've already got our scene. So let's swap back. I think everybody's seen what we're doing and they see the bigger puzzle. I think the next thing I'd like to do, we're going to end the game that we're in now. We're going to exit the session. We're going to go open our other solution, which is our first island is where we're working in for our testing. And inside of there, I'm going to try and take the code that we've seen from this sample, and I'm going to put that in there. So we're going to start by saying, okay, let's implement this teleporter device. It already is going to refer to a portal. And from there, we're going to be able to create some assignments inside of the scene. We'll create a separate location. We'll move our spawner away so that we can work on that, because we've already kind of experimented a little bit with getting our shooting range going. So now that the shooting range is working, I'm going to start working on, and there was a score system that we implemented in the shooting range. Now we're also going to implement this teleporter device, and hopefully we're going to set the, we're going to be locking the position of the player. So we can see here, so that resets damage, this restores invulnerability. So I don't see the point of what it's doing here. At least what's, you know, we were saying, let's not be too hasty to decide that it's doing a good job. At least we can see that the syntax of the language is implemented well. Like I'm not seeing anything that would cause it to throw like compile time exceptions, which is what we were seeing with Gemini's attempts at writing code in verse. So that'll be a good starting point. This has ignored one of our requirements, which is to lock the player in place. We're not seeing that yet either, so we'll need to make sure that we go and implement that next. But first things first is UEFN has loaded our new environment. I'm going to take our spawner, as I said, and I'm going to place this in a new spot. That can go across here. So now we're going to also launch our session. That'll get Fortnite to, like, you guys will see that soon. This is going to end. It'll enter a new session. We can save the changes to our spawner pad, and very soon, when this finishes loading, it'll boot out the last game. It's going to upload the code that we've got running in our Unreal Engine for Fortnite editor. It's going to man, a lot of this is going to be frustrating because of the amount of time that we're going to be spending waiting for it to load. But that's the general plan. That's the general plan now, is to move stuff into this other environment. Let's leave that session, correct. And then from there, the next thing to do, we have our, like we can see our shooting range manager device. We want to create our own new custom verse device. And we're going to take the code that we got from this, like, what's it even called? Okay, here we go. The session is loaded. We can see I'm in the session. From here, it's still loading. Did I ever get anywhere with my plan to use a timer to switch between locking in and being more interactive? Combat Wombat, what's it called? The Promoto timer? Not Promoto, it's something like that. I want to do something like that, absolutely. But, you know, sometimes a raid happens and you've just got to like, yeah, Pomodoro, thank you. Yeah, a Pomodoro timer. I see a lot of other software engineers who stream use that. And I think I do want to do that. But at the same time, I also want this to be a really interactive stream. So on one hand, I want to be productive, but on the other hand, I want to make sure that the stream is always entertaining. And so it's about finding a balance. So what do you think, Combat Wombat? Would it be better to have a more interactive stream, or on the other hand, would it be better to have more, like see more things get done, right? Because I can sit here, lock in, be quiet, and code a whole bunch, or I can like be more interactive like this and talk with you guys. Very often we're stuck waiting anyway, right? Okay, so we can see I've set the spawner in a new location. We can see that it's moved that location. Oh, interesting. So the gun, maybe I'll put myself like here. I don't know. Yeah, that'll do. The health bar is actually not going to matter for a while. So that goes there. No, put it here. Yeah. So we can see that I've moved the spawner. The spawn location is in a different spot. What this means now is the next step will be in Verse, I can go, I can check our Verse Explorer. We've got our shooting range device manager. The next thing to do will be to move the code that we have in this sample here, this custom teleporter device, and we'll do it just exactly as it says. So from here, we're going to create a new Verse device, create a new Verse file. We're going to make it a device. We're going to make it a custom teleporter device, and we'll hit create here. Next thing to do, we'll move this code over. Yes, we can save those. I think if you can find a programmable timer, you could find a nice mix. What do you mean by a programmable timer, Combat Wombat? Because like, I mean, notice at the top right of the stream, like way up the top, hold on, let me go. Right here, we have like, we can write our own timers. We can program a timer. We can make it so that if I want to have a timer on screen, I can connect it with my Stream Deck or whatever. I can let chat interrupt if they want with an exclamation. Like we can make our own custom stuff. That's what we do here. We make really cool custom stuff. So if you're talking about a programmable timer, I could program a timer really, really quickly that meets the requirements of a Pomodoro timer. We could do it. We could definitely do it. But okay, so now we have our new custom teleporter device. We want to, I mean, why would that even need to be the thing? To open a file, why would I need to kill the language server? That's true, Sly, that's true. But I feel like one of the things that makes this stream cool is like, it kind of is all really custom, you know? And programmers have this, they do reinvent the wheel. Exactly, it's my special wheel. I try and build everything. I know, Sly, I know. I'm like that too. We could just get one off the shelf, definitely. But I'm curious what Combat Wombat was talking about when he was talking about a programmable timer. Yeah, I think stuff like that would be good, but like a redeem that stops the timer for every second you can respond. Right. Yeah, I mean, there's heaps that we can do. I'm totally keen on doing that kind of thing. So in terms of like it being a programmable timer, yeah, absolutely. We could do something like that. Okay, so that's done there. Let's hit it built successfully. I think we need to check, like actually hit build to check that it does. It says built successfully. Now we should be able to push it directly to the server, but there's no point doing that yet. But your own worst enemy with that, yeah. It's not the way to be the most productive, Sly, but it is definitely the way to learn, right? If you want to learn, it's hey, look who's in the chat, guys! It's Castell. Welcome. Can we all please make Castell, the famous Castell, very welcome? How are you doing? It meet the requirements is. If that isn't the most engineer-like saying, I don't know what is. It's so true. How you doing, Kaz? How you doing? Chubby Puppy Bear, how you doing? How you doing, puppy? Here, let me jump across. You agree, but for things that are customizable with reasonable efficiency, it doesn't hurt to review through the process. Yeah, and immerse programming development. Look, the advantage is like, for instance, guys, you saw this. You saw it earlier in this stream. Stream Elements is now a part of the stream. It's absolutely amazing that Goldie put it together and set it up so that like it now advertises all our other cool stuff. And so, but what happened was the chat was getting a bit flooded here on the left with Stream Elements stuff. And so in like about a minute flat, we just went, okay, la-di-da-di-da, we're just going to type a thing out and filter out all Stream Elements messages. And so now that's done there. So on one hand, it's like, it slows things down to make it in the first place. But in the long term, it makes it so deeply customizable that, yeah. Surviving. Well, you've just survived the greatest flood that you've ever experienced in your whole life. That's a good thing to survive. That's nice. Something tells me she's hunting for TD players. Ah, man, I'm always down. She's been improving my life so dramatically with like TD games and Diablo games from time to time. It's like, I need more of that in my life. You all know how much I love video games, but the sad truth is I don't spend a lot of time actually playing video games. Until recently, I'm so much like playing games, it like fills my cup, so to speak, you know? And I've been finding that I'm a lot more happy and motivated and locked in, just like hanging out with cool people and spending time playing games from time to time. It's really cool. I'm not thriving enough about me on the technicals. What can we learn? Castell, it's hard not to make it about you. It's great when you swing by. But yeah, we can focus on the technicals. We can totally focus on the technicals. Cass is pretty amazing. Don't tell her I said that. We'll keep that on the down low, Sly. We'll keep that on the down low. But notice now, guys, notice in the Twitch chat, Stream Elements had like a big very informative thing about like On Point, which is great. I want more people to learn about On Point. Notice how it's not in our chat to the side? Notice how cool that is? And like, yes, on one hand, I could have just got an off-the-shelf chat solution, but then I wouldn't be the only person on Twitch with all of your cool profile pictures in my stream. And also, I wouldn't be able to just be like, okay, I want to filter out like Stream Elements messages. Huh? So there's advantages. There's like, it's a sword that cuts both ways, but when when you're good at wielding it, it's a very sharp sword. It's not a bad thing to be able to make your own stuff, and it's not too bad to make it all yourself if you can, and it doesn't take you too long. So it's our secret. Royal met me once when I was in a good mood, made a lasting impression. No one else has had that experience. One of a kind. Sly. Yeah, have you check out hold on, I'll even hold on. We can do a thing here where check out the emote we made for Sly, Kaz. I think doesn't that capture his personality so perfectly? It's his royal slyness. It's is the swear jar working? It is working. Let me give you a demonstration. So here we go. It's running pretty behind. I really need to optimize it so that it keeps up. But look, it's only like 30 seconds behind. So I can say like shit, fuck, cunt, and now, even though it's a little bit behind, I've been swearing a bit. But to be fair, 2 of those were for demonstration purposes when we got raided earlier. So ready, and about Oh, yeah, okay, hold on. It is fairly behind. Fairly behind, but now, there. About, hold on. Nearly. Drum roll. Yeah! Uh-huh. Yep. There you go. It works. The system works. It just needs to be, it needs to be optimized a lot. It doesn't come naturally to me. It really, really doesn't. It's so awkward. It's so awkward. I'm not used to swearing, and especially not in front of so many people. It's just not in my nature. Which is why I swear jar is kind of like aligns with my brand. But Kaz, to be fair, Kaz, you haven't been in the community much lately. And like we were building out when the community was younger, we had lots of emote spots and we've run out. And now another thing on our to-do list is making, Kazdel, you're a VIP. You're on my, you're at the top of my recommended people list on Twitch. Yeah. At the very tippy top. Hold on. Can I? Yeah. There we go. Who's feeling suddenly officially recognized as a very important person? Castel VIP. There you go. All right. Where's your remote? Okay. We're doing it. Side quest. Castel emote time. What do you want for your remote, Castel? Let's do it. You have to tell us something about you, because that's what we use to make our emotes here, right? They're all informed by information about the something that describes the personality of the person. So, for instance, a delta symbol. Hell yeah. Okay, that's sick. I like that. So much that you can represent with a delta symbol, like a change in a thing over time. Now is a time for change in your life, maybe, Castel. If you feel like you're surviving, let's like, hell yeah, you can onward and upward. A delta symbol represents change. I like it. That's perfect. Okay, here we go. So, where are we? It shows how long it's been since we've made Twitch icons. Here we go. All right, this is our big AI thread. The difference between shit and shitter. No, it's the difference between anything. Look how freaking cute. How cute is this? That's Snolzy's. That's Snolzy's one. I really like it. This is Fizz. This is Fizz's. What else do we got? There was Nachos. This one has been used, I think, more than 1,500 times across other channels, not just mine. It's been used freaking everywhere. That one is so goddamn popular. Okay. So, any moment. We need another emote for a really intelligent streamer who's very good with numbers, likes math, and identifies with the delta symbol. She also has a very chaotic brand and likes to play games. All right, here we go. An edible delta. Steak. I think, if I recall, Sly, when I appeared on Castel's stream for a little while, you got us like, what was it, burritos. We went to get Mexican food and you got us burritos. So definitely, I'm sure she makes full use of your generosity when it comes to awesome food. So yeah, it could be an edible delta for sure. That's basically a nacho delta. It's true. Yep. How cute is Snolzy's emote? How good is Goldie's emote too? Castel, we animated that one. We actually made it we made it animated. So we took the 2D one and we turned it into an animated one. And as much as I don't want to get like too sidetracked from what we were doing, because we're building a Fortnite map right now. You know, we're building some custom Fortnite content. But I am very tempted to try and animate another, like if we're doing this one and it's not too complicated, we might even animate it as well so that we get surely a cat with a soccer ball. Yeah, that's a pretty sick one. That's actually a really sick one. We could try that too. Heart condition. A flea soccer ball. Okay, hold on. So, let's see. We could do a cat with a soccer ball. Is that what you'd like, Castell? Okay, hold on. We need to change this up. How can we... I mean, it's a delta symbol. It's got the number 69 and 420. That's actually hilarious. Unfortunately, this is not going to work too well as a... We're going to be on this project a while. Okay, hold on. We need let's see. So, how do we tune this in to get it more? Who's good with numbers, likes math, soccer. Did you want the delta symbol? How attached are you to that? Because we can definitely keep that as a part of it. Let's see. Let's have another shot of that. Delta shape. We could definitely introduce cats and soccer balls, but I think too many concepts all at once and it gets like messy. You know, the like Goldies is a goldfish. Snolzies is like it's a wolf hugging a teddy bear. It's like really simple. If we try and cram too much in, it's gonna get hard. So go ahead and, oh, here we go. It's already doing it. It's going to get hard to like identify, right? Black canvas works for, nah, does not work for me. A delta shaped soccer ball, that would be interesting. Too many concepts is messy. Yep, that's Kaz. No, look, I want this to be like nachos emote where it gets used like heaps, right? That's what I want all y'all emotes to be. I actually get to see how often the emotes get used, so that's really cool. So I know the ones that people really like because they get used freaking everywhere. All right, come on, it can generate faster than this, surely. Maybe we... Ooh, we got the soccer ball. Did I say the soccer ball? No, yep, we got soccer. It's got the delta symbol. Yep. So far, so good. Forever loading. It's got squirrely eyes because it's chaotic. This is... What do y'all think? Multiple soccer balls. We can fix the white. We can get the white in the background too. So don't pay any attention to that. 2 balls. Rightio. Okay. She doesn't like the 2 balls. Hold on. That was actually pretty good though. That was actually pretty good. I'm not 100% against that. Let's see. Yeah, remove a ball and add a cat. Exactly. Sly, you're onto it. All right, hold on. So, while that does its thing, let's get back to UEFN, because here we go. So we've got our new environment. I think I want to add our new portals. So the next step, I think, will be, while that's loading, we've got our custom teleporter device. The next step, I think, is in the editor. We need to add our custom teleporter device to the scene. So I believe you need to do more. You need to custom teleporter device. We can introduce that like this. And then in here at the bottom left, hold on, we can see that we've got options that allow us to select a portal. So we also need a portal device. And I believe that's a type of device here under Fortnite. Where is it? Portal matchmaking. No. Is it there? I do believe it's a Fortnite thing. No. All right, is it finished yet? Still going. Though I don't like that it's not using all of the square space. Teleport, it's a teleport device. Then why? Oh, there it is, teleporter. Sure. Okay. That's curious to me, though, why the name is Portal in Verse. I mean, shouldn't that be named consistently? I would expect it to be. Okay, so here we go. We've got Portal. Yeah, there it is. So fair enough. Okay. So that's implemented. Seb, one day you'll have to scroll data is beautiful for fun. Oh my, that day can be today. Where are we? Oh man, that's not bad. I know if you all are seeing that. We're going to swap back to that. Is it this one? Information is beautiful? Because I have seen a website like this before, which is pretty freaking cool, to be fair. You know what? Now that we're in this scene and I see how it looks when I look at the actual date, like look at the thing, what I want to do, we're going to flip horizontal. So now I'm looking at stuff when I'm looking at stuff. Excellent. No, Reddit. Okay, hold on. We did see that as the first result. This one. Staircase of denial. That's, yeah. Yeah, this is pretty cool. The broad bucket of global currencies. Yeah, this is really, really cool. This is absolutely actually something that would be like cool to take a lot of time to spend time to like break down and understand. I need to like, I don't know. I feel like I need to schedule segments for really cool things to do during stream. What parents wish their children could grow up without? Adult online content, social media, messaging apps, smartphones, video games. Boo! Boo! Boo to this. Video games can be good. They can be great for a child's development. The internet, streaming service, television, kind of get that. Yeah, I mean, hard agree on the adult online content to a certain point. When you're like young kids, that can be really, really detrimental. But what's going on with the chat? Is chat broken? Yeah, it is. Man, I gotta fix this bug. It's quite annoying. I thought we fixed it last stream, though. That's the weird thing. All right. This is very cool. I am gonna bookmark this. Let me bookmark that in my other browser. we should probably spend some time doing that because it is really cool. Yeah, bookmarked. I'm going to circle back to that. That is sick. That is really, really cool. So, where are we at? Chatting. That's reconfigured. We fixed this last stream, I swear. I don't know why it's gone and broken on us again, but... And that's behind. Binge, are you going to bed? Good night, man. Thank you again for Seb's fun to distract. To be fair, you're very good at distracting me, Castell. There's not like, I guess I am actually not too hard to distract. That's probably pretty true. Yeah, good night, Binge. Thank you so much for dinner the other night. I really appreciate it. Night, Seb. Night, Castell. Good night, Sly. Good night, everyone. Good night, Binge. You want a squirrel for an emoji? They're pesky. Okay, hold on, Castell. What do you think? What do you think of that one? That's a little... No glasses. No glasses. She does not wear glasses. She does not wear glasses. Try again. A big bag of pasta? I mean, the amount of cardio that Castell does, she, squirrel or bust. All right, deal. Squirrel. We're gonna actually, keeping all this in mind, create let's see. Create an emote of a squirrel that captures the essence of this personality. Don't make... So, we're just going to emphasize a squirrel so that it makes sure that it's a squirrel, and then maybe it'll look like the kind of squirrel that suits Castell, and make sure it reads well when seen, when rendered very, very small. And yeah, we'll let that finish. I mean, I don't know where it got the teddy bear. That's kind of completely off. The teddy bear doesn't work. I don't know where it got a teddy bear. It's probably doing that from previous prompts. A white Tesla with a soccer ball wheels, that would be pretty sick. Hey, Benny Tech, welcome, man. Good to see you. We're making some AI like display pictures quickly. Let's see, hold on. All of this can go while it generates. If it would respond. Not for... Suss this? Suss this means like to figure something out, puppy. Not familiar with that phrasing? Yeah, it's like to investigate something, exactly. Suss it out. Damn, yeah, got inspired by your emote, Snolzy. 100% that influenced it. 100%. So yeah, okay, while that goes, because these can take a minute, let's see, what were we doing? We are going to check out Unreal again. Okay, so we have our custom device here. We have our teleporter device. Let's just go review the code again real quick to get a sense of what it's actually doing. So on trigger, it activates the teleporter with the agent that triggered it. The portal gets disabled. The portal teleports the agent. I think we need to set a destination for where the portal teleports to. So we still have to do that. It will access the character for the agent. It will make them not invulnerable. It will reset any damage state. And it will Set vulnerability to true. I'm not sure why it's turning vulnerability on and off. Okay, it's saying there's no lock movement APIs, so we use vulnerability state. I don't know why that does anything to... I don't know why that does anything to affect the movement of the player, but the destination should be where you place the teleporter. Okay. It sounds like you've used teleporters before, Crazy. So we've got... So do we set a group for the teleporter? Teleporter group A, the target group A. Let's see. On enter. Okay, hold on. It's been a while since I've used the teleporter. Okay, there we go. Not bad. I don't know about the delta on its head, but we can fix that up pretty quick, Castell. What do you think? Crazy likes it. Huh? That's a classic Kazaa mode? Huh? The delta makes it? Draw a line on its arms and put on a soccer jersey? Yeah, I mean, that. Keep in mind though, the more complicated it gets, the less it reads. So, what do you think, Castell? Is this a keeper? That's me with my Game Boy X diabetes tracker. I think it's supposed to be a calculator because, you know, you're good at math. But, is this a keeper, Castell? Give me a... Okay, chat. Give me a W in the chat if we're keeping it. Or do you want another one, Kaz? Or is this the one? Crazy loves it. What do you think? Let me know. Okay, so this teleporter. Well, let's just try. Like, I'm sure Crazy can probably answer how this works. So, hold on. Place device in the level. Yes, we've assigned that. Set the portal to the teleporter device. Trigger the teleport. Moves that moves the player. Locking movement is not natively exposed in Verse. Yeah. Trapping in a volume, etc. may be required. Yeah, I think trapping in a volume is not a bad idea, but I think we can just like wild true. Okay. I thought it was a garage calculator. Lol, I'm dying. Well, look, I asked it. What we did was we said we need to make sure that this reads at a distance, and so it's like hyper simplified the calculator into something that looks like a calculator, but you can see it from a distance. So, you thought it was a garage remote. Happy to keep. Okay, we can remove a lot of this, but okay, happy to keep. Done. So, next thing we're gonna do, this will be. From here, we'll just go to... We have to do a little bit of post-processing. We're not like done with it until we... So we need to upload it as an emote still. Definitely have to do that. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this if you like. Maybe these symbols don't really fit in with it. So just quickly, we could do it without them or with. Does it still superimpose 3 images? What do you mean? What do you mean? Does it still superimposed 3 images? You mean like... ChatGPT. I mean, it might be doing something like that, where it has a series of images and it like combine. I'm not sure. But this I think is, as long as we just take the She does. Kaz knows a lot of interesting stuff. That's how it works. Okay. So, imagine being smart. I know, right? She's in good company here, though, isn't she, guys? We're gonna make this like 80%. From there, we'll know it's small enough to go into. So that's our Kaz emote. And from here, I can one more tab, bring up our emotes. The question is, do we have, oh my god, we do. We still have one, guys. Maybe we got more emote slots, I don't know. Dunsky. How well does it read it when small? Pretty well. Pretty well. Done. Now it just has to get approved. It's Insta approved. It's Insta approved, guys. Let me just refresh my chat. Where is it? It's in here. Or is it? I don't know. It's coming up as like... It's coming up as approved. But, there it is! Vegas got it! Vegas was first. Why can't I see it, guys? I wanted to use it. Oh well. Oh well. Now all we need is for Kaz to use it so that we know she approves of it. And then we can call this side quest done. I'm so annoyed it's not appearing. Come on, come on, come on. It suits her? Sly thinks it's cute. I think it's cute too. That's pretty good. It's still not coming up in my chat. You guys are using a better chat than I am, I'm sure. Yep, it's not coming up. I don't get to use it. It's too exclusive. It's too exclusive for me. Yeah! Castell used it. All right, guys, can we get some, I can't even post it to spam it. I want to spam it, but it's not letting me. It's just coming up as text for me. That's disappointing. Well, now we're going to go to this scene where it comes up as text for all of you too. No bugs. Castell's like, no bugs. All right, nice. Side quest complete. Side quest complete. I love being partner. Your emotes get approved instantly. You know how, remember how long we used to have to wait, guys? You remember how long we used to have to wait for emotes? Now we don't have to wait anymore. We just get them straight away. Twitch trusts us. We're trusted. Yeah, Math has got a pretty cool one too. Hey, Kaz. All right, nice. Side quest done. Happy. Okay, so we're gonna go bug the Unreal Engine AI, which I believe we had. Where is he? I believe we had it in, was it the Zen browser? Okay, so we need to explain how Portal works. Can you please explain how to configure the Portal to work in the Unreal Editor? Let's see how well this does, because I'm pretty optimistic about the ability to use this thing to solve problems, guys. I feel like it's gonna really make the process easier for us. In the content browser, find the teleporter device, drag the teleporter device into where you want the portal entrance to be. Select the teleporter device in the world. In the details panel, the group name, assign it to a group like Portal A, the target group name. Okay, in the details panel, teleporter group A. So essentially what we do then, if I'm reading this right, is we take the we take the teleporter, we duplicate it, we make this one group B, and then we should be able to go back and forth, right? So group A goes to group B, and group B goes to group A. Let's give that a quick check. And then the other thing which we haven't done yet, but we'll need to do is, so where is our scene? Because these are the details for our teleporter. In the outliner, we've got our 2 teleporters. I mean, I really want to group this stuff so it's less chaotic. There's a lot of like, that's one thing I like. I usually in Unity, I use game objects to group stuff. Yes, we've got, you know, it actually really works, guys. I think Castel's emote really reads nice, small, considering what it is. I think like the raccoon, it doesn't read well compared to just like the contrasting colors, but like, right guys, that works so well. I'm gonna, at some point, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get to the point where I need to, I need to get these emojis into our chat system. That's really unfortunate that they just come up as text, right? Because now it just like doesn't find its way into a stream in the way that like, you know, that works. It's, that's unfortunate. You're dainty, yeah, and I think that's a pretty, as far as squirrels go, that's a fairly dainty squirrel. Read filing and filing and flirting. Hold on, what are we? I'm missing messages. Sorry. You can make it a filing system to make folders that put stuff in them. Right. Right. Castel read filing as flirting. Yeah, well, maybe Unreal does support creating a flirting system. That'll be an interesting dev vlog to explore the flirting system built into Unreal Engine. But, okay, you can make a filing system. So making folders and put stuff into them. Yeah, yeah. What is it? It's Control-Shift-N or Control-Shift. What was it? I think you. It's been so long since I did this. Where is it? Move to create new folder. There we go. So let's just go sketches. I like that concept, using sketches to describe like a thing that you're playing with. Honestly though, maybe sketches is wrong because we already do have our shooting range. This is teleporting. Or even shooting mini games. Yep, that'll do. And now, no, not even that. Sketches for now. We'll categorize it more quickly. I swear, half of programming is naming things well, so that like a later version of yourself doesn't like wind up getting confused. All right, so there's that teleporting system. Hey, Psych, welcome to the YouTube chat. Your ninja cat didn't work. Bummer. You don't get as many emotes in YouTube as you do in Twitch, unfortunately. I wish there's a way to take them across, but now that's a system you could use, Sly. I did see like some advertisement. I look up a lot of AI stuff and I got an advertisement for, what was it? Riz AI or something stupid like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like a thing that let you could like put in, if you're on like some online dating app, you could put in the chat history of the stuff that like some girl had said, and it would tell you what to say. How bad is that? How bad is that? As if online dating isn't bad enough. Now people aren't even like speaking for themselves. They're having AIs do their flirting for them. That is, in my opinion, the worst use of AI I've heard yet. I'm sure it gets you dates, but it's like taking catfishing to the next level, in my opinion. I think that's so bad. That's so freaking bad. I just right click and go move to. Right. That does make sense. Crazy. It's cool that you've been doing Unreal Dev. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of fun with what we're doing. All right, so we've got our two teleporters. This can now go. We can move to, as you say, move to sketches. Excellent. All right, so now our spawn pad. I didn't want our spawn pad there. I've made a mistake putting that there. That can go to the top though. Wasn't our spawn pad, it was this device. Our custom teleporter device. This needs to go to our sketches, and we have that all nicely organized. So there's the teleporter A, the teleporter B. What I should be seeing is, if we recall the code that we have so far, when we hit our teleporter, that's going to be disabled. It's going to move our player to the second location. I think it probably needs to disable that, the second teleportation portal as well. And then we'll write some code in here that I think it's just going to be a coroutine that sets the player's location to the location where they are after the teleport. That might be the way that we handle fixing them in place for now. We'll have to see how that works, but all right, cool. So let's push our changes. We'll push our verse changes first, then we'll push our changes, then we'll see how this works. Save selected. Can you walk us through your naming convention system? Well, I'm still learning about how to name things properly in... Are you referring to like how I name things in Unreal Engine, or how I name things in Verse? Because every different... There are actually naming convention systems that change from language to language. Every language likes you to name things differently. And you get all these different so there's like camel case, Pascal case, there's snake case, there's screaming case, there's like, every different language and context has a different way that the best practice is to name things. And I'm still learning what they are for Verse, but I think for constants, you're supposed to use Pascal case, and for everything else, you're supposed to use camel case, where Pascal case is just, maybe I'm taking this this question too literally anyway. But yeah, if you're actually interested in how I set up in something like a context like this, you can see there's a whole bunch of naming conventions that are in use. The lowercase g for local variables, uppercase for properties or injected variables. This is called Pascal case because it has an uppercase G. You get instances like that's called camel case. So there's a whole bunch of different naming conventions that you use according to the context that you're working in. So C# has its own, has its own conventions. And so the structure of where you put your things in solutions, in your solution, it's there's a lot that goes into it. Half of programming is about naming things well too. So it's not even how you do your, naming conventions. It's also about not just how you write what your variables and function names communicate a lot of information about them, but then also your choice of words inside of the names for the variables and functions and classes all matter a lot as well. And so considering them carefully actually has a big effect on the health of your project. Because I've seen projects where people just go I'm making those mistakes here. For instance, in Fortnite, I'm following the tutorial and it's calling it My First Island. First Island is a terrible name, right? This should be something you know, on point Fortnite sketches, that kind of thing, because sketches means something clear to me. You know, on point is the project that's just going to be working in. I'm going to be moving things out from this project into the other project, and like, you know, so a bit of a tangent, but yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. And honestly, programming a lot of it comes down to how well you choose names, because a lot of information gets communicated by how you name things. So this flirting system, will it help me keep track of which girls I've said what lines to? I don't think so, Sly. I think you're gonna have to track all that yourself. But if you're speaking to that many girls, maybe rein it, you know, dial it back in again and focus on the ones that you like the most, dude. That's it's quality, not quantity. Let me tell you. Ooh, Riz, that word. I know it's a bit greasy, right, Sly? I heard about your dating bot, Castell. Your fake thing to boost your Instagram account. That was very, very clever. That was very, very clever. So it wasn't Combat Wombat. I think she used, if I'm not mistaken, it was Selenium web browser to drive the browser to interact with like dating apps, to do like swiping, so that she didn't have to do the swiping, in order to like very sneakily be like, oh, I'm not on here much, just go check out my Instagram and follow me there. So freaking, that is, I bet her Instagram grew real fast like that. It's Sly, I met a girl a while back and was yapping to her at a bar, and she told me I was a baddie. Damn. My old ass had to Google it to know what it meant. It's a compliment, Sly. It's a compliment. Did you find a match? Asks Benny. You got banned from Bumble. No, you got banned. How did they catch you? That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Did they just like recognize it was a bot and like ban it because there were too many swipes too quickly? If so, that's pretty funny. It was meant to boost your Insta like. Oh, I bet it worked. You don't even use Instagram. No, fair Combat Wombat. But I think, you know, I didn't until recently. I'm learning that you kind of have to if you want to be like active in the content creator space. A lot of people care about your Insta. My Insta is still like, I put no time and attention to it. Right now, I just like share things that Fast does, because sometimes she tags me in it, which is awesome. And surprisingly, my Instagram is like blown up compared to what it was doing. I'll get like a few new like follows a day from it, just because Fast's stuff is like features me. It's crazy. Okay. But it would like profiles every 0.6 seconds. Maybe you needed to just introduce like a random, like yield random time in, or like just you know, thread sleep a random number instead of a consistent number, and then make it like the whole thing just go offline for like 12 hours and try and like simulate some more human-like behavior. And then like randomly no as well instead of yes. I feel like if you made a new account, you could probably hit all those things. Oh, look at this, it's Nacho. Welcome, Nacho. Can I get some nachos in the chat? Can we get a welcome? Make our top supporter feel welcome. I tried to actually ring sometime this day. I know you're a busy dude, Nacho, but I said that I would when I was on this, you know, what was it, the day before yesterday? You mentioned that maybe there was a missed call, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I'll hit you back up, and I did, but it's nothing urgent, Nacho. I was really just catching up. I know you got a lot on your plate with PAX, and I wanted to reach out and see how that was going. But who are you talking about? Surely you're talking about Kaz or some other person? Wouldn't be me, Nacho. Hold on, let me go into chatting. Oh no, did my program freaking break again? I gotta fix this bug. This is why we test things as we go, guys. That's why we test as we go. So let's see. I'm so backlogged on messages, guys. It's been a very active chat today. I'm sorry. Let me just bring this back. Bring back our main chat. Bring back our swear jar. All right, where are we at? Nacho in the house. How you doing? Psych, you're in your late 40s. I got a birthday coming up soon. My age is threatening to be 40 fairly soon. It's not really, but still mid 30s. But not so trending away from the mid. on the upper end of the mid-30s, that's for sure. We would have many more talented coders out there if we had Seb 5 years ago. Like, maybe Nacho, maybe I should have been doing this 5 years ago instead of trying to run a company. Like, Fast has been trying to get me to do this for years. For years, she's been like, Seb, you gotta stream. Seb, come stream. Please be on my stream. Come, like, make your own stream. And I'm like, I'm so busy with work. I don't have the time. And it's like, oh my God, I should have just done it. Because this is so much fun, guys. I'm really loving it. And time does fly, Cass. It really does. You have to, like, you can't let life pass you by. You've got to, like, figure out what you want in life and like, go for it. And for me right now, that's definitely streaming and other stuff, you know. There's some really big things in life that I want to, like, figure out and get right, because life's too short not to be doing those things right. That's how it goes. Check it out, Nacho. We made a new emote. We unlocked some new emote slots, probably because you went and dropped so many freaking subs, by the way. So thank you for the new emote slots, Nacho. Really, really appreciate it. But that means we can get this one. We can get this one in the chat. We've managed to make Kaz feel welcome with... Oh, where is it? Hold on. Oh, you can see it. Everybody else is dropping it. It's working well. It's working pretty well. I like it. So how we doing? Man, I'm getting behind on chat. So where are we? I am spiraling. Okay. I'll go on another tangent. Absolutely. I'm like Nacho was a worthwhile tangent. I am spiraling. It's true. Sly. You don't. You flirt with every girl on the streams. I feel like that's part of your brand. You're flirting with the girl at the bar, flirting with Kaz, I saw you and Rach having your little banter on the streams. You're a dude. This is why your name is Sly. This is why there's that sly little expression on your emote. I feel like you enjoy a bit of banter, Sly. That's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward and try not to skip too many messages. The systems have detected it. Yeah, I think Sly probably she could have, like, she knows enough to do it. It's just, you know, I feel like she was just doing it for lols. I hope you did it on stream, Castell. Did you do it on stream? Because that's a really cool project. Yeah, I mean, you could pretty easily connect that project to, like, a GPT agent that does chats for you. That'd be pretty hilarious as well. If you were smart enough to write a bot to hit on me and make me feel better, I'd DDoS myself with it. Nacho, there are so many like girlfriend bots out there now. Apparently, like, the younger generation is, like, getting really awkwardly attached to some of these AI, like, you know, emotional support AIs and stuff, and like feeling like they have relationships with them and everything. Did you ever see the movie Her? I feel like that's kind of coming true. Kind of wild that's happening, huh? Maybe stream elements will help with the socials. I really appreciate you setting that all up, Goldie. You've done a great job with it. I'm trying to drive traffic to their blue page too. Which blue page? Is you talking about Blue Sky or something like that? Yeah, Castell hitting the range of Nacho emotes. You dialed a Nacho? I mean, I haven't dialed a Nacho delivery. I gave Nacho a phone call just because, you know, he's like, I don't know, I shouldn't talk about his stuff, but he's got some very exciting stuff going on. Already forgotten my note noted. I haven't forgotten. I just can't click it for some stupid reason. For some reason, my chat won't do it. It's too new. Too new. Okay. I mean, maybe Rach flirted with you. It doesn't matter. It's all fun. It's all fun in games. Hey, Boris, welcome to the chat, man. Good to have you along. Welcome to the community. We're having a very active chat day. I'm falling behind on chat, but character AI set the fertility rate to... What are you talking about, Jesse? Yeah, no, actually, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, already we've got, like, some countries have a negative population where it's like, what is it? Like Japan in a few years is going to have less, like, going to have an actual population decline instead of growth? How crazy is that? How do we know this isn't an AI stream? You don't, Hansbler. Maybe I'm just that good. Maybe I made an AI that's just that good at being me. There are other streamers who've tried it. Maybe I'm the first to succeed. Maybe we all just don't know. So what happened to the teleporter? Oh, you're right, Castell. We were working on some stuff. Yeah, literally a negative replacement rate. It's crazy. I think what country? Like, it was definitely Japan. It was some other country like China as well. Crazy. They had such like the one child policy and stuff for such a long time. South Korea. Yeah. Okay, so we have pushed our changes. I don't know if we've ended the game and started it. So we need to essentially just swap back here. Keep playing. Thank you for keeping me on track with the teleporter. Here's our teleporter. If I enter this, what we should expect to see is that is going to put us there, and then this is going to turn off. Let's have a run. Yes. Did it turn off? It did not. It definitely did not. This should take us back. So, I mean, the basic stuff worked. I don't know if any of our custom code worked, and that might be because we never connected it, right? We never drew up this system. This needed to select the teleporter and teleporter 1. With that, if we push those changes, I'll jump back in, it'll rerun, and we're about to see. Okay, that reran, start the game. Oh, the loading bars in this development environment, it's like you get stuck like loading so often. Kaz more focused than someone. Look, maybe she's just looking out for me, Sly. Maybe she's making sure that like look, to be fair, I could use a little more nagging in my life to keep me focused when I'm on stream. I get a little bit too yappy. That's my problem, guys. I feel like it makes for good content, but it does not make for good productivity. So that is very welcome, Castell. Very, very welcome. Okay. Did it disable? I feel like it didn't. It still didn't. So it's not... Oh, it's still preparing the edit mode changes. So maybe it's still just the session updating. All right. This takes so long. This is the most painful part of the whole development process in UEFN is like you make a change, even the smallest change, and you want to test it. In Unity, it's like instant change. In this, we're stuck waiting for this loading for a really long time, which means we can chat, which is cool and all, but it's painful when you're trying to get be productive because it's easy to get distracted, right? Because now I'm going to go read chat and then this is going to finish and I'm not going to come back to it. That's going to be the problem. Okay. This is my life with Rust. Jesse, are you developing in Rust as well? Because I haven't done that yet, and I didn't realize, because I know Rust runs on Unity. I didn't know there was like any kind of custom ID and deployment process. I feel like at this point, maybe exiting the session and starting it again is the fastest thing to do. Compile times are a nightmare. I'm sure, because I decompiled the original Rust before they rebuilt it. It was all a Unity thing. Okay, game in progress. Excellent. Let's see. Now, teleport. Not disabled. Not disabled, but it should. Okay, where's that code? So we've got new systems here. I'm fairly sure if I go M and then log, we should be able to see logs. So let's just check if our code ran. We can close this ID entirely. We don't need to be working in there. So what was it? I think it was print. Teleported. That should print that to the console. So let's have a quick look. Portal should be disabled, right? So this will be print the activated teleport. Activated teleporter. Then the portal should get disabled. It should teleport the agent. I mean, what's the point of this? Won't the teleporter automatically do that anyway? So we can probably disable that, right? because the teleporter is going to activate by proximity. And then, you know, we'll just read if that even works. So on trigger, activate teleport. Let's do that. We'll send that verse code. Save those changes, because who knows why. Tetanus shot. Get it? Because Rust. Okay, you're not talking about Rust the game, Jesse. You're talking about Rust the programming language. The tetanus shot's kind of funny though. Don't work with Rust because you'll get tetanus. Yeah, I'm gonna use that next time I speak with a Rust developer. That's actually very funny. I only had lockjaw twice. Yep. Psych. Hello, IT. Have you tried an unexpected reboot? Yeah. Okay, are you heading to... Hold on, is somebody heading to bed? Is Castell heading to bed? Are we scrublets? Are you all her scrublets? Is that the name of her community members? I could see that. There you go. That's... Okay. Okay, so that is Kaz saying goodnight. Good night, Castell. Thank you for swinging by. She calls you all something different every time. I see. Have a great night. -1 ciao. I mean +1 ciao. Good night. +1 adios. Goodbye, Castell. Sleep well. Have a great night. I look forward to playing some Diablo 2 sometime. Really keen for that. Let me know when. Thank you so much, Demotius for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the community, man. We're making some UEFN. We're making some Fortnite maps. Don't dream of soccer too much. No, have many sweet soccer dreams. Go ahead. May your dreams be filled with you playing the best games. All right, so here we go. This is now connected to the right portal. So let's go way to the top where we've got our custom teleporter device. The teleporter device is connected to the teleporter. I mean, it says new location. Why is new location? I mean, what's its actual location? It'd be cool if we could just like hard code transforms, but anyway, is there something in the code for new location? I do see that. It declared them but never used them. That's kind of annoying and pointless, but maybe not actually. Maybe we want to, maybe that's the point of this. I mean, can we just like hard write the location of a player? I think that should be possible. I'm keen to try that. I think I'm keen to try that. So let's just first see if these things come up and if it's even activating. I think that's the first thing I want to do. So let's see. Let's push the verse changes. That should be enough to like not need to rebuild everything, right? Now this will rerun. That means we are good for that. Oh man, validating files and waiting. I just hate for this like iteration loop. I hate it being so slow. We're gonna have to really get in our habit of like learning to write a lot of different things all at once. We're gonna have to like buffer up a whole bunch of different changes. Okay, now as he hits this, what came up in our log? I don't think I even see it, guys. I don't think this is running the code that we implemented. So let's see. Enable at the start of the game, yes. So let's go to our code. Activate teleporter. On trigger. Okay, on trigger is for this custom teleporter device. What would be causing this thing to trigger? Basically nothing at this point. So let's go have a look at. I think we're actually at the point where I wonder if we can go and like change the prompt here. Yes, we can. So we've got an on trigger event. So in the code you've provided, there's an on trigger event. What causes that to run? Let's have a look at that first. Wait till the project is bigger, the pain gets worse. Yeah, I believe you, Luke. How's it going, by the way, Luke? It's really great to see you here in the chat. How have you been, man? We don't see you here, like, oh, well, more and more we're seeing you here, which is amazing. I love having you around, dude. Like, I realize, you know, speaking to Fast, and I realize how big a part of, you know, her community you are. It's awesome to have you around, man. And it seems like you're a really creative person. It's great to have you in here, especially if we're going to be doing UEFN stuff. If you've done a lot of that, that's really cool. And I can imagine the pain will get worse. I know as, you know, projects grow, that'll probably happen. Psych! Dutch! Tot de volgende keer. Until the next time. Tot de volgende keer. Exactly. Psych, how much Dutch do you actually know? Are you a Dutchie as well? You lurk a lot because I'm always working. Yeah, I feel you, dude. Thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you lurking here. And I appreciate you like coming out of lurk to say hi, man. That's awesome. All right, where is it? So, I mean, we don't have that. Okay, great question. The on-trigger method is meant to run whenever the specified device event occurs. Most commonly, when a trigger device in your level is activated. For instance, a player walks and interacts with a trigger device. Maybe we just need to create our own trigger device instead of portals for those arcade machines. We could just use portals, but you wire this up using a Verse event subscription. In your Verse device, you'll typically see the following pattern. Do we have anything like that? Probably not. As soon as the game begins, your Versus device on begin method is called. This line subscribes the on trigger event. Okay, so place a trigger device in your level. In your custom teleporter device, you should add, so this was completely missing. So the code that we got isn't actually like completely functional. So we have to keep in mind that like there are gaps. There are gaps in this system's ability to implement things, which is fine because it's still better than what we were getting from other agents. And that code is faulty. On begin, no, it's just needed. It's not copied or pasted the syntax right. This should be like that. So maybe we'll do that instead of using their copy code button. It's kind of bad that their copy code wouldn't successfully copy code. And tabs are important here. So we need our trigger. I don't mind access to this here. Though I think having reference to an object and actually accessing the transform of this thing will be better. Yeah, we love having Luke around. Hell yeah, we do. Thank you for making him feel welcome too, Goldie. Dylan Dev, welcome, man. Good to have you on the stream. It's nice to have more more devs in the stream. We're always trying to grow the amount of developers here doing stuff. Okay, I was at the Season of the Dev Game Jam. Awesome, dude. Welcome, man. Welcome. It's really cool to jump into your stream and see you at work. Love the way you have the stream set up. Dillian, welcome, man. Can you remind me, what game were you working on, Dillian? It was so good to have that stream. We got, in one stream, we're currently at, since then, the channel's been growing a lot. We're at 758 followers as of the raid earlier today. I remember in that one stream at the Season of the Dev, to tell you the truth, Dillian, that was the first time I had ever streamed. Everything you see with the stream setup around me now is all been added since then, and it's all been coded since then. So things like these chat messages and all that stuff, it's all custom implementations, right? We've kind of just gone, all right, if we're gonna go be a coder and be on Twitch, we may as well make some cool things. Like we're making this AI swear jar that listens to the things that I say, and it will catch me swearing and put coins in the jar if I say rude things. I made that one for my sister's stream. And then, the chat you see around us, and actually, honestly, everything you see on screen, except for the elements above me, have been custom coded for the stream. So, I'm kind of using my coding ability to make the stream different and interesting. But it's really cool to have you here. I'm so glad you swung by. That was the first stream we ever did at Season of the Dev, and we've come a long way since then. But we got 100 followers in that one Season of the Dev stream, and we're now nearly up to 800. So it's grown pretty fast since that initial boom. But I know a little. Ik ben zot van België. Ah, you're from Belgium. Ik spreek ook heel goed Nederlands, maar ik kan het niet oefenen, omdat niet veel mensen Nederlands rond me spreken. So, it's handy. It's nice to know how to speak another language like that, and it's nice to have people in here to say things and like to practice with, psych, because I'm also really bad at reading. I'm better at speaking than I am at reading. I'm pretty sure you built a little beach driving game. Oh my god, guys, Dillian's game was the fucking best. It blew my mind. I actually, like, if I had been there to cast a vote, the one that won was like really, really close to. There was another really good game that was legit really good, built by one guy, where it was like you didn't move, you just like looked around and kind of like took photos of things, or like you interacted with things, and it had a funny story. But then there was this game. Did you guys ever release that driving game? Because that thing was like so polished for such a little amount of time. I think you gotta just like put that out there, man. That was so good. I just got hit with a Twitch ad just as you started to talk to me. Okay, sorry, Dillian. I was what was I saying last? Because I'm sorry I can't turn those ads off. You're forced to have the ads on. It's on itch.io actually. Can I give that a shout out? Let me just, what's it called? Can you link that? I'll link it in the chat so people can check it out, because it was so freaking good, man. I hope you built that as like a WebGL thing so people can kind of just like, we could even play it real quick on this stream, because it was very fun. It was very fun, man. I loved it. It was awesome. You did such a good job. You did such a good job, dude. Really, really cool. All right. Where were we at? So we have this, so subscribe to onTrigger. This function parameter expects a value of type agent void, but it is incompatible with the type agent void. Is this the nullability of it? Do we need to like, I don't think that's it. I think we need to go tell the AI it made a mistake here. I wonder if it's like how compatible it is with the style of conversation that works with ChatGPT. So, this is what you've given me so far. But it has the following error. Where is it? There we go. Don't think this is going to help, but let's see what that says. And in the meantime, let's jump back to chat and check it out. Shred the shore. Okay, let's check it out. Hold on. itch.io. I need to shrink this chat slightly, I think. Hold on. It becomes hard to read. I'll figure it out later. So shred the shore. Yes. Yes, it's browser compatible. Guys, check this thing out. They made this in the weekend at the same time that we did the Season of the Dev Game Jam. Loading, loading, loading. All right, gonna come back to it once it's loaded. Oh wait, I spoke too soon. Where's the full screen button? Full screen. It's fine. Do this. So many like cool elements in this, guys. Like like look at the text, the font, the music, This needs to, I think, honestly, Dylan, like put this on mobile, man. This is the kind of thing that just goes really well on mobile. Ah, dude, damn it. I think because it's in a web player, it's lagging a bit for me. One more. Yeah, I think mobile is where this can go really well. And then you just need to, unfortunately, like the problem is now you just a whole bunch of, you gotta go make it a TikTok account, you gotta go do all that other nonsense to make it do really well. But I don't know how much you actually want to invest in it. At least like, all it takes is like a couple of big streamers to go pick it up and and play it. If you can do some things to make it a little bit more viral, and then like build in some stuff to make it. Okay, hold on. Destruction is good. I forgot that. So that makes it way more fun. Let's do that. Now we can, yeah. That makes it so much more entertaining. Very, very good design. Should we try to like? That's yeah. So if you guys don't think this is fun, you need to play it for yourself because it is. Oh. It's getting a little laggy. WebGL not liking it. Oh, it's getting very laggy. Ah, the frame rate. How did I survive that? Fun times. If it was multiplayer, it worked really well on stream. That's a good point, Sly. That's a really good point. Yeah, multiplayer does make things like just instantly more complicated. It complicates everything a lot. The shader compilation in Godot is really bad. Yeah. I would say definitely check, like throw it on mobile if you can. Lucario telling me to do a flip in the YouTube. Thank you for jumping on YouTube, Lucario. That's awesome. But yeah, it's that's a fun game. Dylan did a really good job making that. I think that was like, that was I think it was Dylan's game, my game, and one other game that were selected for like the top 3 spots, and I think they were well deserved. I was actually a little bit surprised that your game, Dylan, didn't get the first place. It was like really, really good. It must have been so close. The judges must have been like, the other thing is that the game that won was also really good. It just had a great sense of humor. There was a sense of humor in it. It wasn't technically impressive. It was pretty impressive, like how much got done, how many assets got in such a short amount of time. But at the same time, it was like really, really funny. But then this game was just like really well designed. It had really good game design. I think you did a great job. So well done again. You can also press space when you jump over ramps to do cool spins. Well, Lucario just asked me to do a flip. Should we do it one more time? One more time, and I'll get it right. Lucario asked for a flip, so we're going to do flips just for Lucario. Very laggy and very fast. It did get pretty laggy as the game went on. So there's, it's totally forgivable for a game to be a little bit like rough around the edges and a little bit laggy if you're implementing it like that in a weekend. Sly is just a project manager. Fair. That was Max's game. It was really cool. He was, right next to us. Absolutely. All of us were on the same table, guys. Like across from me during that game jam was like literally, if I looked up over my monitor where you guys were on stream, it was him on the other end making this, which was really cool. It was such an interesting experience streaming. You should try it sometime, Dylan. It's really hard to stay like locked in and focused. As you can see, like right now, I'm completely distracted. It's very hard to be productive and entertaining at the same time. But to do that at a game jam was really, really cool. I want to try it again. You're not 100% sure that all the objects remove when you drive past them. Right. Yep. Right. So you think it was just like, as it got further, then the amount of memory it used with all of the objects behind you. Right. Unless there's like some kind of update loops on each of those objects, then it shouldn't have been... it is WebGL. It should have been running out of memory too much. All right, so hold on, Lucario. We're doing this again just for you because you wanted to do a flip, and this game supports flips. Let me get some speed. Oh, spacebar? Did you say spacebar was tricks? I'm not doing... Nah, I'm hitting spacebar. Should have a head over to Itch. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for everyone to try this. I really should put a lure on Itch. Ah, crap. It lagged a lot. Game audio is overriding my music. I actually turned my music off for this one, Hansblow. So, super fun game. Here it is in the chat if anybody wants to try it for themselves. It was made at the same game jam where we did our fishing mini game, like on the first ever base code stream. Go check it out, guys. That was really cool. Thanks for swinging back by here, Dylan. I really appreciate you doing that. That's awesome, man. It's really good to have you here. And it was really good to meet you at that amazing game jam. That was one of the best games. I've been to a lot of game jams over the years. That was the best game jam I've ever been to. Like it was just like what Screen Queensland did to host that event. Like the amount of money they poured into it, the fact that we had like 3 catered meals, like cabins to sleep in, yoga teachers. It was amazing. That was so good. Okay. It was my first in-person game jam. It was such an incredible experience. They did a fantastic job with the event. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more with you, Dillian. Is it Dillian? Why am I reading it like that? My text is really small on when it's not this chat interface. I can see that really well, but the larger, longer chat interface when I'm working is really small. So excuse me if I misread a name here and there. But yeah, welcome to the stream, man. I'm so glad that you swung by. I hope you come here more often. It's really cool to have another person from like the origin of this stream hanging around and another really competent developer. Dylan, but misspelled weird. Yeah, okay. Dylan, done. It was cool to have you here, Dylan. Thanks for swinging by. All right, where were we? We were basically seeing if it would fix our bug for us. All right. The code, okay. On-trigger method is meant to run whenever the specified device event occurs, most commonly when a trigger device in your level is activated, okay? Is it actually talking about how to fix the bug? No, sorry. Here's we gave it the bug here. We gave it all the code and an error message. So why does it happen? So it expects a callback function with a signature agent, question mark agent. This is like, this question mark seems to be a thing that they include in Verse and UEFN, as I'm learning, to evaluate something which can either fail or succeed and convert it into a Boolean. Or I guess it says taking an optional agent, so when it precedes a variable, it makes it nullable. Or optional. I don't know if nullable and optional are the same thing, but because sometimes a trigger might not have an agent tied to the activation. Okay. OnTrigger was defined as agent, not allowing for an optional parameter. Change the signature of OnTrigger to take an optional agent. See, I'm not sure. I'm still learning a lot about the language, but it might be the case that OnTrigger with that question mark, it's like OnTrigger, sometimes you override events, right? So are we just defining this, or are we somehow like, is this some kind of like, is it start or update? Is it that kind of like reserved type? I don't know yet, but we're just going to try and do this and see what it, if that takes, okay, cool. So we did what it asked, and we put a question mark on the type of agent, and then, yeah, it makes sense that then it would not be able to, yeah, so it has to then say, so if it's a valid agent, so this is the weird thing about this language, like, then we can say valid agent. So valid agent is if the, so this is assessing if the agent is valid, and if it is, it assigns it to valid agent, and then we can use that as our parameter. Okay, so on begin, the triggers triggered event subscribes the on trigger. The on trigger, and it does so with an agent. If on trigger happens with an agent, it checks if the agent's there, and it activates the teleport. That will run our code. So what we need to do now is we need to put a trigger into the, I mean, can we use the portal as a trigger? That's a good question. So is there some way to use a portal as a trigger? So I do like how it gives these references. I think this is fantastic. Sam, who swung by the chat, if you're still here, my God, thank you, dude. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you sharing this resource. This is going to be very, very handy. Portals, teleporters cannot be used as triggers themselves. They do provide events like on teleported or triggered. And you could subscribe to Verse. You cannot directly detect when a player uses portal through Verse. So let's see. How to achieve portal-like triggering. Place a trigger device at the same location as the portal. Use the trigger device to detect. I don't want, this becomes complicated to maintain as there's multiple objects. I would rather just tap into the on teleported. So let's do that. So portal devices are designed for teleporting, not event signaling. Well, we do want to like process a trigger, like a teleporting thing. So all event-based interaction in UEFN currently relies on devices like trigger devices. Button device and follow me. Okay. Portal trigger example. Portal trigger on begin. This goes on. Yeah, okay. That's way simpler than what we had here and probably achieves the same thing. So, I mean, let's even just go yoink. Redo that. And if that is valid, then that builds, it seems to like it. Let's take that into Unreal Editor. Yep, rebuild. I mean, hold on. Continue. Does this... Portal trigger example. What am I doing here? Hold on, hold on. I need to think more. Portal trigger example. Oh, was it... What was I reading? I was reading an out-of-date activity feed before. Thank you, Dylan, for the follow. How did you even discover this channel, Dylan? I'm just curious, because I assumed you were already followed, but it seems like you followed like half an hour ago for the first time. Did you just happen to discover this when browsing Twitch? If so, like, holy crap, that's a big coincidence. It's really cool. And welcome, Chris. It's great to have you following, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We're a fast-growing community. We've got like so many freaking follows this stream. Absolutely incredible. It's really cool that that's happening. I super appreciate it that you're following along. Thank you so much. Yeah, W in the chat for all the follows. It's been huge. Can't believe it. We went from... Has it been like 20 follows already this stream? And we're only like 2.5 hours in? I think I'm going to go till like 1 a.m. So who knows what's going to happen in this stream. I really think we have a good chance of finishing this because I am starting to get the hang of stuff. Let's see where we're at. So on trigger there. Portal trigger example. This probably needs the custom teleporter device name. Custom teleporter device, so that the name doesn't change. I found your channel for the first time after the game jam, and I logged onto Twitch randomly and saw your channel recommended in the sidebar. Wow! I can't believe we're getting like organically recommended like that. Maybe it remembered that I'd watched you before. It could be that. It could be that. I'm just hoping that the discovery of the discoverability of the channel is improving all the time. Like the fact that you weren't followed then and that like I got recommended now is like, that's awesome. That's really amazing. It means it's working, you know? I think I need to go attend more events, you know, or even create events. Honestly, I might be in a position to set up some game jams myself. How good would that be? Wouldn't that be freaking incredible? It's, you know, there's a lot of logistics involved with it, but like, you know, I've tried to do it in the past and the timing wasn't right, but go to TwitchCon? Yeah, you might be right, Mr. Monkey Manor. It's the kind of thing that Fast doesn't do anymore because she's been to a million TwitchCons, but like, I would like to go to one. Maybe I can twist her arm into going. You'll be there? Okay. When is it, Mr. Monkey? Can you tell me like when that's on? Because I'd be curious. I'll be keen. I would be keen. Patch is like, yeah, absolutely. For us, PAX is the TwitchCon of Australia, but like maybe going to America would be worth it, you know? I wouldn't mind like going and meeting some bigger content creators from other places. San Diego 2025. Let's have a look-see. Damn, they've been doing it for 10 years, guys. October. Maybe. Maybe. Would be pretty cool. 16th to 19th. I'll have to talk with Fass about that. If I end up going and you swing by the stream, Monkey, I'll let you know, okay? Almost always conflicts with PAX dates. That's, yeah, between those two, I have to go to PAX. We'll be at PAX, definitely. But it's usually 1 week apart. Ooh, because, yeah, that's a chaotic time for me. I'm gonna have in Australia, there's like the biggest games industry event, GCAP, is like back to back with PAX, and so it'll be a very, very busy week. And then like last year or the year before it, I did South by Southwest just straight off the back of PAX, and it was chaos. I got so burnt out from like having to be like go the entire time. But to be fair, I did have booths like for my game. I was at the booth every day for 2 weeks basically, and that was so exhausting. But you know, we will figure it out this time. Okay, custom teleporter device. We've got our custom teleporter device. Verse failed to load. What if we rebuild? Fix any compilation errors. I feel like it's telling me I have. It built successfully. Why is it giving me compilation errors? This custom teleporter device. It failed to load. Why? We changed the name back. Custom teleporter device. It's because it's a class and it needs to be... No, it's not that. Why is this not... Okay, that's weird. Now I'm confused by that. That's weird. So, what can I do here to cause this to like recognize the change? Shouldn't be that. This should be enough. If I look here, I've built that. Maybe I need to, maybe I need to save or something. I imagine that can't be the change. Sly, I'll be at PAX for sure. It'd be great to meet you in person when that rolls around. Chris, I don't know if you're still around, but thank you so much again for the follow. It'd be cool to, like, are you in chat? Like, come say hi to the rest of the community here, man. You'll be very welcome. I promise. It's a good crowd. There's a good crowd of people here. Okay, all projects up to date. It failed to load it still. What if I just like delete it from the scene and then like try and bring it back in? I can't think what else might be. All right, that's frustrating. Okay, hold on. What's even weirder, we've got portal and trigger for custom teleporter device. This is a custom teleporter device. Why on earth has that not been updated to behave the way that custom teleporter device, portal and trigger? You know, I really think yeah, portal and trigger, good. Portal is going to be the teleporter, the trigger. I guess we need a trigger. People that I know that have taken acid. We can look out at the other people that have trigger. And they can tell us we're crazy. And we can here we go. There's our trigger device. Are more beautiful. What else have we got there? I heard that drop in the game world, which is cool. Keep playing. So then, we've got our custom teleporter device. We've got our trigger. Let's have a quick look at the trigger. So there's a new trigger here. Let's put that in. Move to sketches. Anybody can activate it. It's visible in the game. We don't eventually want that, but like, trigger should be able to. I mean, okay, so is this what they're saying? On begin, we subscribe that event. Cool. Yep. On trigger, it should teleport us. Let's see what happens. I'm still not seeing what we were looking for there. I think we would expect to see some stuff in the logs if that did trigger, but it didn't. So event triggered. Is it a proximity trigger? Let's have a quick look. There must be something about this that says what causes it to trigger. Trigger by player. Activate game phase, no. Sly, it'll be there whether you get a job. It's related to whether that comes through. You've been working so long. You can. Oh man. Didn't think it'd be that hard to get something. Yeah, it can be like that, dude. Can be like that. I hope that works out for you, Sly. Okay, so with this trigger, what activates it? So I've added the trigger to the scene and assigned it to my trigger portal example. What actually causes the trigger to activate? Is it proximity? Oh, dude, Sly, that's a lot. Yeah, I hear you, dude. Are you in America, Sly? If so, that's especially, yeah, that's an expensive year for sure. Unfortunately, like, the healthcare system can be really... Nah, I'm in Sydney. Yeah, well, at least you're not in America. Count yourself lucky for that much. I'm still really sorry, dude. I know that that's a lot. Yeah, I hope you've come through it all. It sounds like you're through it and you're back looking for... Yeah, good. That's very, very good. I'm so glad that I live in a country where that kind of thing can happen. Okay, when the player walks onto it, you can customize the conditions triggered by player. So here, it's in the scene. That should be... Let's first just move it somewhere else so we can see how this actually works. And we'll push those changes. It seems like after I moved it, it didn't need to push the changes. Push changes is something different from what I think it is. I'm sure. I think it must be like saving them remotely. Something to do with the revision control, potentially. I don't think so, but not the revision control, but something. There's something relevant going on there. So let's see. This iteration loop, it's so slow. I can't stand how long you have to wait between events for things to happen. That's very, very annoying. All right, here we go now. Does it do anything? I'm not seeing anything. Dillian, thank you so much for swinging by. That's really cool of you. I'm glad you're lurking. I hope to see you again here sometime soon in the future. I'd really love for that to be the case. It was great having you here. Thank you for sharing your game with us. I really appreciate that too. Have a great night, man. See you around. Okay, so we're not seeing anything here in the logs. I stood on it. It didn't do anything. The docs are telling me that, like, it should have worked. When a player gets close enough to overlap the trigger area. Okay, but it's not working. Trigger should be enabled in the settings. Here it is. Here are the settings, crazy. Trigger by player is enabled. Activate on gameplay. Maybe it needs to activate on some kind of game phase, or it should already be working. It should be no need for... Is there anything you can see here, crazy, that seems wrong? Maybe the session just needed to be updated. We'll have a look now. There we go. Yeah, that's what we're after. All right, cool. Very cool. All right, I'm glad that's working. So now, so that's a thing that, yeah, that's really annoying. Really annoying that, like, it should work but didn't, right? Like, there was nothing to indicate, like, it was working but it wasn't working. Like, it was actually working, but there was not, like, it didn't work. There was nothing we needed to change, but we just had to wait for it to, like, propagate changes. Because there could, Yeah, welcome to UEFN. Like the fact that that difference is unclear is actually really... Okay, for code changes, push verse changes. For non-Fortnite device material meshes, push changes. For Fortnite devices, you don't need to push changes. Generally, live session changes or okay. Luke, my freaking hero, that helps me understand this a lot. Thank you. So I know that there's that, if I like make, what was it? If I make changes, I can see push verse changes here. And I know that like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. I'm going to have to like learn that though. I'm going to really like have to take some time to internalize what actually happens there. But yes. Okay. Portal, teleport. So we teleported the valid agent to the portal. If we go to the Unreal Editor, we've got our custom device. So I think it's actually teleporter 2 that we'll be wanting to go to. I don't even necessarily know that we want teleporters. Honestly, I want to like teleport to something like a, Luke, do you know if there's anything like Crazy too, you guys both might be able to answer this. Is there something like a game object that just has a transform that I can use as a marker for a location? Or do you actually always need a device? I just need a transform, and I could do that. I know I could put like a vector 3 to indicate the location of the object and just say teleport to that and then put the numbers in. But I would rather have like an anchor. I'd rather have a reference to a variable to a thing that represents position. Even if it is just like a blank object with nothing but a transform, I'd rather pull that out and like use that than do it a different way. Because if we do it any different, it's going to become a lot harder to maintain by like copying variables back and forth for like positional location and stuff like that. What I think I'm after, rather than a portal, we can probably remove a portal. Rather than even just like going portal.teleport, we should be able to go agent.transform.position or something along those lines. Does that make sense, guys? Rather than moving the player using a portal, is there some way to update its position directly and set its position and rotation to that of some other object in the scene? So let's see what it has to say about this, because this could be the solution. On one hand, I'm not entirely against using the teleporters, because anybody who plays Fortnite understands that a teleporter moves them to a particular location. So where's our target object, get transformed. So yes, this is what I was thinking of. I mean, sweet, that does seem to work for me. Oh, should I use a portal or not? And another question would be, can you activate an object with pressing a button? That'll be the next thing I'd like to test. So let's do this without portals. Let's do it entirely without portals. Okay, we've got our triggerable, we've got our trigger, we've got our target object. On begin, check if it's a valid agent, we get the character. Get fort character? Why do we need the character? This seems pointless. Target transform. Teleporters are definitely for the clearest for the player, but you can use something else if you want the Fortnite solution. I think what I'm eventually working towards, Luke, we're working towards something where everybody spawns in an arcade and there's a bunch of arcade machines spread around the space, and players run up to an arcade machine and they activate it, and that locks them into that arcade cabinet. And so teleporters, although it's eventually going to move people to locations, I think the teleporter concept, although it's very Fortnite-y, it might make more sense to like communicate that they're going to be playing a mini game rather than just a teleporter, and it really makes it a little bit more on pointy than Fortnite-y. And I think I want to lean into that. So I think getting rid of the teleporters and doing this just like more like this is probably good. So where's target transform? This is that doesn't. All right, it's a new variable. So can we now, I don't think there's anything that sets in what they've shown us here. Okay, I missed that. Yes, they did. That's why the character was there. So we set the position of the character to the target transform. So, all right, that's what I was looking for. So now you can just teleport a character to that. And then if anything, we might be able to just like in a loop, set the character's position to that, and then that has the effect of appearing like we've stopped them moving. That might be a way to do it, right? It's dirty. It's like while true, set the position to this location. But like, how else do you disable a person's mobility? No, look, crazy. You're probably more advanced at stasis. Luke coming through with new solutions. Stasis. Okay. I still need them to be able to look around and shoot is the thing though, Luke. So it's just moving that I need to disable. So let's just quick first see if this works. So from here, we don't in theory need that anymore or that. We do need an object of type, some kind of prop. What is this going to work for any kind of prop? Maybe something like a platform. It could be propeller. That's pretty funny. All right, there's a lot of results here. Let's just stick with something. We're just experimenting now anyway, and it doesn't matter what it is, honestly. It doesn't matter what this thing is. Let's go with that one. Oh my god, that's huge. It'll do. That's fine. So here we go. When the player hits this, we are going to... So let's push that there. Save that. This is going to get updated. I mean, it's a little bit less than that, honestly, Sam. It's been very distracted. Like, this is the fourth day that I'm supposed to be doing this for, really it's like the second day that we've been doing it. Hold on. But we're going to be doing it for 14 days. The last few streams have been very, very interrupted, but this is the fourth day in a sequence of like, I'm going to be doing a fortnight of Fortnite. That's essentially what the plan is. And this is the first time that we're really actually getting into learning stuff. So, like getting into implementing stuff. Up until now, it's been reviewing documentation, a lot of learning. Now we're actually getting into the building part of it. This level contains devices that refer to these main classes. Oh yeah, of course, it's gone and decided to change the name. Open VS Code, please, which we just had open. Annoying. All right, this name should have been custom teleporter device. Custom teleporter device. That'll probably make this happy. So we'll push the verse changes. Seems to have built successfully. Save that selected stuff. Here's this. Delete your device, compile code, and add new verse device. Okay, Sam, welcome back. This is the same Sam that helped us with this document. This has been great, Sam. This has been freaking great. Thank you so much for giving us this. I tried to shout out to you before. I don't know if you were still around, but this has been really, really helpful. The color of your name changed, which is why when I read out what you were talking about before, I completely missed what you were saying. But that's, yeah. Sam, I've been using Unreal. I've used Unreal Engine a lot in the past. And I've been doing game development like my entire life, professionally. So like, I'm glad you think that we're making good progress. I feel like I'm making slow progress. But I really appreciate your help and showing me this resource. This resource here, dude, that resource right there, super helpful, man. Really appreciate it. So there is a delete your device, compile your code, and add a new verse device. I mean, let's just see what happens. Yeah, okay. Is that really the process to get this to show up? Because if it is, that's pretty freaking annoying. Just because we changed it. All right. Let's see. We've got our custom teleporter device. We'll put it back in. Yeah, it's working. Annoyingly. This could be so many things, but okay, this one, let's group it up so we stay organized. I'm gonna move it to, even let's just like whip this. Keep that in a work in progress place. This can go to work in progress too. So then custom teleporter device is going to, annoying. Let's call it just test platform. I think I'm going to start using camel case here instead of the names that they want. It's going to be a weird combination of like, I feel like this to me, I want to call this like this. The like C# developer in me wants that, and also it's gonna look way neater in the like here instead of this lowercase spaced thing that just feels off, but whatever. We'll use the existing conventions. So this is our test platform. Test platform. When we hit that, it should take us there, right? That's what I'm reading with the code, and we should also see these logs. So let's do that. Can we just push the verse changes? I feel like we'll need to push more than that. We'll need to push changes for this to work, if what Luke was saying is right. Right. Epic added it. They added the system that requires you to delete your device, compile your code, and add the new verse object. Just that recently? Why would they, I don't know. It should be less friction making changes than that, I would think. Maybe I don't understand the reasoning behind it and why it's a good design decision to make it like that longer, like that many steps to just like make a change and see it run. But unless I'm misunderstanding something, Sam. By the way, like, can I just say, Sam, it's really great to have another like UEFN developer here, and you too, Luke. Oh, you meant the documentation, Sam. Right, I gotcha. Yep. That is pretty handy. I think that's going to make a massive difference to my development flow, at least. And my learning, I'm sure that's going to make a big difference there too. All right. Has it spawned me? It has. For some reason, my gun's gone. Don't know why that happened. And now this isn't triggering. Okay, it's because it's preparing edit mode at the top left. I have to learn to like pay attention to this variable, like this up here. So even when it's finished, it's not finished. We have to wait for the session to update. When I was working in Unity for a long time on one project, I actually wrote my own custom system that watched a... So what I had is like, I had VS Code or Writer in it, like a separate window where what I would do is I would hit the like rerun button and it would compile my code and put it in a DLL. And then I ran code in Unity that watched the DLL to change. And when it did, it like reloaded the application domain for the, like in the actual Unity runtime, not even in the editor, like in the game, and detected the changes, reloaded the C#, and then executed the new DLL. And it was the smoothest, nicest development experience I'd ever had, because suddenly you could cut the entire editor out of the loop. And okay, failed to teleport player, and it even gave me a nice message. Well, that's pretty cool that it gave me a message in the top left, but also, why did it fail? I see fails here. That's really cool. And I see this rollback. I love the fact that it can roll back like that, that this whole like language uses transactions is actually really neat. Okay. Is my target transform not a valid object for some reason? I did assign it. I'm pretty sure I did assign it. So there's the test platform. Why would that fail to teleport? I wonder. I'm getting... Why? Sam, this is a learning exercise. I've been developing games for a really long time, and I have a lot of friends around me who are big Fortnite creators, and I want to get into the position where I can create Fortnite maps to help them. And then I'm gonna I'm a game studio director, so I actually have a team of developers who also need to upskill into UEFN in order to like make the most of all the different maps that we're going to be able to create. So on one hand, like I would love help, but help in the terms of like education and learning is going to be the best way. That it's a bit of a teach a man to fish situation, if you know what I mean, Sam. It's like, you know, you could come in and jump in and do a bunch of like development, but you know, that would get me one feature, but if you teach a man to fish, you feed him for the rest of his life, kind of a deal. I'm trying to really like learn these skills for myself long term. So though I really appreciate the offer there, on like what I'm kind of saying is you have helped me in a more meaningful way already just by showing me resources like this. And if I'm making like obviously stupid mistakes as I go here, the best help you can possibly give me is like point out the silly things I'm doing and how I can prevent myself from making those mistakes in future. Okay, when teleport 2 fails, it's because the target is invalid or obstructed. Here are common causes. Outside the play space, it's not that. I don't think it's colliding with geometry. Do I need to like add like a vector 3.up? Like add something above the player so that they teleport above this spot? It could be that. Okay, so I've given a prop to the what's it called? Target object. It's possible that the location of this object is causing a collision. Should I add a couple of units on the up vector to ensure that the spawn occurs above the object, or is some other cause more likely? Okay. I maybe should just like do a test like this to say, hey, let's see if we can teleport to a safe location. It's not a bad suggestion just as a debugging step. I kind of like the idea. But I also don't mind the idea of just like adding a little bit of height to that position. Question for the chat. Are the stream elements bot messages too spammy right now, or are they okay? I wouldn't mind if they, like, we dialed them a little bit back, Goldie, especially for like these quiet periods where, like, if you look back at the messages, it's like stream elements and then like 4 or 5 things that people actually say and then stream elements again. I feel like, you know, it's what you've done is incredibly valuable, but I'd be okay with it dialing back, because for one thing, I'd rather get people engaging with, you know, engaging with the chat in a way where they don't feel like they're getting a lot of stuff pushed on them too much. If that makes any sense, Goldie. Like I want to help people find information. I don't want them to feel overwhelmed. So although it's really, really great, I wouldn't mind if it was a little less frequent. And I don't mean to speak for chat, because, you know, if they're all, if everybody's on board with that, I don't mind Goldie. I really, really have to say that I appreciate you doing it, though. You taking all that time and energy to make this thing work like that is incredible. It really is, and I appreciate it a huge amount, man. I wouldn't want it to go away, but I don't mind if you like keep tweaking and tuning, and if you want to dial it in a little, that's totally fine too. Okay. So let's see if the target, can we just add something to the, so what if we go like above target transform position. So that will be like equals target transform dot translation the autocomplete isn't great. Oh, it would be great if I could type. Target transform dot translation plus. I want something like 3 dot up times 2 in order to be like 2 units above the, how do we do that? And that's the notation for that. Oh, no. Getting used to the axes again is going to be weird. Target position above target position. So let's see if this fixes us. Yep. That builds. Save that. Push just the verse changes. This shouldn't need a full rebuild or anything like that. This should just work, I would hope. Let's get rid of our log. What happens if I... Oh, now it's not even saying fail to teleport anymore. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, Sam. The teleport to function is so strange that I have a lot of problems with it. You must be peaceful. Okay. Failed to teleport the player still. Why would that be? It should be putting me like 3 units above that. Failed to teleport the player. I wish it was a little bit more descriptive about why. I wish you could like catch exceptions, you know, and that like give you some information about what failed. Be more specific. That would be really, really handy. All right. I am being peaceful. I'm going to be very ooze-fabar about this. I'm not going to get frustrated, and we're going to figure out why this didn't work. Is the Z-axis still... It's not the forward axis. That's the up axis in this context, right? So let's see. Oh, no, actually... So the up is definitely Z, so yes. What I don't is Y up? Because look here, Luke. If I hover over here, up, it says was. If I go on the Z axis, this moves it up and down, right? That's an recently changed. Oh my god, how's that not broken every fucking script ever? How is that not like completely broken every previous version of anything that ever worked? That's like such a monumental change. I feel like you have to commit to that when you do it. Like, I love it. I'm here for it. Give me like Maya, give me Maya style, you know, coordinates. Give me up Y all day, every day. They constantly break scripts. All right, well, fine. Whatever. That's the nature of a constantly evolving system, but I'm all for it. Fuck yeah, I don't have to like remap in my brain between, because I personally actually love Y as up. I'm all about it. I'm all about it. I've been thinking like that forever, so this is going to be easier for me. It makes it super fun for us, and they break things all the time. All right, cool. But you know, if it's the right breaking change, that's totally fine. It just seems like, oh my god, that's such a massive breaking change for them to do that. All right, built. Has the change propagated? Save that. We don't need to push changes. We just need to push verse changes. If it comes up as an option here, push verse changes. We're getting there. We're getting there, guys. There's even a shortcut. F6. There, yeah. I'm coming from the Unity with Y always up. Look, in Blender, it confuses me all the time too, guys. Like, Blender has the same problem for me. Sometimes I even go and just change their default coordinate system. There's an option that you can do it in Blender, but it's like, it's chaos, and suddenly like everything, you know, still failed to teleport player. Why? Why did it fail to teleport player? Should move me here. Yeah, I'm with you, Goldie. I think it's better to be consistent, but I mean, just to be sure, let's go float up in the middle of nowhere, just in case it is a collision, because then we can rule out collision as the cause of that. So let's do it. And then, the slow iteration is a bit frustrating. Everyone type Gorky. Everybody drop a Gorky Forky in the chat to say we love Gorky straight back. Right back at you, Gorky. How you doing? Good to see you here. How have you been? I saw you in the chat way earlier in the stream, right? Stop that. Nah, everybody pile on. Pile on. Get in there with the Gorky Forks, please. Thanks for saying hi, Gorky. Oh! What the hell? What in the hell? Why did it do that? That's not up in the air. That's 00300. Where is 00300? Okay, confusion. Confusion ensues. This object, if it was 00300, would be somewhere completely different. 00300. Sorry, wait. Is the sequence now gonna be wrong too? X, Y, Z, 0300. that should be way up in the air, right? And if we're... Let me just go have a look at this thing. Oh, have we just done this on the wrong thing? Yeah, undo. No, we haven't. Test platform. 0, 300, 0. 0, 300, 0. What the hell? Oh, so that 300 units is like not 300 meters. That's like 3 meters. So if I want this to be... Alright, that makes more sense. So their units are in like centimeters, not meters. Yeah, I did know that from working in Unreal a while back. I should have known better. And this is... RGB is... XYZ. This is not... it is Y. Alright. But then why am I not... So, okay, hold on. I mean, is there something equivalent to like the Unity primitives, like cubes? I would have loved to do that. You're at work with a cold, Gorky, if you can, like take some home time, dude. You want to maybe, like, I don't know what kind of work you do if you're around other people. Like, I'm sure they wouldn't mind you taking some time off to recover. You're gonna survive. That's good. That's good. It's the beginning. You mean like the beginning of the learning process for me? Because yes, absolutely it is. Okay, so this object plus 300 should put us above the object, but why did it put it to the side of the object? I'm so confused by that. Why 300? So it's gonna add up to this. Let's make it like 3 meters above. Rebuild. Check out what this has to say about it. Yep, we'll save the selected stuff. Push the verse changes. So many steps just to see some code run. Okay, you've changed the stream elements bot timer parameters, so hopefully it's better. Thank you, Goldie. You know, like it wasn't really, it didn't do too much because we already were like filtering it out of here, which I think is pretty neat. All right, here we go. It moved it, but we went 3 meters, you know. Oh, it's so confusing. Why would I get put over here? Unless this axis was wrong. XYZ, is it like the order of parameters that's relevant? This should be above the object, right? Sanity check me here, guys. That seems right. So it's exactly, it's to the left and a long way to the left. Where Y we just established was up. It's definitely, yeah, it's definitely Y. Up, it was Z, now it's Y. So we only want like a little bit. We want like... We did it 300, but what we found was it pushed us... Instead of pushing us this far up, it pushed us that far to the side. So it's definitely adding it on the wrong axis. So translation plus 300. So what? Some really basic stuff just isn't working in an intuitive way. Well, let's try 100. No, hold on. Man, I feel like this is so basic that I shouldn't be compromising on this. It is left, like you said, Crazy. The iteration of this is going to be so frustrating too. Because we can now just try this, right? We can try it on all, like, on those dimensions and see what happens. This is going to do, let's see, if I had to guess, one of them will be above, and it will be probably to the left of this. So I imagine we're going to be up and forward this way. So probably in this area is where I expect to see myself now. Yeah, I was going to say try Z. Maybe Verse is still using old parameters. Dude, you know how confusing that is if they've done that? Yeah. Okay. So that worked. So it does seem to be Z. So there, let's try that. Classic Fortnite, dude. I'm quietly a little bit afraid if like basic things like moving positions around in unit directions is not straightforward. And the iteration loop, how long it takes to see a change in action. Though the combination of those two things is like concerning for development speed. I mean, and also like the learning curve, right? That's not a healthy learning curve. Okay, so what the actual fuck? Because now, is it putting me in a different direction every time? Oh, I get it. Maybe I get it. No, I don't get it. I was going to say maybe the direction the player is facing affects where the translate happens, because it's not consistently Is it carrying my momentum? So if I'm running into it, does it continue moving me? Maybe if I just touch it? Okay, that is what it is. So I think I need to set the velocity of the player first, otherwise they'll come flying out of it with the momentum that they had. So if I do, for instance, if I go do a Fortnite slide, yeah, okay, I don't know why that happened. That wasn't what I was expecting. It does seem to be carrying my momentum, so I need to like, yeah. So I need to like cancel all of the velocity of the player to make sure that they get the same fixed position. So let's see, character dot. So if I want to remove all of the velocity from a player, how do I do so? So I don't think rigid body wouldn't be this. There's not like a rigid body with velocity here. Now he's telling me he misread what I said. Hold on, what did I miss? Oh, right. Luke, you're just asking your dev and he said it's still using the old one, classic Fortnite. Hold up, now he's telling me he misread what I said. I mean, let me know, Luke. I am actually really curious about what happens with this. So we've got teleport to that new location. We've got reset velocity, that's good. And what does that operate on? Okay, this is going to be really inconsistent. I want to do it for that character. Sorry, so not for, I don't want to have a different system for getting a player. I have a reference to a character variable. And I would like to set its velocity to 0. Here's my current method. What line do I need to add to this method in order to stop the player's movement before teleporting them? So now you do it, and Still can't do it. Sam, you're talking about the... Sam, I'm guessing you're talking about using the teleport 2. Now we're managing to make the teleport 2 work, and that's still something you haven't been able to make work? Is that what you're saying? Okay, character.put in stasis. This is... And then release from stasis. This is the stasis that you were talking about before, right, guys? So this can... Character.put in stasis. No, it doesn't seem to like that. What? Does it need a parameter? This function of parameter expects a variable of type stasis args. Alright. So we need release from stasis. We may as well. Let's see. So, okay. So teleport 2 function is still using the old system. Gotcha. That is incredibly confusing. Okay. But then this, that still doesn't make sense, Luke, because then it would be using the target transform plus this vector 3 would be a wildly different location, because right now the target transforms translation is way away from vector 3 0. If it's much more than 300 units away from that. If I think it through, let me illustrate, right? So we've got, let's say we've got our play space. Let's say we've got a point here at 0 0, right? We've got our we've got this stupid thing that we want to teleport people to, and here, and then we've got a position somewhere here that represents the center. That's the center of that this object, right? If we're saying teleport the and we've got our player, right? Let's do it like this. So we've got our player, and he's facing this direction. When he hits this teleporter, it's saying take the player and put them in this location, plus a little bit of that location plus 300 units up, right? So that means that this target.transform, if it's misinterpreting all of the parameters, if it's misinterpreting all dimensions, then this should be a transform that includes not just the 300 units up. It should be taking the player entirely in the wrong direction, not in the origin this way. It should be taking them we should expect to be spawning way off somewhere else, right? So it should be the spawn location should be somewhere there. That doesn't... The old system is Z up down and the new system is Y up down. Right, but you see what I'm saying is if this is the origin of the world and it's taking us and putting us there, our little up vector movement, if the axes are wrong, it should be putting us way off, not just a little bit off. Or maybe it's that way. I don't know exactly which way, but I don't know. It's confusing. But that's fine. We will figure it out. But yeah, thank you, Luke, for pointing it out. I do think we have something that gets us spawning well enough now. It's just weird that the dimension... I don't know. I'm confused. I am a bit confused by it. But maybe it could actually be the case. It could be the case that this is ignoring, it's not going wrong because there's no dimension on there's no height, because there's no height on this transform. But I don't know, we'll see. So we want to put in stasis, and release from stasis doesn't take any parameters. Put in stasis takes a parameter in, but it's not. Teleport 2 function. We need something to look at the stasis. Okay. Put in stasis. What does it actually take? So let's go take this. Let's see what it has to say. Sam, again, thank you for this resource. I think I might even just completely abandon trying to teach an agentic AI for a while until I've learned enough, and then I might come back and try and teach Gemini to like be able to write code. Okay. So, let's make named constants, so this isn't, so we don't need to communicate what we're doing there. Oh, come on, surely. All right, that's it. Put in stasis. I wonder if you can just like inline this variable. That would be handy. Expected an expression or... What am I missing there? Okay, no, it's fixed itself. Save those selected changes. Okay, hold on. This does actually have a legit error. Hold on. This has stopped complaining now. Why would the other one be complaining? Okay. It is actually still complaining. What doesn't it like? This was its own code, so... Where's the build log? It expected an expression or a close bracket, but it got a tab in braced block. Does it not like the way that the tabs are coming through? If I copy and paste this exactly as it was... Why does it... Interesting. Was it a white space related error? Surely not. Oh man. What's it got to say about that? Always construct and pass stasis arguments. This will block movement, turning emotes, or falling as desired. Okay. Did it just give me a bad code sample? No. Surely not. Corrected, used 4 spaces for each indent. No tabs! Seriously? Oh my god. It's tabs, not spaces. Thank you so much. Shash Googs? No. Shashushk. Shashushk. There's a tongue twister. I'm so sorry that I just fumbled your name. Shashug, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. It's awesome to have you here, man. Yeah, great to have you along. Thanks for the follow. I like that you are enjoying our content. That's awesome. You are pushing us 1 follower closer to the 760 follower mark, which is incredible because we went into this stream, I believe we started with 740, which means 20 followers this stream is like, oh, that's so good. I'm so happy about that. I'm really glad we're creating things that everybody is enjoying. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you for the follow. That's awesome. Okay, so yeah, look, we can see what it is now. It's very fussy about tabs, not spaces. Why would you design this into a language? That's so painful and frustrating. Because if I copy and paste something from your own website, that shouldn't be an issue. All right, cool. Try another build. Oh, how Oh, how annoying. What an interesting choice. What an interesting choice. Hold on. Crazy switch screen? Were you guys missing? Were you not seeing this? Oh, I'm so sorry. Look, I'll rewind. I've just recently implemented a system for like automatic scene changes, and I'm still getting used to it. So thank you so much for letting me know. I'm sorry that got missed. But look, you want to know what the problem was, guys? This. I copied and pasted this from their website, and they had tabs instead of spaces in the sample code that came from their AI. It's like fair enough, but at the same time, why would you build that into your language to be that fussy about tabs and spaces? Not cool, if you ask me. You should have mixed tabs and spaces. Just like trying to treat that as different is, yeah, that was the compiler error, right? Wow, my thoughts exactly. Sam, I'm a little bit Dutch, but I've grown up in Australia. Also, just like I'd say, I identify more as an Aussie than anything else. So yeah, that's where I'm from, man. But yeah, like also got Dutch heritage, and so I can speak Dutch. And you know, when you get to Europe, like the Dutch and the Germans, and they're all fairly similar in terms of their like genetic heritage. I'd say they're very hard to like pick apart genetically. So if I look like I'm German, then you're not too far off. You're not too far off, I think. Okay. So now, if I hit that, boom, we teleport, and also, I think we don't maybe want to lock. We don't want to release them. We want to. This is amazing. Now that we have this stasis thing working, I think we're at the point where we can put them in stasis and then maybe just like hold them here for 10 seconds and then release them. Maybe even just like teleport them back. That would be a cool thing to do. So can I really like having constants that just live like, we can do it like that, right? What was it? It was set or let. No, I forget. Hold on. We've written this before. So in our scoring system, we had some constants. I mean, it's not var though. I don't want this to be a var. So it's an int. We can probably do that, and then we can add the. No, it's not an int. Damn it. It's a float. 300. Up offset. That gets us up out of the way of the rest of our code, but it communicates what it is. All right, cool. Stasis args. So let's just turn that off and see what happens if this stays in stasis now. Switching screen, yeah. Was that working better that time, Crazy? I hope like the scene switching was working better now. Another very annoying thing is these errors, they're all coming from outside my code, right? This is Epic Games' code. So why are there all these errors in their code? I don't want them cluttering up my my problems. I want only problems that are my problems. I shouldn't be dealing with Epic Games' problems, because when I have an error, I don't want to getting lost in their errors. That's a little bit annoying. I don't know if Luke or Crazy, I don't know if you guys have seen this before and how to fix like the do not modify thing that had like, I'm supposed to not modify it, but I've got 53 errors. What's that about? Sergius, you were having issues with GitHub yesterday, but you managed to correct them. Good, well done, dude. Well done. Congratulations. And good to see you in the chat, man. GitHub Actions are incredibly powerful, but they can be a bit fiddly as well. It's really cool that you're playing around with that stuff. We might be circling back to do GitHub Action stuff with our, like later we'll be messing around trying to get, let's see. So we've built the swear jar. So the swear jar right here, I want to get the swear jar deployed, and I've always done all of my deployments managed through GitHub Actions. So might not be too shit to use some cool GitHub Actions in our solutions. So, oh my God, have I really been swearing that much? Yeah, that one was on purpose, but like, yeah, so this, we're going to be using GitHub Actions down the line to deploy that and make it accessible to any streamer who wants to use it for fucking free. Yep. Us Aussies need it a lot. Oh, such a fun project. I can't wait to put this into the hands of other streamers. I think they're really going to enjoy it. Should be good. Should be really, really good. But yeah. Yeah, I get so triggered by that. It's pretty triggering, to be fair, Luke. It's really triggering. It annoys you to no end. Yeah, it's... I don't know why they would choose to do it. If you don't want it, just hold Control and click on the device, for example, button. At editable button device, and click the button device. Hold on, what are you talking about there, Sam? Dolly, how are you doing? You're so excited to get that tool out there? Yeah, me too. Me too. I think it's going to be really fun for people to have that. There's still a little bit more work I need to do so that it can, like, I need to multi-thread it a bit more so it runs more quickly. Because sometimes it can get a bit backlogged if I chat too much. If I yap too quickly, it like can't keep up with me, and that's a problem. Hold Control and click on Trigger Device. Control, Trigger Device. Oh, like, yeah, okay. So you're talking about how Visual Studio can take you to the source. Yeah, absolutely. But what about this though? Like the errors know how to clear these errors up, because this is in like a V project. Do not, oh, hold on, that's actually a different area. Verse.org. It's just, I don't believe I wrote this. I'm quite sure I didn't. It is generated by the, yeah, does it want agent? I don't know. Like, yeah, that's what it's saying, but I didn't write this code. This is generated code. It's got all sorts of errors that are not related to anything I did. So it's pretty weird. It's there for everyone. Yeah, I think that's just annoying. That's just annoying that everybody has to deal with. There's like these errors that have nothing to do with code they wrote. Anyway, it's fine. Let's not complain. Let's not complain. We roll with it. We'll roll with it. Okay, where are we at? Have we pushed those changes? All the verse changes are there. Now, in theory, no, they can't be because... Sorry, lots of scene switching. Here we go. Let's build this. Just let it be and ignore it. All right, Sam. I just have this habit of wanting my solutions to have no warnings and no errors. And like whenever there's an error, I feel like driven to fix it as soon as it appears. And the moment you like, it's just a habit, right? The moment you allow errors to persistently exist in your project is the moment you start to like let errors slide. And like that's when code degrades really quickly, right? The moment you like, yeah, Luke is the same. That's one sign of a good developer, Luke. And so I'm sure, like, yeah, I hope I guess it should. I'm all right with it annoying me, but I'm annoyed that I'm annoyed. Yeah, if that makes any sense at all. All right, let's see what's happening here. This still hasn't done what I wanted it to. So it's warping us, but I don't know if this code is even mine, because I shouldn't. All right, no, it's not. Save selected. Push verse changes. Okay. You like all my boxes? Yeah, all your boxes ticked. It's not even that, like, when you work in a project where other developers like allow errors and warnings to happen a lot, what happens is new errors and warnings can kind of hide among that noise, right? So a good healthy solution is just clean where it doesn't have any of those errors. And the moment those errors exist, then, you know, All right, now we're cooking with gas, guys. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay, so it's locked us in place. And this is gonna now be where we put our mini game to shoot stuff. Though I can't, it's not allowing me to shoot, which is going to be an issue. So let's see if we can, let's respawn. And from here, I can shoot before, but the moment I go here, my shooting is locked. So before entering stasis, I am able to shoot, but the moment that I go into stasis, I can still turn, I don't fall, I cannot emote, which is good, but I do want to be able to shoot. What can I do to make sure that this is possible? No, I wish I could shoot crazy, because then we'd be one step closer, but we're still pretty damn close. I like the song, guys. There's something good about it. Okay. Best practices is to allow shooting in all. Best practice to allow shooting in status. Okay, it's saying it doesn't block the ability to shoot. There is no stasis args that disables shooting. If shooting is being blocked, it's due to some other mechanic in your island, not stasis itself. The setting above should allow shooting. Okay, it's just wrong though. Yeah, it's just straight up wrong. Why? Okay. There's nothing else going on in my scene. I definitely cannot shoot. How do I still put a player into stasis, but allow them to shoot? Let's have a good look. It is good progress, isn't it crazy? You want to make the player negative 180 degrees or more things. Right now, Sam, what I'm trying to do is I'm still trying to allow the player to like click to shoot their gun. At the moment, they can't shoot their gun. Shooting will always be disabled while in stasis, regardless of your stasis args. This is contradicting what it just said. It just said shooting will still be possible, and now it's saying shooting will always be disabled. So it contradicts itself. It hallucinates a little. It can be, yeah, it's literally the exact opposite. So we're gonna have to just like challenge it a little bit. Like AIs hallucinate. That's just what they do. So, yeah. This is what I was thinking we were gonna do initially. This suggestion here of like just force the position to a particular thing over and over and over. But that does mean like this is like while true. Yeah, whatever. This is what I was going to do initially, so we may as well. So we can use the player's rotation, but we can set the position of the thing. Yeah, I think we can just do that. This is what I was going to do. I don't like the how it, like, air quotes, expensive this would be to do this in like in production. Oh, this is the really annoying thing about tabs, no spaces, is now we're going to have to do this every time. Oops. Especially in a system where like spaces matter. Function deck. Okay, yeah. It's right about that. That is absolutely right. On trigger. So instead of put in stasis, we're going to lock player in place. And that's going to be this character. Yeah, for character. This invocation calls a function that has suspends effects, which is not allowed by its context. Suspends. I guess on trigger suspends as well, and then it'll have the right context. Subscribe on trigger does not have that context. Gosh, that's going to be annoying. Is there any way to like invoke async? You can enable/disable firing in mutators. Okay, Luke, that could work. Yeah, then mutator zone is probably best. Use spawn. Lock player in place because of 8. Oh. Is this like invoke async? Now it gets angry with this. Macro must be a name identifier. Used. Ooh, okay. Thank you for the suggestion, Sam. It has produced, like, now it's treating this as something different. Macro name must be an identifier. This is not a macro. Why are you saying it's a macro? Okay, spawn. Sam, I'm trying to interpret what you're saying here. This is interesting. You're saying use spawn lock player in place because of asynchronous function. Spawn not only... When you're saying spawn there, what do you mean by spawn like... Spawn like that? Is spawn some magic keyword I don't know? Oh, what the hell? Is that just valid? Is spawn like spawn up a new thread? Okay, this is invoke async. Okay. All right. That's how we invoke asynchronously. Good to know. Good to know. And where are we? Push verse changes. Fortnite's reloading mode. Still not done. Validating things. Any minute. Thank you, Sam, for the... Again, you are coming in clutch this stream, dude. You are so welcome being here. My dude, like... I really appreciate this. Oh. Well, it's doing it, but it's doing it in the wrong location, which is fine, because we didn't really check the code. But this is not what we want, right? We definitely don't want that. This is really going to fuck with players. Like, this is going to really annoy people. We need something like the stasis. So I thought this might happen because really, like, the model is fairly different, but essentially it's like there's client side state and server side state, and these things are going to have to be in sync. So when they fall out of sync, it's going to, like, what we're seeing here with this jitter is the client being like doing its movement and then the server being like, nope, you're back in this spot, and it keeps moving it back, but the tick rate causes this jitter, which is kind of unacceptable. We need something like what we were seeing before in order for this to be a viable solution. So we can't just like lock the player's position by telling it to be a fixed position. Unfortunately, that's just not going to work for this. Hey, Icy Milk Tea, welcome. Thanks so much for following along. This game engine is it's Unreal Engine technically, but it's a modified version of Unreal Engine for Fortnite. So this is Unreal Engine for Fortnite, or UEFN. So that's what engine we're playing with right now. I'm very lucky in that I have friends who are Fortnite content creators, and so they are making lots of cool YouTube videos. They have amazing creator codes, and they're starting to get interested in making custom maps. And I'm a game studio director, and so I've been making games professionally for like my entire professional life. Basically, I went straight out of school into uni to learn video games, and then went straight into making video games. And I've been doing some corporate software as well, so I have a really professional, polished approach to game making. But I have been then just like going on to make games ever since then. And so this is the first time I'm learning these new tools. I'm learning UEFN for the first time. So yeah, if you want to follow on and learn how to UEFN with me, that's what we're doing. So thanks for the question, and welcome to the stream, man. Okay, so Sam does seem to know his shit, right, Crazy? The dude is switched on. So maybe you spawn after teleporting. I don't know. I don't think that's spawn after teleporting. You spawn after teleporting. So, I mean, where's the... You're saying run the thread after doing the teleport? The only reason we get to run spawn is because we are not in an asynchronous context, so we don't have suspends available in onTrigger. So we're subscribing to onTrigger. onTrigger triggers in a way which is not asynchronous. So we can't... That's why we need spawn here, because it spawns a new thread. So we can't use spawn in, like, after our teleport. Yeah, so essentially every frame, this just isn't going to work for us. I think it's not going to work for us. We had another great suggestion earlier by Luke to say enable and disabling firing in mutators. That might be the way to go. I think that's going to be the way to go. So this suggestion, which I was actually, this is what I was thinking of doing in the first place, isn't going to work for us. Let's try one thing though first. We're going to add another parameter, and we're going to pass in above target position. Man, I'm wishing I had Rider's powerful tech right now, because I would just be like using Rider. Rider does half of my coding for me, I swear to God. Once you learn the shortcuts, it can be as powerful as something like Vim. But we're not there, and we're not in Vim. Maybe this will be a cool place to learn Vim, because honestly, we're not getting that much help from Visual Studio. Only the thing is, for Vim to really be powerful, you want to be able to see the errors on the command line, and you can't do that either with this. So yeah, that's frustrating. So I guess we're stuck in Visual Studio for now, but it should be all right. We'll get there. So what's the type of this? It's a creative object, I think. Get transform. So target transform is a creative object, and then you can call get transform. So what does get transform return? That's another thing, is I can't like hover here. Have I ever tried of Zed? Have I heard of or tried Zed? Welcome to the chat, by the way. We've got 2 first-time chatters just now. That's awesome. Cosmix, welcome, dude. I've never tried it. Can you tell me a bit about it? What is it? I'm always open to trying new things. Yeah, I'd be curious. I'm guessing it's an IDE, something like Z, like is it Z? Seems like Z edit or something like that. Is that short for something like, is that an IDE? I'm guessing that's what it is. I haven't tried it. I'd be curious to know what it is. I'm always wanting to learn about good IDEs. Okay, z.dev. All right. Okay, this looks cool. Hold on. We can check this out. The editor for what's next. Zed is a next generation code editor designed for high performance collaboration with humans and AI. Sick. I mean, I'm into it. I like the principle. I've been like Cursor right now has been my is my go-to tool for collaborating with AI. Okay, it supports breakpoints. You can make Rust with it. You can run things. Okay. And native debugging support's pretty neat. Do you know at all if... So follow-up question, Cosmix. Is this something that supports Verse? Is this a really good engine, or sorry, a really good IDE for coding Verse? Because right now, that's what we're doing. Otherwise, I'd be using Rider. Rider is my go-to. But, you know, I think when working in UEFN, they kind of like force you even. That's the only way to like get errors right there in the IDE is to use VS Code, unless I'm mistaken and somebody else knows a better way. And unless this is a better way. If you're suggesting this because I can use it instead of VS Code to do Verse development for Fortnite, I'm there. I'll be there with bells on. I will switch right now. We'll do a side quest and we'll improve our IDE. But otherwise, this is just a cool thing and I should keep it in mind for future. Yeah. Okay, so what kind of return type is this? What is target transform? Target transform is... I'm annoyed that I can't get the type here, because I would imagine it's like transform, but I know it's not. It's a type... It's not helping me much. Creative objects? This is going to be the target transform, and it's a creative object. All right, nice. Oh, maybe that actually has to be above target. So this is going to be... It's going to be just a transform. Great, 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 great. And we'll call this our lock spot. Expect a vector 3. Tuple for character transform, but the argument is an incompatible type. It's a vector 3. Is it a vector 3? I guess we added... If that's a transform plus a vector 3, I guess the result is a vector 3. Cool. Fine. Fine by me. Vector 3. Alright, let's see. If this is any better, I don't think it will be. Z is relatively new, so I don't think it does. I did a quick Google search and it doesn't seem like it does. That's too bad, Cosmix. I will check it out though. It seems really, really cool. I always like to try new IDEs. At the moment, like, Rider is my go-to. I think if I'm going to do a big switch to a different IDE, it'll probably be NeoVim, just because the learning curve is huge, but the power, once you understand all the shortcuts, is just massive. And its extensibility makes it a really good option for this type of thing. All right, so is this actually working? Come on, it's so hard to learn if like Fortnite is actually taking your change. There's so many steps to get your code deployed. All right, is it doing it now? Any minute. You sell beans here? We only sell bro beans here, bonjournos. No, bonjourjos. Bonjourjos. I'm Seb, and sometimes people call me bro beans. So those are the beans you'll get here. Welcome to the chat. And we don't sell beans. No, like, maybe he's after magic beans, but we don't do that either because our opinions are rather based. That's why we call ourselves Base Code. So, yeah, dude, welcome. It's good to have you along. Are you a developer? Tell us a bit about yourself. Introduce yourself. We don't sell beans yet. All right. Oh, still not working. Come on, Unreal. I mean, it's less than Unreal at the moment. I'm getting annoyed by the inconsistency of how this is like. Okay, we can get rid of that. It's really inconsistently working. Like, I have hit build here. I mean, I have saved the Save the changes again. I hit that before, I swear I did. Thank you, Crazy. You're right. I did need to save changes apparently, but... Hey, Penny's here! How you doing, Penny? Hold on, Penny. Wait one moment. I have something for you. What's this, Penny? What's this? Could it be? Could it be a... Hold on. They're all flipped. I need to find a scene where it's not flipped. This one. A Fresh Element Small Solo Smart Pet Feeder. Huh? Thank you so much, Penny. It's really, really, really appreciated. We're going to do such amazing things with that. We're going to have a lot of fun with that project as soon as there's time for it. I can't wait. I'm starting to figure out like when to collaborate with Dev on it. But thank you so much for getting in there and helping out with that. That's amazing. So yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, it's a smart pet feeder, and I live in a house with a bunch of other really cool content creators. One of which, what we're going to do essentially is we're going to hack that pet feeder so that Twitch can give her like subs or bits, and it's going to spit out treats for her to munch on while she's streaming. So all of you guys are going to be able to Tamagotchi Dev and turn her into a, make sure that if she's getting hangry, you'll be able to go like, here Dev, have some treats, and it'll be fine. It's so funny. I know. It's going to be so good. I can't wait for that project. That's going to be so much fun. It's going to be so much fun, guys. Next, we need a water bowl. It still hasn't reloaded, guys. Why? Please just work. I'm just gonna push changes. I don't even know what to do next. I did it all. You guys told me to do things and I did the things, but they're not working. I saved changes crazy, I swear. I mean, not for me, Psych, but for the internet. She is the internet's Tamagotchi from now on. All it takes to feed her is delicious subbies and bits. It's going to be fun. I can't wait to do that project. It's going to be so much fun, guys. All right, is it working? For the love of God, please just work. Why wouldn't it work more quickly? This is going to be the most frustrating thing I think about UEFN development. Like, what am I missing? What do I still need to learn in order to make this work? If you guys who've done this more than me, is this just a part of it? Is this pain just a part of the process? Or is there something really fundamental that I'm missing here? It's weird. It's weird. But look, I'll wait. I guess I can be patient. The thing is though, guys, like this shouldn't take that kind of patience. You know how like disruptive this is to productivity? Like how hard it is to stay focused and in the flow if every time you want to test something, it inconsistently works. If updating changes don't consistently like deploy. I don't know how I feel about it. I think like they really need to reduce the friction in development if they want this like to be a viable long-term platform. Okay. I mean, it is keeping me in the same spot. I'm not able to run away, which is progress, but I think I really actually do need something like the stasis to disable its movement. Maybe it's giving you time to find a better program. Yeah, well, unfortunately, no, Ice Milk, it's absolutely not open source. Like the Unreal Engine, I think is open source, more open source than most engines, but 100% UEFN isn't. In fact, like you can't even there's no such thing as attaching a debugger because the code runs on Unreal servers. Like it's not even running. Like we're seeing right now, this is not running on my computer. It's like client side, client side simulation, but the code execution is server side, which makes it really like stable for, anti-cheat and stuff like that. But, all right. So I think that let's actually, if I'm first person, no, I think we need to do something like stasis. We had a good suggestion for let's so we need to just, like, unfortunate as it is, we need to unwind the last, like, I think this was the last point that it was working. We teleport it we put them in stasis. We don't even release them from stasis. We need to now enable the player to shoot. So let's go read our code and see what else there is. Oh, look, it actually had the instructions about locking in place earlier. That you were so super helpful in calling that out, by the way. How to do that, Sam? I think it was Sam who gave that feedback. Yeah, Sam, thank you so much for telling me about spawn. It actually had it here. If I had been more careful in reading, I would have seen how to do that. But okay, so it's telling me put in stasis cannot be used to freeze the player without shooting. Use a custom loop teleport to, okay. We can't use this custom loop because it causes the player to jitter when they move. This jittering is just unacceptable for what we want to do. I need stasis to work, but I need to be able to shoot. What other solutions could we use that don't create the jitter that I'm experiencing? Let's see what it has to say. I wonder if Luke's pretty switched on. I'd like his suggestion. It's largely just part of the work, just part of it. You'll need to learn to adjust your workflow, but that's about it. Okay, Luke, I'll deal. I don't like it, but I'll deal. Okay. Put in stasis always disables shooting. There's no way around it via stasis args. Looping to teleport locks the player in place but causes a jitter, which is unavoidable but not recommended for gameplay polished experiences. There's currently no support for methods in UEFN verse to freeze a player. No movement, no turning, while letting them shoot without side effects like jitter or disabling. Smooth and reliable but blocks interactivity, including weapons. Teleport loop allows shooting and aiming but causes... Okay, hold on. You must avoid jitter and still... Okay. It's just telling me no. This is just computer says no. You can search mutator in the content browser and place a mutator zone, then just adjust the settings. It won't be in verse though. Okay. Mutator zones, let's try it. So, it's going to be Fortnite, mutator. Mutator zone. There we go. Alright, what can we do in our mutator zone? Let's check it out. In mutator zones, we can... Okay. Interesting. 0. No jumping. Okay, we'll leave gravity. Hold on. My bad. Gravity stays at 100. Allow weapon to fire. No allowed building. We can't do building anyway. These are irrelevant. Okay. That works. If this works, we'll see. We'll get rid of that. We'll push that change. We'll save this. This could be a clutch suggestion, Luke. It won't be in verse. No, that's totally fine. You can turn the mutator on and off easy in verse if you need to. Yeah. Yeah, I see. It's just really gonna... What if I respawn myself? We'll see what happens, because that logic, it's interesting that that logic just keeps running. Sam, what I'm trying to do is when I hit this position, I'm gonna push those verse changes quickly. I actually might need to push changes the other way as well. What I'm trying to do is, Sam, you missed it earlier. I might even just like open that solution up quickly to just show you where the art for this project is at. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a custom kind of game here where, hold on, I'm seeing some chat in, how's it going? Zion, Lindy, we've got some people in YouTube. That's awesome of you guys to show up. I hope I'm not catching your messages too late. I know that I'm looking at top chat and I should have been looking at live chat. Are you guys still there? Lindy, can you explain a little bit more about what you need help with? And I'm doing good, Zion. It's cool to see everybody there. So yeah, for the mutator zone device. Is the mutator a device? I didn't even realize. So if I activate here, I should now not be able to move. Yes! Yes! And yes! Perfect! It's perfect! I mean, I want to disable that. We need to get rid of that. So that'll be fine. This will be just fine. Happy with that. Very happy. To get the Corvette in Quest. Lindy, what are you talking about? You talking about like a Fortnite thing? I'm sorry, Lindy. We're not really like, we're not playing Fortnite. We're coding Fortnite. So we're making new custom games for Fortnite. So I'm sorry. You might want to jump into a different streamer's stream if you want people to play with. We're currently like, we're making a whole new thing. It's like, just wait. Just wait. It's gonna be a new great custom game. It's very soon that you'll be able to play. But right now we're not playing Fortnite. We're kind of like making Fortnite. Okay, they're talking about Fortnite. Yes, yeah, you're right, Luke. You're right. If you drag the first person device to, everything will be in the first person. Absolutely, yeah. We've got that in the other scene as well. Yeah, exactly, Sam. Okay, let me just show you guys this. I'm gonna sidetrack myself for this. So let's do the first person device first. Where is it? What was it called? We might even be ready to just like use this in the other scene. We might have enough here to implement this already. No, not yet. Very nearly. Here. So check it out, guys. We've actually got... Already I've got the score system going. So I'll show you here. If I respawn myself, that is. Respawn. So, we are working on... We're at the point where we have a score system going. So if I hit one of these targets, it gives me score. So score goes up. That part's already done, and like we've got bad targets too, where that reduces my score. So my score goes down if I shoot the wrong stuff. So we've got good and bad scores all hooked up and working. But the real thing that's like exciting, if I end this game, and this will take a little while with how, I know how long this takes to reload. If I go open our project here, file, open project, and then here's where we're at so far. That can all save, that's good. So I know a lot of people would have jumped in and they missed this at the start of the stream, but I'm working on components that I'm going to take into this larger project. So while this is loading, I'll just show you guys On Point, because my company Actuator has made a game called On Point. So actuator.digital is probably the easiest way for us to find that. So this is my company, and we make games. And the biggest game we've made so far is On Point. On Point is like a VR light gun shooter. And so, you know, the basics of the game is this, right? You run around, well, you don't run around the world. In VR, it will spawn you in different places, and then you just do shooting mini games, and that's it. It's a whole bunch of shooting mini games in first person in VR. So that's the game that we've made. And so what I'm looking at doing is this. Oh, hold on. If Unreal would kindly load, that would be great. So this is the On Point world in, I'll launch this session. This is the On Point world in UEFN, essentially. And so it is exactly what you said there, Sam. We're going to have an aim game where you aim and shoot and you get points when you shoot stuff. Absolutely. Goldie's just linked to that now. So onpoint.game is the website for it if you want to check it out, or grab it on any VR platform, including Steam and MetaQuest. And so then, yeah, when this game finally loads for us, what you're going to see is, with all this fancy art, each of these arcade cabinets, I want to set them up as a device that you walk up to and you press the use button, and then it's going to warp you to a different location to go and shoot those mini games. So we're going to be building all those mini games as well. If this would hurry up, I can show you. And it's useful for me to do this because while we're here, we can swap out and check. We can check some stuff out. We can check out what the team has done so far to activate the first-person stuff. Though I'm sure Luke or Crazy would know what that device is called, but we already have it all set up here. So that's the next thing for me to do. But we've done a little bit more too. We've pulled some art in for like gun assets. So here, hold on. While we're waiting, we'll go look a bit more at the On Point trailer. You get an idea of what's happening. So we want scoreboards, we want all these different mini games to take place inside of the world that we're going to be playing in. So right now it's like a family-friendly light gun shooter type experience. So this is what I made. What my company and the programmers that are working there put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making this game, and it didn't really hit quite so much. So we're going to transition into making, very, very soon we've got our 1.0 coming out, which is a huge event for us. So that's going to be, a whole bunch of more mini games.
On Point is leaving.
So we're leaving early access pretty soon. And that'll mean
coming up
we introduce a whole bunch of more systems in that game with tickets that you can use to unlock levels and
unlock exciting new game modes.
So all of that is going to be there in the real On Point, but I also want to
including
use this as a way
marathon
to say okay, people who have it is really, really fun, Sam. I think it's one of the most easy and accessible games for VR that's out there, full
is
stop.
Launching in Q4.
So yeah, we're doing that in Q4. But to get people into it, we're going to take the old experience where it's just mini games, and we're going to make it multiplayer, right? So the idea is all of the people playing this custom map are going to spawn in here, and they're all going to be locked in place until a countdown finishes, and then a little bit like musical chairs. Everybody has to rush to get to a different. I shouldn't choose that one. They have to rush to get to a different mini game where it's bam, they're here, and then it will take us into first person mode, and you won't be able to move. You'll have a gun, and you'll just be able to shoot at different targets and stuff like that. And so that's going to be the next thing. And then when the mini game finishes, we're going to teleport people back into here, where the people with the worst scores are going to be eliminated, and the process is going to repeat, right? And so until there's only one person left, and then that one person, when everybody else is eliminated, that person gets to be the victor, and then they're the winner. It's a bit like a battle royale meets musical chairs meets aim trainer, all in Fortnite. That's what we're in the process of making. So So that for the guys who've been here and helping out, I think Crazy already knew it. I don't think you've necessarily seen that, Luke. And Sam, I don't think you would have seen that either. So that's giving you a bit more context about what we're actually building, what we're setting out to make here when we do this. So the thing that we have, so I think we have a device, where is it? The first person, here's our first person camera. How is this set up? I didn't actually set this up. I think Jose set this up. So what I'm gonna have to figure out is how we got that working. The first person camera, we've got our, we've got this trigger. It's just auto assigns. It just auto assigns. It's great. Okay. So is all we need to do drag one of these devices into the scene? A first person camera device? Crazy? Because if so, that's awesome. That's it. That's all we need to do. Literally all we need to do is just drag a first person camera into the scene. All right. That's pretty cool. So we will continue the load. We'll go back to our island where we're working. Let's open that up again. Yep. I think it's going to be really fun, Sam. I think it's going to be awesome. Getting like the multiplayer component of the game working. You know, if multiplayer goes really well in UEFN, I'm very tempted to implement it into our main game. And the other thing is, like, if the first person mode goes really well, I'm gonna put that into the main game too, so that you can play it as an aim trainer just on PC. You know, without even needing Fortnite. We'll make it like a really nice and accessible game. Okay, so let's launch that session here so that we can get back there. These mutator zones are going to be great. I'll definitely implement that back in the other system. So there's a few more things that I want to get going here. I want to get the first person system working here, and then I want to trigger it automatically with the warp. That's going to be one thing. The other thing I'm going to be wanting to do, you can use them as triggers too. Okay, good. Sam, me and my company are making this. So my development team at the office, I've got somebody working on the art there. At the moment, when I say I'm making this map myself, really I'm not, because my company is making this map. But at this point, like, I'm the founder of the company, and I used to do a lot of technical stuff, and in recent years I've been doing more like CEO and businessy stuff. But I have recently hired an amazing operations manager who's taking on those responsibilities again, so I can get back into actually building games. And so that's what I'm super excited to be doing now, is like just creating games again, because that's what I love doing more than anything. And more than anything, I have loved creating games. So I'm so excited to be making that stuff again. And I'm finding that Twitch is a really enjoyable experience as well. So now I get to do both. I get to make games and I get to like stream and build a community. And that's one thing, honestly, that went really badly. Like, my company does more than just computer games because we can't market games well. And I'm feeling like doing streams is going to be a really great way to, like, just now in explaining what I'm doing, I actually had the chance to tell you all about a product my company's selling, right? And I don't feel like I was selling anything. I don't know if you guys felt like you were getting pitched at, but actually, kind of you were. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to try and like get people to go buy my game. But I feel like being in Twitch and streaming is actually going to have the opportunity to help people learn about the things that we're creating, and potentially get more people to like wishlist our game and buy the game when they can, right? So I'm incredibly excited to be doing this. So I'm not really doing it by myself. I'm doing it with a team. And the other thing is, I'm kind of doing it with you guys as well, which is amazing, right? You guys are going to come along for the whole journey. You're going to get to see this whole thing evolve and unwind and develop over. And thank you, Giogo. Thank you for the follow. You're going to be one of those people who gets to see this whole thing come together. So it's so you're doing the map in UEFN to promote your VR game. That's a bit of it, Sam, a little bit, but the big picture is on point so far. Hasn't been. I've put so much more money, and I've put so much more money into building On Point than I think it can ever make back in its current form. I don't want to write it off as a loss, and I really want to be creating games. So I have to find ways to make my company able to make games and make money. And I'm really, really lucky in that I'm surrounded by some amazing content creators that I want to make Fortnite maps for, right? I really want to make Fortnite maps for people like Loserfruit, people like Power, people like Overstrand, who makes amazing YouTube videos in Fortnite. I want to be working with, like, I don't know, who knows, one day maybe we make something for Laserbeam if we get lucky enough and we do a good enough job of figuring out how to make UEFN, right? And so Sam, when you asked me like before, do you want me to just like jump in and make some stuff for you? It's like, the answer is I want to learn how to make the stuff. And so you teaching me to do this is more valuable than, like, you know, really, really valuable. Lufu and the gang have insane reach when it comes to marketing. Like, they have, you're 100% right, Crazy. They can reach more people than I could ever hope to in my wildest dreams. So if I can learn to take the super professional, really, really experienced development team and create Fortnite content that's like next level, that's like really professional, that's not, doesn't feel janky, it feels incredibly polished, it feels like a whole new game within a game. If I can do that, and then I can go and make stuff for the people that I'm really, really lucky enough to manage to spend some time around. If I can get those two things to work together, then I'd be so thrilled. My life would be like mint. I'd be so happy if we can manage to use the networks of the people who I really respect and admire to be able to make games. And yeah, exactly. There's a huge amount of synergy here, Sam. You're absolutely right. So learning UEFN Max means I can do it for the people around me. And that also means that doing this first for On Point means we can reuse a lot of the art assets. It means it's an opportunity for us to promote, On Point. We're coming to on the 7th of August, guys, on the 7th of August, On Point will have been out in early access for 1 year. And a few months later, we're going to put it into full release. And so what I'm doing now is a fortnight of Fortnite. I'm going to probably apply to get front page for Twitch in a week from now. And then I'm going to push as hard as I can to get as much of this map done as possible. And then we're going to try and have a soft launch in Fortnite using my sister Fasvy's creator code. That's going to be absolutely amazing. So that's kind of what I'm locking in to do now. And that's what I'm trying to achieve here is that. And so you guys helping me learn this UEFN stuff, I hope you can see how it fits into a much, much bigger and carefully considered strategic picture for me as a streamer and for my company as well. It's, I think there's a lot of decision making that goes into me using my valuable time to sit here and create this particular project. It's, hopefully you can see how that makes strategic sense. It's, I think it's going to be really, really good. So what we're adding is a first person camera. Let's see, is it camera? Oh, of course we have to select Fortnite. It's going to be first person camera. There we go. And so how do we activate that? Dude. Sam, thank you for the follow. Really, really, really thank you for the follow, man. I'm really happy you did that because you've been you have been so useful throughout this stream. Come along for the journey, dude. It's going to be so much fun. Thank you for the follow. I hope you tune in again. It's been great having you here, and I hope you come along for the journey, dude. And you seem to be really good at this. You know your stuff. If we get to the point where we have, we have a big, we have a lot of reach, we could end up making a lot of amazing Fortnite maps. And knowing people like you never know when, like you said, maybe we can work together. You never know when we get to work together down the line. So thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the help. The same goes for everyone here who's getting in and contributing, like Luke and Crazy. You guys are being so helpful and I really appreciate it. Hey, it's really awesome. You're learning Verse and UEFN too. When I don't know something, you know it. And when you do know something, you know it. And that's totally cool, dude. I think it's really good to have that kind of humility and know your gaps too. Okay, so Crazy, you were saying just like put this first person camera in the scene and then, I mean, how does it activate? How does it trigger? Surely there's like, it just being in the scene doesn't mean you're in first person mode. You need to like walk to it and trigger it, right? So leave that. Let's see what happens. If this can, I think maybe we might have to add a new parameter to our, so we've got our trigger. We've also got this device. I think this is going to need a first person camera. With that first person camera, it will be possible to, hopefully like we can connect it and then there'll be some code to activate and deactivate it. If we can control this from the custom teleporter device, that would be really cool. And there might be some way that we can combine all these key components together into like a prefab and then drop that several times into the scene when we take this back into the other project. Because I don't know about, I'm not 100% about Unreal's workflows, but I believe you can even export a prefab as an object that you can pull into a new scene when it's done. That might be a really good workflow because I don't want to pollute the other scene that we were just in with too many changes in here. So yeah, we're gonna see how this goes. Oh, come on. Is that not working? Do we need to relaunch the session? That's my bad. I should have clicked that. The unfortunate thing is there's so many steps. For the first person device, by default, you don't need to do anything. It applies to all players on start. We might not actually want that, Luke. We might want it off to start with. So let's go have when this is finished doing its loading thing, let's go have a quick look at what it does. You could make it activate on entering the mutator zone and deactivate on exiting the mutator zone if you want it. Yeah, I think that's probably going to be, that'll be what we do. So this can even, probably I'll put it over there with the mutator zone. We might even do the same with, so here it is. Let's go move it across to our mutator zone. And so with the mutator zone, no, we can't just do it like, if this applies to everyone, that's going to be a problem, right? It applies to all players on start. We only want to apply it to the players who walk to the location. You can make it activate, but we want to make it activate for only one player. So that's going to be the trick with this. So let's just, to keep this organized, let's move this to our work in progress. We also want to do that for our camera, which is now hard to select because it's in the mutator zone. There we go. The other thing that we might actually do while we're faffing about here, all of the all of that stuff should probably go into it, like, yeah, all of this. What else? Not the spawn pad. We can move that to a new group, shooting range. What else have we got? Yep, that goes in the shooting range. We've got our targets. What else have we got? Our props. Good target and bad target, all of it goes into shooting range. What's still left? Heaps still left. Yep, there's floors. Into the shooting range. What else? Grid planes. Those two? Maybe? I don't know. Hold on. What are grid planes? No, not the grid planes. My bad. Guess what? Okay. What is it, Gorky? What is it? Okay, hold on. There's so much. While you tell me what, you're going to say something really nice. Thank you. Thank you, Gorky. I really appreciate that. That's such a nice thing to do. Thank you for the 100 biddies. That's super cool. Thank you. Dude, you're a delight, Gorky. Okay. All right, so trying to learn so many things in one day. I hope you don't burn out. Nah, dude, I'm learning fast. I'm learning real fast. I think I actually thrive on this kind of learning. This energizes me. It really does. It really does. No, you, Gorky. No, you. What you want to set is from the other side of the first person device, not the mutator. Okay, hold on. That's useful. What you want to set is from the other side on the first person device, not the mutator. Gotcha. I got distracted. I got a little distracted with all these, like, hold on. We'll turn all that off. We'll do that at the top level faster. What's left? We've got these stupid bunny toys. That can go to the group. Move to the shooting range. What's left? No, not that. No, I'll click 2. We need item granter. No, that's not even a part of it. That can probably actually go off more here to where the player spawner is. Island settings, that can stay at 000. Barrier device, definitely a part of that group. Not a trial of that though. Move to shooting range. What else we got? That's getting close. Score manager, I think, yeah. Since the score is directly related to the shooting range, I'm also going to put that in the shooting range. What else we got here? Shooting range device manager also. Sorry for taking some time away to do some cleanup, guys. I like to keep things clean when I can. All right, all of that off. Now we don't need to worry about that in the scene for now. I know it still runs, but I'm just like switching it off like that will help us like focus on what we're actually working on. Okay, so from our first person camera, from this side we set something to do with the mutator. That's what you're saying, Luke. So what would be best would be from the mutator, add the players on start. User options, transitions, enable phase always. Add the players on start. Automatically add. All right, that's off. Good. Yep, excellent. Thank you. That was very helpful, Luke. And what you want to do is set from the other side on the first person camera, not the mutator. Add to the player. Add to the player. Click the little plus next to the player down the bottom. Okay. Add to the little plus to the player down the bottom. Add to player. Add to player plus. Mutator now. Mutator zone. On player enters zone. On player entering zone. Good. And then remove from player. This is mutator. And then on player exit zone. on player exit zone. And now the mini game is going to be able to dictate when they enter and exit the zone. That's good. Okay, cool. Let's push those changes. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Crazy. Thank you, Luke. You got to get to bed, Luke. But I thought I should probably mention for context, a big part of my job is looking after Fortnite map side of things for Fruity. Oh my God, no way, man. That's cool. Those are the maps you're always working on. Dude, that's sick. That's really, really cool, Luke. Like, I'm just like dreaming big here. I'm dreaming big, but that means we might get to work together too, Luke. That would be incredible if that's the case. Like, didn't know that. I really just like genuinely had no idea that that was the case. That's very cool, Luke. Like, I don't know. I'm as you can tell, I'm still getting the hang of things. I still got a long way to go before I'm at the level where I feel like I'd be ready to do that kind of thing. But that's what this is about, man. So I'll it's really cool that you were here in my stream for that then. You can maybe keep in mind that this is the kind of thing that I would love to do in the future. And so, yeah, I'm really working hard to get up to speed myself. And then I'm going to get the rest of my game studio up to speed. And then maybe we'll be able to talk more about that kind of thing down the line where I feel like I'm worthy of it. I don't feel like I'm worthy of it yet, Luke, but I am going to really be learning fast to get up to speed, to get to be good enough to kind of like play at your level, you know? That's really, really cool, dude. So, yeah, if you ever want to reach out and speak, Luke, I know you're a massive part of Fast's community. So, like, yeah, please don't hesitate to reach out to me because I'm more excited about this than I've been for anything in a really long time, dude. So yeah, I'm glad you're glad. Yeah, I'm glad you were here for it too, dude. You absolutely see the future already. Looking forward to it. Like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. You can, like, I hope you can see like the other projects we've worked on, like the polish on those is like I put like the whole team put their hearts and souls into that. Not only that, but we've all been like working for our lifetime. All of us are like lifetime career game developers who've been working on like, you know, shit, I should bring up the damn company website again and give you an idea of like the kind of things that we've done just together working on at Actuator. But I mean, like, we're talking about like Hitman and stuff like that, really big games. You know, like last year we were working on Hitman. We're also doing things in the content creator space with like Wanted. If you know Fruity, then you've seen her in the Wanted videos, you know? So it's like, yeah, I feel like there's good synergy for the kind of things that we want to do. And you know, so we're working real hard. We're working real hard to get to the point where we're ready to be worthy of that type of opportunity. But yeah, that's all part of the journey, dude. That's all part of the journey. So like, thank you for swinging by, Luke. Go get some sleep. I know it's super early. I'm a degen when I get focused on something and get locked into something. I'll be doing this tomorrow and probably every day for the next like week and a half. So don't feel like you're missing anything if you dip out now. It was really cool to have you here. And thank you so much for your help. I didn't even realize that you were part of that community of people. It's funny for me to be talking about like wanting to do that. So yeah, it's pretty awesome that you were here. It's really cool that you were here, dude. And thank you, Gorky, dude. I don't know if there's a more positive person in this stream. Dude, you are always here coming and spreading the positivity and love. You're my kind of human, man. I think I'm also a very positive person, so it's really good to have someone like you around as well. I'm a genuine person, so don't sell myself short. Like, yeah, I hear you, man. I really do love making games. I really love making games, and it's very hard to make a company and make games. And like, you know, that's something that like big content creators like Fruity have to struggle with like all the time. You know, when you get to a certain size, it's like, you know, it's the same with the Wonder Dudes. These guys, oh man, if you knew what sacrifices they made to make this project happen, if you knew the sacrifices that the Wanted guys made to make Wanted happen, oh my God, it's hard work. It's like blood, sweat, tears, and love that make a thing like that happen, you know? So I'm here for it. Hey, I think it's really, really cool. I want to do that with the rest of my life. That is like my life's calling. So thank you, Goldie, for calling the Wanted there. They put a lot into it. They put a lot of everything into it. Like they put everything on the line to make that project happen. So like the spectacle of it, the fact that it's so just like mind-blowingly big, it's not an illusion. It's really like, there's so few smoke and mirrors in that. It's like a lot of things. It's like, it's fake big, but the Wanted project is real big. It's like, the things they did with 5M, the things we build for them, I would, you know, they were so ambitious. They have such amazing ideas, and we'd be like, all right, we'll see if we can make it happen. And it did. All right, where are we at? We're at the point now where we should be able to activate here. Did we go into first person and then out of first person? Did we enter and then exit the zone automatically? All right, that's looking really good. But we had our momentum, and we ran into it so fast that it like threw us out of the zone. So we do need to do that thing where we are gonna have to, at the end of this, we are gonna have to do something to like force the player to like, maybe we do even put them in stasis for a frame after teleporting them. So for a moment, put them in stasis. So actually, you know what? We've just before we had a way to set them on into a specific position. So let's go back and make sure that let's teleport them to that location. So let's see, hold on. We did our teleport to. I don't know if we like immediately set them to stasis. And then like, I mean, what's the equivalent of wait one frame? It's sleep 0.0. This will give up, I'm pretty sure this gives up thread control. Oh, hold on. We can't do this because we'll need a new method. So this is going to be teleport to minigame. So that's going to take in all these parameters. That's quite annoying. Because we'll need to use that new method that what's it called? The invoke. Not invoke. It was, we did it. Spawn. This is going to be suspends. This is going to have to take in teleport player to minigame. Oh my god, that's so many different things. It's going to have to take the character. It's going to have to take the pointer above target position. So that's going to be character, which is character of type. What's it called? Character. It's called a fort character. And then it was also the position, which is a vector 3. I think getting the hang of it a little. And where's our target transform? Hold on. I mean, maybe we just, instead of this can go in our method. We don't need that to be there. The other thing we need to do here is, suspends, and it's a void return type, and then equals to turn this into the method. And tabbing is relevant, so this can go back one. Luke, you work on the back end of Wanted 2? Dude, all right. No way, Luke. You work on the back end of Wanted 2? Dude. All right. Luke, can we connect on frickin' Discord? And dude, I wanna connect with you, man. I didn't realize that either. You've seen the director menu then. You've seen the stuff we did there. No way! Luke, I didn't realize all this. I work on the back end of Wanted. You've got a picture of me on your fridge. We did an escape room back when you lived on the coast. Okay, no, look, I'm sorry, Luke. I didn't even realize who you were. I remember you now. Yeah, I totally remember you now. I didn't realize that you did fit into the picture like that, dude. That's really cool. No freaking way. This was the one in, like north of Surface Paradise, right? Where we went with Fast one time. Is it that one? I remember it. I remember. Hard to know from the text on the screen. Yeah. Okay, when I win the lottery, I am going to fly you and Fast over here to Orlando, so you can go to Disney World and ride all the roller coasters. It's I've never been to Disney World. That would be amazing. This is Loot by Kiasmos. That's the name of the song, him. Let's see if I can find you a Spotify link. Hold on. Spotify. Loot by Kiasmos. I don't know what's going on with the net in this moment. There it is. I actually like all of this guy's music a lot. It's quite cool. Here you go. Him. Yeah, we dressed up. Yeah, okay. We dressed up like detectives and stuff. Yeah, I think I also have. I might also have a photo of this. That like on the Polaroid, right? It's like a printed Polaroid that we got at the place. That's pretty sick. Sam, how long will the stream last? I mean, I just looked at the time, so maybe I'm not supposed to be streaming too much longer because I'm supposed to be doing this every day, but I feel like I'm in a good groove and I'm learning a lot of valuable stuff right now, so I'm tempted to just like push through and like make a little bit more progress. Okay, hold on. So that target position, we can do that with a transform. It's a Polaroid. Yeah, exactly. I have one of those as well, dude. That's so cool. I don't have it here in Melbourne. It's back with my stuff in Brisbane. Because like, as you know, Luke, we grew up, like me and Fast grew up on the Gold Coast. And then I moved to Brisbane to start my company. And I spent about 8 years there. Like while me and Fast were on the Gold Coast, I was making computer games at the Binary Mill, which are these guys, like the guys where is it? This project here. Hold on, where are we going? I missed it entirely. Into Black. This is the Binary Mill. This is the company. So eventually, my company Actuator contracted to these guys, but me and Fast used to live on the Gold Coast making this game together, like making games that preceded this game. And then that was about the time when we would have been playing, where we would have gone and played the escape room and done the escape room. Recti, thanks, man. Are you talking about the animation in the company's website, or are you talking about the? If I have the motivation, I will make a lot of progress today. Like, I am very, very motivated to do this, Sam. So maybe I'll just maybe I'll be a degenerate. I'll stream another hour. I'll call it at 3 a.m. I'll wake up tomorrow, like have breakfast, hit the gym, do my routine, and then smash straight back into it. I think I can definitely make progress on this again tomorrow as well. And for the next 2 weeks. I think I'm if I keep making great progress, I'm really confident that if I put in for a front page on Twitch, I'll be able to have the game ready to play for that. That would be so cool. But okay, target transform. This is a transform object. So this is going to be transform. So this is going to be target, transform. We can rename that to just like, well, man, even like the renaming doesn't work. That annoys me. Target, that can go here. Target. Stasis args. If we're going to do the stasis, I guess we do that here. I guess we don't need to sleep. Well, maybe we do sleep and then we release from stasis. Character.release. Was it release from... The autocomplete's not working very well. Stasis, where is it? What do we got? No, it's more recent than this. Crazy world. Yeah, it's a small world, dude. Get some sleep, Luke. Thank you so much for your help in the stream. And, like, thank you, everyone, for their help in this stream. It's been really amazing. Sam, you've been incredible. Crazy, you've been really, really helpful, too. And thank you, Luke. I really appreciate all the help you've been giving me. That's awesome, dude. Have a great night. Dude, are you in Melbourne now, or are you still on the Gold Coast? I know you're just ducking off. I hate to ask you a question when you're on your way out, but, like, if you happen to be in Melbourne, dude, or if not, then, like, PAX. Melbourne, sick. Great. I'll hit Fass up because you obviously know Fass. I'll hit Fass up and we should hook something up to catch up, dude. Because, yeah, it's been a long while. I didn't realize that you'd worked on Wanted. That's absolutely incredible. That's really, really cool. Just, yeah, we should touch base for sure. Sleep well, but dude, have a great night. All right, where are we at? We've got... Yeah, for sure. Excellent. I'm keen. So keen. If, like, hopefully before PAX, but if not, at PAX, or GCAP. You're a game dev. Hopefully you come to GCAP. If you're not already going and you would like some tickets, my company is part of IGEA, and we get some tickets, like, as a part of that. And I don't think we're going to use them all. So if you potentially, I don't know. That's like, I don't know if I have them. That's another thing, Goldie. I don't know if you wanted extra tickets. That would be another potential thing. I still have to wait and see if I definitely get them. So I shouldn't be talking about it yet, but I might have, I might be able to do that. But yeah, good night, Luke. Sleep well. All right, where were we? We've got character and target. We had stasis, put in stasis. If I search for that, somewhere in this page, surely there was something in this page that allows us to put it into stasis. I remember doing it. Put in stasis, release from stasis. So the autocomplete just straight up isn't working, because remember, I'm typing release here. It's not telling me, it's telling me move to, but apparently release from stasis is just there, but the autocomplete doesn't tell me it's there. Potentially I know of my team members want to go that can't. Okay, I'll keep you in the, like, reach out, Lukey. Reach out, Goldie, when it's closer to the date, or if I happen to have extras, I'll reach out to you. Okay, Goldie. You can use the mutator zone to do it. Maybe I need to learn about mutator zones. I have a habit of trying to get as much logic in code as possible. I find code easier to maintain. And that's definitely true for it seems like Verse. It's faster to deploy Verse changes than scene changes. But let's try and do it that way, Sam, from the... I mean, all of this is like essentially a hack to like freeze it so that we don't go in with too much momentum. Print... So we'll print went into minigame. Hold control and click the mutator zone. All right, hold up, we're doing that. Let me just bring up UEFN. The mutator zone. Here's the mutator zone. Control and click it. You mean like that? In Verse. We don't have a reference to the mutator zone yet, but we can do that. Editable. It's going to be mutator. Mutator, and that's going to be a mutator zone, I'm guessing. And then we initialize it with mutator zone device. Like that. Like this. Okay, now we have that. Let's assign that here in this device. Oh, still gotta do that. Surely the Unreal Editor will make that easier. Did I make it editable? Yes, I did. Welcome, Prawn. How you doing? Great to have you along. There's only one, so that makes this easy. And now we can do things with this code. Okay, so were we doing that, Sam, just to get to the point where we can mutator zone? So let's see. You can click the eyedropper on the Verse device and pick the mutator zone. Yeah, we already did that one, so that's already assigned here. The next thing we need to do is mutator zone. So on begin, it's going to be mutator zone mutator dot on trigger on trigger. No, hold on. I'm guessing this is a method. This will be like on mutator trigger, so on game start. On minigame. That's going to be taking parameters like the agent. Void method. And from here, what we'll do with that is, I'm guessing if it's a valid agent is a good check to have. And then we can probably, well, do we need to get the character? This is where we use our reference to the target camera as well. We're going to have one of those too. You're slowly losing your sanity, Prawn? What happened? Why? We need to get another water-based username in here. Seb's going to need to start an aquarium. Prawn, that's actually hilarious. That's really funny, Prawn. That's really good. I mean, Prawn, if you were around for the minigame, the fishing minigame, we would have had a prawn in there for sure. Okay, so Sam, I think I'm getting ahead of what you were saying, but I think what you were saying is we can trigger, now we should be able to trigger activating and deactivating the camera based on, actually we're already doing that. We don't need this yet. On minigame start, we might need it for other things in the future, but we don't need it yet. Okay, hold on. Let's push those verse changes. When we hit that, we'll trigger that, we'll go into the minigame. I think I might even just like, we need to probably warp the player back to the position that they were when the trigger got activated after like 10 seconds. If you don't know the mutator zone, read my message will help you. Okay, sorry I missed your message there, Sam. Let me have a quick look. Are you referring to the one where you control click on the mutator zone and read the functions of the zone? Because we did this to activate and deactivate the camera. if that's what you're referring to. I think now we should be in the position where that just like going there. If we hit this, it's first person camera. What I was going to, oh, hold on. I think, yeah. I'm sorry. I lost track of what we were doing. We need another thing here on player enter the zone that like, that stopped, like removes their momentum or something along those lines. Is that what we're aiming to do here? That's what I was aiming to do before with the code that I was writing, but make the zone bigger. Yes, but also look at my position. I think when we enter the zone, we need to put the player's position. We need to teleport the player to that spot right there. I think that, yeah, or like remove the moment that they hit the trigger, we need to remove their velocity. So, okay, so hold on. We need to character, probably even before this. So the moment we teleport the player to minigame, we need to character dot reset, what was it? I know we had some kind of reset velocity. There's no direct method. I swear we saw one earlier. Pity you're not using the teleport device. There's a setting on it to take away momentum. Yeah, I understand. You want to do most of it through code though. It's not even that like the teleport device would work crazy, but the I want to actually activate this by a player pressing E on some object. So that's the next thing that I'm going to do as well. So it'll be like a, you know, the player will run up to the arcade machine and hit E, like hit use instead of like running into a teleport. Just to like, yeah, I thought about it and I was like, I could use a teleporter, but oh, okay. I'm so sorry, Sam. I'm not really up to speed with this. I really want to try and understand what you're talking about there. So I'm going to take the time to do that. Here's the mutator zone. So what your instructions say: find the mutator zone. If you don't know the functions of the mutator zone, you can find. Oh, I get you. I'm following you now. Sorry. So it's the same way, like you're saying mutator zone. I can go. Control click. I'm control clicking here. I'm sorry, it's not working. I know it probably should. Like I'm literally holding control click. I have to fix the errors first. Gotcha. Right. Okay, this gives me all the things it can do. Very handy, very handy. Yeah, super handy. Okay, so while I'm just here, the character, if I go to Fort character, let's see the velocity. Reset. Respawn. There was something else here. There was the I'm sure I remember reading something that like removed all of the velocity of the player. While we have that, I just want to figure that one out really quickly. So if I have a reference to a character, I want to remove all of its movement velocity. How do I achieve that? All right, let's get a good old look at it. I didn't realize like I'd met Luke before. That is so freaking cool. I really need to like pay more attention to who's around me. I don't know how I could have known, honestly. And that he's worked on so many projects that we've worked on in the past. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just use stasis. and then wait one and then release them. I do think that that's not a bad way to do this. Character dot put in stasis. And then we had our stasis args. Did we delete them? It's really annoying. So we're going to have stasis, and that's going to be assigned to stasis args like this. From here, this is going to be spaces, not tabs. There we go. Stasis args come through here. We don't need no comments like that. These kind of comments are harmful. They're just more lines of code to maintain. Let's see, okay. We're going to put in stasis. We're going to wait one frame, which is... So you don't have to listen to my suggestion because I do something in my way and you maybe do it your way. But if you have a problem, the best way is to type it into Verse AI. No, look, Sam, you've been doing this longer than me. I've been doing this like two days, basically. You absolutely can make suggestions, and if I don't follow them, it's not because I don't want to do it your way. It's because I am literally having trouble keeping up and following. So like, I'm sorry if I do that. I don't mean to right now, I'm very, very open to suggestion, and your way is going to be better than mine. So I'm willing to try anything, man. And then we're going to release. Here we can go in here, fort character, release from stasis. That control click is going to be very, very handy. Thank you again, Sam. So this is going to be a new method, so we're clear on what we're doing. This is going to be remove player movement, remove player velocity. This is probably a really hacky way to do this, but it's going to be void. What am I missing here? Equals. All that stuff, and then we're going to have to make our parameter fort character. There we go. We need this to be suspends. So remove player velocity character. Excellent. All right, cool. So if I run into it now, I shouldn't wind up. Like overstepping and exiting the zone, and we could have made the zone bigger, but the most important thing that we've done now, Sam, is we're hopefully going to ensure that the player's position is exactly in the center of that thing. Because if we have those mini games, we don't want the player being like a little bit left or right of the position. We want them to be exactly in the same spot every time. So save that. Push the verse changes. Let's have a look. All right. Oh, right. Sorry. I thought it was done. It's not done. It's not done. There's still a lot to do here. Nearly. No, dude, Sam, like, please, bad me. I'm very, very receptive to feedback. And see, now we're exactly in the center, right? And that is probably because I hit that a little bit slowly, but I should be able to like full sprint into this. Did I oh. Start game, please. I'm gonna like full sprint. And even try my slide. Bam. Right in the same spot, and I can shoot. And I'm in first person, which is really, really nice. We're in a good place. All right, this is looking good. Okay, so now we are gonna have to, like, eventually we're gonna have to have a whole mini game system that we reference here. So, okay, this mutator, very handy. It's gonna be handy for things down the line. Right now, though, I don't think we actually use this in any code. It just appears here. So for now, I'm gonna clean up and just make sure we don't have anything that isn't utilized floating around. So we've got on trigger. This is self-explanatory. We don't need that. Let's see. So we've got our target object. No point pointing, like passing this around. That's kind of pointless. So this can go. Just gonna make that target. That can go from here. We don't need that either. So if it's a valid character, spawn the character. We've got our target. Where's our target actually used? We can put that a bit closer here. We're going to remove the player. This is suspend, so we don't need to spawn it as a thread or anything like that. That can run. Teleport to minigame. That's our target. I mean, we don't even need this. Hold on. Do we need the... Surely we can call that without... Surely we can just call this... Oh, the brackets make it invoke. We can do it like this, right? That turns it into one of those, like... What are they called? They call it a... They have some fancy word for it. No, still wrong. This call uses parameters to call the function that has a decides effect. Functions may fail, which... Does that mean you have to handle this? Good night, Goldie. I'm not going to be going too much longer. Thank you for sticking around such a long time in the stream. I really, really appreciate it. I'm making such good progress. I know I do this and become degen and I go till 3 a.m., but I'm going to go a little bit longer. I think like 2:45 to 3, maybe 3 a.m. is my heart out, but I'm going to keep going with it. Do I have to put it in an if, though, Sam? Even if I don't want to handle each case? That seems crazy. That's very annoying to me. So we kind of had it as we need it like this. That's nuts. What if I don't want to print anything? Just like that? I guess we can evaluate like that. That's whack. Is it just best practice to always be printing like that? I don't know. All right, good night, Goldie. Have a great night. Thank you for sticking out throughout the whole stream. Yeah, just make the... All right. That seems wild. So if you... All right, I just got to get used to the new paradigm, that's all. I mean... I can imagine that the logs get really, really, really messy if, like, all you would do after this is print, right? That said, if it happens, let's start minigame. And we'll pass in the character. So I imagine this is where we'll want to like, we're going to have a new thing here. We're going to have to make our own new type, and it's going to be like on point minigame. And we're going to call this, then we're going to pass the character into that, and then we're going to do all sorts of cool things. For now, what I want to do is, let's just have like guessing we can do this with suspends. It's going to be start minigame. Start minigame. So this is going to be a point above. It's going to be something like that. This point above. Start minigame is going to take in a character. I mean, honestly, no, it doesn't need that right now. This is just going to be a start minigame. This is going to wait 10 seconds. So sleep 10 seconds. Void, and it suspends. Sleep 10 seconds. And then after this, what we're going to do is finish minigame. On handle. So minigame finished. Stop minigame with character. And let's make that method as well. Stop minigame, character. And that's a fort character. And it doesn't need to suspend yet. It's void. We'll set that to equal. And from here, we can... well, what we're going to be doing, we're going to be teleport to, and that's going to be teleport it to the, so it's going to be a, so the trigger position, and that will be a trigger dot get transform. Trigger position, so it'll teleport to the trigger position, and then trigger dot rotation as well. It's going to be trigger dot. Hold on. What does this return? Get transform. Gives us a transform. So transform is going to have its own rotation, right? Why does it accept this? Maybe it like has a different overload or something? No. So it's going to be teleport 2. Takes in a vector 3. So there must be an implicit conversion between vector 3 and whatever this returns, which is a transform. I'm uncomfortable with that, so get position. I would expect something like that, but I guess it's not there. MC Xbox, welcome back, man. Good to see you again. Okay. If you want a custom rotation, you can use new rotation. Yeah. Cool. I think what I'm trying to do, the reason I'm trying to use the, so I'm trying to use the triggers transform is because the idea will be a person like walks up to the arcade machine, which is going to be like the trigger. Eventually, I think I want to swap it out for some kind of like button to activate it. It will warp them to the minigame. When the minigame finishes, I want them to warp back into the location that they were when they started the arcade machine, ideally like facing the arcade machine. And so if I manage to combine the trigger and the arcade machine, the actual transform of this object, of this trigger object, is going to be relevant. So I don't necessarily want to make a new rotation that's something like 180 degrees, like not like a new Euler angle with 180. I want it to actually like be facing in the same rotation as the transform of the trigger. which is why I'm coding it like this instead of making a new one, Sam. But it's a really good suggestion. Do you know how I could get the rotation of the trigger though? So this is going to be trigger dot, like, I think there's an implicit conversion between a transform and a location, but apparently not a rotation. So there's going to be like rotation. No, let's have a look. We can, and thank you so much for the control click tip. That's super handy. Hold on, where were we? Where were we? We were trigger.getTransform. That returns a transform. Transform should have something to do with rotation. It has a rotation, sure. Okay. You can type just rotation. All right, so if you want default rotation instead of trigger.rotation, you can type rotation. I actually want trigger.rotation, but I don't see it. There's no rotation here. I mean, there might be .getTransform.rotation, but already this should be a transform, right? Trigger is a trigger position is already a transform, so going dot, oh, there it is, dot rotation. Okay, but it doesn't like this. Rotation, there's no member rotation, dot. No. Show you error. There isn't exactly an error, Sam. What I'm trying to do is figure out how to get the rotation of this transform. So transforms should be positions, rotations, and scales, if I'm not mistaken. But currently, all we have is, when I go get transform, teleport 2 takes in a position and a rotation. I can get there seems to be an implicit conversion from a transform to a position, but not to a rotation. So I need to get the rotation component from the transform. That's what I'm currently trying to do. So get transform returns a where is it? Get transform returns a transform. There's got to be something about rotations in, like, here's like a, there is this. Shouldn't that behave like a property? Maybe it's a method. I need to call it like a method. Like that. Rotation is equal to trigger position, which is a bad name. I mean, it doesn't have many methods on it. Oh, it does. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is actually the transform. Position is going to be trigger transform dot position. Good. Rotation is trigger transform dot rotation. Excellent. But it doesn't like this. There's no member position, even though the autocomplete seemed to think that there was. Okay, here it is. Position. Sorry. Yeah, position. That's fine. Position, rotation. We don't need that. Unknown member. I literally used the autocomplete for this. No, translation. Translation. Okay. That actually kind of makes sense. So I guess the terminology here is translation. Ah, can you believe that you can't F2? You can't rename. The renaming doesn't work. All right. There we go. Stop minigame. Teleport them back to the position of the... All right, so now, when we start the minigame, it's going to go like 10 seconds, and then it's going to stop the minigame and put them back at the position of the like the thing that they hit in the first place. You know what? This whole thing can actually go... vector 3. That neatens this up. Up offset. Oh, why not? Vector 3. Ah, I'm going into... Yeah, all right, cool. Let's have a quick look-see. This is probably looking better. We're gonna not save that because we want... I'm gonna keep playing here. This can do its build. Now Unreal Editor is gonna realize... Actually, that was really helpful. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for your help with that. I was just fumbling through it. But you were right. Like, dot rotation and dot translation was super helpful as well. You are the MVP for this stream, dude. You are definitely this stream's most valuable player. Thank you so much, dude. Is that redeploying? Let's see if I can restart this. Fizz, how you doing, man? It is going really well. Oh man, I'm so sorry that this isn't your thing, Fizz. I love that you're here, like, getting on board and following along despite that. Do you think playing it could be your thing? I'm hoping that, like, when this gets done, we can play it together. All right, sick. 10 seconds coming up, and we should very soon get moved back here. 8, 9, about 10, about now. How about now? Fortnite isn't your jam? What about aim trainers? Do you like FPS games? Because we're about to make Fortnite into an FPS game. Yeah, well, the community loves you, Fizz. Community loves you, my man. That absolutely... That's a Fizz emote if I ever saw one. Right there, dude. You like some FPSs? Well, that's what this is going to be. We're going to make Fortnite into a better Fortnite, which is an FPS, which is what I like to play more than I like to play Fortnite 2. So that's what we're doing. All right. Let's put some logging in. Because it seems like this did... And use the teleport to function. Oh, did I miss that? Hold on. Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad idea. Okay, hold on. Teleport them to... Yeah, teleport them there. So the character target rotation, I mean, hold on, that's going to be the target rotation plus this. That. As if you can't add rotations. Well, that's fine. We can do rotation.y. You can't get components of it? Where's my... You can't access the Euler angles? That's annoying. This should be just like, you know, Y, X, and Z or whatever the... I see what you're doing, Sam. You're trying to get it facing the right way when we spawn. But at the moment, I'm just trying to... First, I want to get it to teleport to the correct location. Yeah. No, I totally see what you're doing. First, I want to figure out teleporting to that location and then teleporting back. I'm just going to focus on that problem for a moment. Because I think you're absolutely right. You know what? We're halfway into it. Let's just do it. So, where were we? New rotation. The other thing, what I'm trying to do, Sam, is if we, like the target isn't always going to be rotated in the same way, so hard coding these values, I want to use this rotation. So I would want to access the, so how do we get the, let's see. So minigame rotation is going to be target the rotation dot y. How can I access each dimension of the rotation in Euler angles? So the rotation, there's going to be, hold on, we can probably like peek into this. Rotation is going to be a rotation. And rotation has, it has, we can modify it, but how can we read its values? That seems like the most obvious thing to do. Get angle. Reads the radians. I don't want the radians, I want Euler angles. This one probably. Get axis. Makes a vector 3 from the axis of rotation. So get axis. Rotation dot get axis. Get axis dot, and what's that going to give me? A vector 3 that should have x, y, and z. So I don't know. Is this going to be? Is that going to be right? We don't know. We'll find out. I don't know like how long this line is. The so this is going to be the. Let's break it out. It's going to be the mini target up rotation is going to be that. So the mini game rotation is going to be that, which means now we can plonk this in here. We should be rotated the way that you wanted it to. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sam, for that. So, completed the teleport. We're starting the mini game. We should be able to then go mini game starting. 10-second mini game starts now. And this ends now. We'll calling this, call it synchronously. Do we need to spawn? No, spawn this would put it on a thread. How do we wait for this event to finish? Because we're already in a suspends context. They have keywords for this, and you put it in that. So what are the options? It's like, okay, if I have a suspends method, how do I invoke it and wait for it? Inside the method, it sleeps 10 seconds. I don't want to proceed until it's finished. Let's have a look at that. Let's see. I think with this, we're very soon going to be in a position to be like, okay, we actually have a thing that activates us, moves us into the minigame. Let's just do some shooting and then moves us out. That could be so sick. We could be getting very close to the point where we can start to actually make mini games, guys. Okay, my async task. I'm tempted to use like they're saying like await and print. So you do have to spawn. Do you have to spawn even when it's like suspend? You still have to yeah, all right. Cool. So this is start minigame. I'm very tempted to use like familiar C#-ish type of syntax here, where I like, if it's an async method, like every time it says suspends, I'm just gonna say like async. But also I don't know what best practice is here. Task that await. We're gonna wait for the minigame. We're gonna stop the minigame. That's probably what was missing. Let's give that a spin. See what happens. Any minute it's gonna ask me to save. I'm not confident it's done anything until it does. And it's nothing. Has it just worked? I feel like it hasn't. I mean, what did it even... Did it take my changes? If I click this and nothing happens in UEFN, I'm concerned. Do I need to push changes? I don't. Like, I made build verse code. Thank you very much, Sam. Seriously, thank you for all the help here. Build verse code. I mean, we'll see if it actually does anything. Like taking those changes, I would expect to see like it's pretty late in the day. That means that this has been running without resetting for a while. Build verse code. And let's just try it. It didn't rotate me, so I'm guessing it doesn't have my rotation code. And if I go log, I'm guessing it doesn't have my logs. Ooh, wait. It says went into minigame. Right, but we removed that, so it doesn't have my changes. Please, could you propagate my changes, UEFN? No, with exclamation marks. Save, build, do the thing. Recognize me. Build verse code. Just push all yeah, fine. You're right, crazy. You're right, but it takes so long, and I didn't change anything but code, so it shouldn't do that. It shouldn't do that. I wish it would just be consistent. It sucks, right? Yeah. It's a little sucky. Because now we have to wait for this whole thing, this whole loading bar. That's not cool. That ain't cool. Bah. Okay. Edit mode preparing. Oh, yes. Here we go. Is it going to work? Any minute now, we'll find out. We all just waiting. We need a game to play in between these. No, we don't. We don't need more distractions. We just need it to work faster. Fast, what was it? Fast was telling me to play our little stream game for like waiting moments, but I just don't want to interrupt the flow of things, guys. I really don't want to interrupt the flow of things, but we're stuck waiting for it every damn time. Exactly, Gorky. Exactly. No more distractions. Ah, here's a thing to do at the moment. We can thank Chaos Zombie for his follow. Thank you, Chaos Zombie, for following along. I really appreciate it. It's been such an epic stream. I'm pretty sure we went into this stream with like 735 followers or something. 735 followers. We're now at 762. So this stream has been a huge, absolutely huge. Love it. It's so cool that we're growing that fast, man. Like, this is going to be a big jump up in the followers. I really love that. Because right now, when we're like early days, new followers mean so much to us. All right. Now let's see if we rotate the right way or not. And then let's see the logs for 10 seconds of stuff. Not rotated the right way. It didn't recognize our changes. I bet you. I'll bet you. Second mini game starts now, does it? And ends now. Well, that's good. That means our code did get deployed. Why didn't it rotate us? And why didn't it translate us back? Interesting. So that ran. That means stop minigame ran. So this should have teleported us back to the trigger platform, but it didn't. We should be free. Freedom, please. Thank you for following Chaos Zombie. It is really, really cool. And thank you, Gorky, for thanking Chaos Zombie. We got a great community here, Chaos. If you, like, some people like to just like, you know, chill out and watch things. But if you do want to get in and like, you know, join the chat, you're very, very welcome. Okay, but why did that not work? That's quite interesting. So just why, I guess, is what I'm wondering now. There's the body. Yeah, that okay. That all worked. This worked. It seems like it awaited. We should see completed teleport. Then we should see 10 seconds starts and ends. I believe we did see all of that. Completed teleport starts ends. So those things are running. Starts, ends. Let's see what happens here. So now stopping minigame. Stopping minigame. Let's just check if that finished. And then stop minigame can have its own print. So if that worked, then else print could not teleport, and that's perfectly possible because, hey, what are you talking about? This isn't a tabs and spaces deal, is it? Hold on, do we need some kind of like weirdness to evaluate our if conditions? No. If that happened, was it else needs its little, oh, stupid semicolon. Super colon, yes. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Very helpful. Completed teleport, could not teleport. I suspect this is happening. We probably have to like go above the the location of this teleport again. We'll have to add some up to it, like we're doing, like our up offset here, is my guess. That's what we learnt last time. Push verse changes. Yes, please. Oh, yeah, it actually worked that time. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm remembering a thing I need to do. So while we wait for it, is it done? Yeah, while we wait, while we play the waiting game, I'm going to quickly schedule something for the morning. It's done. Okay. Rotation didn't work, but whatever. Let's check our logs. Our logs. 10-second minigame starts now. About to see the end. Could not teleport. Called it. Called it. So, maybe we do want to separate out, like, this component as like a, so this is, hold on. Yeah, we can add that. That can be translation plus up offset. Excellent. That should put us above it. That seems better. That seems better. I don't know, still don't know why our rotation, target rotation, or maybe this is just like, maybe this is correct. Hold on. This, yeah. We had to add 180 degrees to this. 180, that's why. This is just my mistake. Make correct rotation after teleport, please. Yeah. It's, character.get view rotation. If you want the correct rotation, then put it instead of old rotation in verse. We're kind of doing, so the reason I'm so sorry, Sam, that I'm missing these. What I'm trying to do is make the player's rotation based on the objects in the scene, not necessarily based on their rotation. So when they do a mini game, they start facing the same way, and when they exit the mini game, they get back to like the rotation that they started. So that at least when people play it, their mini game interaction is more consistent, if that makes sense. So it's like I want everybody when they start a mini game to start facing the same way, rather than depending on the way that the players turned. It'll depend on the way that the mini game's set up to play. But if this trust me, if this doesn't work, I think it's going to work now. If it doesn't work, then we'll make it based on the player and reevaluate that later. But I think this is going to face it forward like that, which is exactly what we want. And now, when we finish, after 10 seconds, we're going to be facing this, like we're going to be facing the direction that we went when we went into the thing, like that. Oh, hold on. Yeah, well, of course, it's going to activate it's going to reactivate it. So we're going to go back and forth for a while. But that's cool. That's cool. Excellent. Of course it re-triggered. Okay, you smart. No, you smart too, Sam. You very smart too. You're very, very smart, my friend. So. We don't need all these loggies. We do also need up offset. We'll have another one, and we'll call it back offset. Back offset. And this is not going to be upsies, but that can be 0.0. Annoying that doesn't convert. I mean, Z usually, it's annoying that Z's not the forward axis. Does that mean if, I'm guessing that one. So from there, we can stop minigame. We're going to have them up, and we're also going to have them a little bit back. So there we go. That should place them nicely. Get them changes saved. I don't know why the bad things keep getting like reported like that, but actually, guys, this is like a moment for celebration. This is pretty cool. This is pretty freaking cool. I think we're kind of getting there. I think now I just like want to take an arcade machine into this environment and make it something that you activate by pressing like E instead of just running up to it. Or maybe like fuck it, maybe we just have people scramble for it. Okay, now we're in there. Kapow, 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 kapow. We're shooting all the mini games. We're doing the targets. We're winning the things. And then 10 seconds, finishing, boom. We spawn in the wrong. I wanted to spawn here, so that was the wrong dimension. So that isn't back. We're gonna make this. I think it's gonna be Z then, right? So we can offset, and that'll be a vector 3, and that can be something like right now it's 300, 0.0. No, what? It's not a vector 3, it's a float, silly. That could go here. Why wouldn't it like that? It's not yet implemented. It's a language feature, not implemented. How irritating. Consider me irritated. Alright, fine. We'll repeat ourselves. Brian, welcome, dude. Good to see you. You're going to disable the game when someone completes it, right? So that you can turn off the trigger. Yes, correct. That is correct, Crazy. That's the next thing. So yeah, the trigger. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. So I guess I guess they'll be trapped in the minigame forever in this case. But trigger dot disable. Let's go have a look at what it can do. Trigger device. Annoying you can't click it when there's an error. Okay. Disables this device? Disable. There is disable method. Why did it not come up before? Trigger.disable. How you doing, Brian? It's been a minute. Actually, it hasn't been that long. It's good to see you again. Disable. I wish autocomplete worked. So this is going to be minigame finished and disabled. We actually, yeah, with that, that's a really good point, actually. It's a really good point, Crazy. So this actually needs to go before the yeah. Minigame finished. Finish. Woo! Hell yeah, that's excellent. Hold on, we do need the offset, actually. The up offset. I hate that when you select it in the autocomplete and go enter, it doesn't select the entered thing. You need to hit tab. So we won't need that. Let's see, is that in sync? Is it actually in sync? Because I just made some changes. So, build again. Okay, I'm gonna trust it. Push the verse changes. Try the old offset equals something new offset plus old offset plus. Yeah. Okay, so we can. Yeah, we can do that, but I think Sam, like that's a nice, more concise way of doing it. What Crazy's just suggested will be a little bit more relevant because the idea is like when a mini game gets finished, it gets taken out of circulation. And so what we've got here is ideally, this is going to take us in 10 seconds of no movies and then lots of shooties, first person shooty mini games, and then boom, back here, and it won't reactivate. So we don't even need to bother about offsets. So that's great. That is really, really good. I'm going to end the game, start it again, because we can't, like, our only way to retest is to replay the game now. Perfect, right, Crazy? Hell yeah. Thank you for the suggestion, dude. That's a really good thought. The next thing that we can do here is, if I go boom like that, then let's just test. If I face this way, we should also wind up facing the, like 180 degrees in the other direction once we teleport back. Yes, we did. Yeah, so we can now put an arcade machine like right in front of this thing, and then like we golden, we gravy. The other thing that we'll need to do is, I know the language supports generics. I think we need a generic for like a score, a mini game with like a routine, and we'll run it, and then it will like set up and do a whole bunch of things. And then from there, we'll probably actually reuse this whole thing specifically for it. Actually, you know what? We can probably, what if we just, hold on. Where is it? Okay. So this whole thing, we've got out, a lot of this stuff is like all related to one thing. That plus this plus also the first person camera. I think that we care about that. All of that can go into a new group. Move to new folder. So this is the mini game. Prefab, not prefab. Mini game. Arena. What in theory we can do now is with this on, we could be able to do things like rotate that 180 degrees. Go place it in here. And then let's see. Polar Robin. Cool to see my growth, dude. Yeah. How good is it? How good is it? Did you notice the have you noticed the icon? We made Twitch partner. Have you seen that part of the growth? That's insane. How cool is that? We're a freaking Twitch partner now. And we're at 763 followers as of now. Which is absolutely incredible. I can't believe how fast that's going. We're going to be at like 800 pretty soon. You're talking about the Twitch partner thing? It's that little like diamond thing that, like, you know, on the channel you can kind of like see there's like a Twitch partner icon thing that happens, which is pretty sick. Pretty cool, man. Okay, here we go, guys. So, I mean, where's my gun? It's still preparing edit mode. The check mark thing. Yeah. Yo, bots. How's it going, bots? Good to see you. Oh man, I gotta bring my volume down because it's pretty late here, and I'm in a streamer house with a bunch of other streamers who aren't degenerates, who code at 4 a.m. They stream at more reasonable hours. But my excitement there was, it's good to see you, bots. How are you? How are you? It's like, yeah, the checkmark and Polar Robin, it's really, this is the cool thing. I'm realizing that as I stream across different time zones, you know, there are certain people who come online at different times. It's really good to see you both. We've been, we've been mixing up the content a lot. Have you guys, let me just show some of the things we've been working on. You guys would have seen the swear jar when it was a work in progress. It's now much better than it was. It's still like a little bit behind. You're getting done with some Monday meetings. Yeah, man, I feel you. I had a big Monday too. But yeah, the swear jar is working pretty well. I still need to optimize it because, like, as you can see, it's not up to speed with the things that I was saying. It's like fallen behind. So yeah, see how far back it is? And it's getting things a little bit wrong. But anyway, that's pretty cool. The sentences are the things that I have said, or its interpretation of them. It gets it a little bit wrong still, but it doesn't miss swear words, which is really, really good. So yeah, it's actually showing it's showing what's happening, like what I have said, but it's backlogged. I need to optimize it and multi-thread it so that it can process the text a little bit more quickly still. But on the whole, it's working pretty well. Crazy, good night, dude. Sleep so well. Thank you so much for your help today. You realize the time. I'm hoping that you lost track of time because you were having so much fun. I definitely am. I'm really locked in. I'm really quite happy with the progress we've made. I mean, I'm about to actually, if we work, check it out, man. If I hit this, I'm pretty sure I'm going to wind up in a mini game, and then 10 seconds later, I'm going to wind back on that pad. Here, have a look. Here we go. So here we go. Bam. Facing the wrong way, but that's fine. Mini game. Score. And then we're out. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? That's pretty fucking cool. Guys, that's pretty fucking cool. And I got 400 score when I played it. It's good, right? Nice job. Can I get some base code psychs in the chat? Because that's a freaking huge moment. Huge, guys. Huge. That's probably going to wind up in a YouTube video somewhere. But yeah, first step done. One more time. Okay. So, huge, right? Okay. Let me start game. So here we go. This is for future YouTubes. Hold on. Let me get my. All right, so we've got the basics set up and running. We've got a trigger, which will take us into the mini game, into first person mode, with targets that we can shoot, scores for different elements, things we shouldn't shoot. 10 seconds for this mini game, and when it finishes, bam, we come out with our score. Hell yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's a clip right there. Let me just clip that. Clip. Step complete. Right, Psych? How cool is that? And good to see you there in the YouTube, man. Good to see you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Now we can just go make that work for every other one. So yeah, it activated the first person camera. It took me in and out of the first person camera. It locked me in place while we were in here, so I couldn't do any of the moving. Yeah, that's very close to being ready to like integrate into the other environment. And then we can start making mini games. I think that's what we're going to do tomorrow, guys. We're going to try and make a way to create a target that isn't like one of these targets that can like, you know, float around and do all the cool stuff that we want to do with it. That's going to be so fun. I'm really excited for that. We can start to recreate some of the on-point mini games too. How is Verse tying into it? Polar, it's this weird language that we're looking at here. This is called Verse, and it's interesting. It's interesting. Let me just say that. It's an interesting language. I am learning a lot. It's different from anything it's similar in a lot of ways, but it's different in a lot of interesting ways as well. Yeah, it's like the way it's got no, its if checks don't evaluate Boolean conditions. They evaluate like if a thing is like if it decides. So like if this succeeds, then you do this thing. If it fails, you do that thing. It's like everything it can do has a decision. And so these if statements literally turn into all these like branching decision trees, which is it's really interesting. Like here, you can see it again. It's like if there is an agent, then you get a valid agent, and if you get then you get your character. And if neither of these things work, then the like running this function won't happen. It's very different. It's the new Unreal Engine language, exactly. Verse. So we're kind of getting ahead of the curve and learning that. Which yeah, I think if I wasn't doing UEFN, if I wasn't trying to make Fortnite and had to do it, I wouldn't. I'd be using C++. But since we are, and there's some amazing things that like some amazing opportunities for that type of thing, then yeah, we're gonna learn this language. So it's yeah, it's pretty cool. So I think from here we're gonna have to have some kind of like mini game reference here, and some abstract class that is like, yeah, so we can even make ourselves a to-do here. And I need to also figure out how to check in code here. So to-do, we need to introduce a generic for minigames, and scores. Let's see what else. From there, we need to call that from start minigame instead of our coroutine. So this is our start minigame right now. Yeah. So that's next. And then we'll be able to make a whole bunch of different variants of... My brain isn't braining right now. Dude, Sam, if your brain isn't braining right now, I can't wait to see it when it is firing on all cylinders. You've been so helpful. Thank you so much for your help today. I really appreciate it, Sam. So here, almost we need to do that here. So, yep. That here, and let each game implement its own systems, its own logic, returning a score. So that's the other thing. There's going to be some system above this. So how this is going to work, and we may as well take a moment to like draw this out. We're going to have our score system. We're going to have our custom teleporter device. You know what? Custom teleporter device should probably be called arcade minigame. Arcade minigame activator. Yeah, arcade minigame activator. That's good enough for now. That means this needs to be renamed as well. Terrifying. I don't know what's going to happen when we try and go back into UEFN and see how this all explodes now. But better to have that. Let's fix that first, hey? So, where is it? So that's our custom teleporter device, which should now not exist. Oh, I'm afraid. Sam, I've worked in a whole bunch of different languages. It depends on the project. It really depends on the project, but probably more hours in, like, more lines of C# code than spoken words of English. It's like that much. Not really. That's an exaggeration, but a lot. An awful lot. I've done a lot of C#, so a lot of object-oriented programming, but also functional programming. I've done a lot of done a lot of Python, done a lot of web languages, I've done a lot of code. If I had to choose my favorite language, it's C# though. Okay. Is this all going to explode? Do I really want to explode it at the end of the night? Or, no, I don't. I changed my mind. I'm back out. Abort. We're going to leave it, and we're going to do that tomorrow. Because I do think also I'm getting tired, and I need to sleep, and the progress has been great, and I'm so excited by that. But let's just broadly say, okay, we've got we're going to have a system. This is our score. Not even, it's going to be like the game flow. Game flow. Game flow is going to keep track of custom teleporter devices. Or what did we decide we were going to call them? We're going to call them arcade. It's going to be like arcade minigame activators. So that will have arcade minigame activators, multiple of them. One for each arcade minigame. These are going to have their own arcade minigame. And then that's all going to relate to it's kind of going to go like this, guys. Arcade Flow is going to have multiple arcade minigames. Each of these is going to have one arcade minigame. And then more than that, we're going to have a score system. So these will deactivate after finished. These are going to report, I guess these are going to report back score. So score is going to be like that. I guess we can't do it like, okay. They're all going to communicate score back. So the mini game is going to report like this. This is then going to go on to eliminate lowest player. It's going to have rounds, so yeah, that's going to have rounds. Hold on, I thought you could type in these, yeah. Round is going to be the where is it? It's our box up here. So this is going to be the on point. What do we call it? What was this before we changed it to round, guys? Game flow, yeah. Game flow. Game flow is going to have multiple rounds. Game flow is going to have multiple rounds. And each round, the score is going to propagate back up. That will go to probably a system like, hold on, what's that? A player eliminator. score goes back there. This is going to evaluate player with lowest score. So probably this can gonna go a bit like that, I think. The plan is to do a stream again tomorrow, Sam. Yeah, 100%. And if you want to be here, I would love that. I would absolutely love that, man. You've been so freaking helpful today. I'm learning so much. So we've got the game flow will go. And I'm going to be wrapping it up as soon as I finish this diagram. I just want to get my thoughts down. You're learning, Gorky? Hell yeah. So yeah, I'm learning so much. I hope you're learning too, Gorky. And Polar and everyone. So the game flow is going to go, like, the game flow will have a player eliminator which will evaluate the lowest score for each player. Where's my... and then it'll go from the game flow. It's going to have a player eliminator. It will run the rounds. The rounds will have arcade minigame activators, which we've just written. That will activate arcade minigames, each which has its own like scoring system. That's going to report the score back all the way up to the minigame activator through the round. That'll go back to the player eliminator. This is going to, you know what? This can go. That's going to eliminate the player with the next score, and then it'll move on to the next round. And then we'll probably wind up with like a, you know, a game over up here on the right. It'll be any players left? If yes, then it'll you get the idea. And then if no, if nope, we are going to go on to our game over. Game over, man. Game over. Only one player left. Only one. That's actually yes. And if not, it's going to be game start. It's going to be... So this really is game flow. Watching you has definitely given me an appreciation for the time and effort that goes into making video games. That's awesome, Gorky. It does take a lot. It really does take a lot to figure these things out, to like have a, you know, to learn how to do it just to begin with, and then like doing it is also, yeah, it's a hard thing to do. I love that, Gorky. That makes me really, really happy, dude. That makes me happy to know that I'm doing something, and like, if anything, if just that makes all this worth it, dude. Game dev is really fun. You need logic skills, and you need a lot of math, and you need a lot to make it, you know, to do well. So game start, it goes into the game flow. That kicks off a round. So this is going to be... really, it can be like game start only. Really, this is like, you know, I think this can go only one player left. If no, hold on. Game start, if there's only one player left, then we go to a round. There's something else here. This is start next round. Start next round. If there's only one player left, then yes. Game over. If no, they can all go. Start next round. This is then going to go back up here, basically. Then up here we have our rectangle to start game. Start next round. Okay. That's basically the game flow. That is basically how this thing's going to work. Hold on. Probably easier to move this all down to compress it. Don't scale it. Of course, we all now know that green is the score. The score gets passed around like that. Yeah, that's what we're doing. This is what we're doing, guys. So, when we start the game, until there's only one player left. Is there only one player left? If there is, yes, game over, that player wins. If not, we'll start a new round. Multiple rounds will happen. We don't even necessarily need all this. All that can come here. Start next round. It's kind of clear that is happening. It's flipped. From there, we'll run around. We'll have multiple mini games. At the end, we pass the score back. Eliminate. At the end of the round, start next round, we need to actually evaluate, remove worst score, remove player with worst score. So the round kind of goes to there. From there, that kind of goes up to here. Like that. That's our flow. Heck yeah. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we'll be implementing soon. We just got this part done. This is literally what we were doing just today. That's now done. I think the next thing we'll focus on, guys, is this system. Arcade mini games, potentially. Because we're at the point where we can start around, we can run into this, we can manage, we'll have to deal with the data flow of the scores and stuff, but that's where we're at. So that'll be the subject of the next stream, is the arcade minigame system that we left the comments for. So that's next. Very, very freaking exciting. I had such a good stream today, guys. This was really, really enjoyable. I love this. That was freaking awesome. So the next thing to do will be, I mean, yeah, let's raid someone. Let's do it. So Twitch TV. Let's see who's online. That'd be a big raid today. Pretty into that. Who have we got here? Team Vash. Oh yeah, these guys are interesting, but I just don't think they do a great job of communicating stuff. Play It Shady. She could be a win. She could be a win for sure. We could raid Lana, but like Play It Shady isn't doing anything. Where is she? She's just playing a YouTube video for everyone. Could do that. Let's see, who else? I think it might be Shady if she's at her computer. If she's not, we're not raiding her. We can't raid an empty computer. I can't send you guys off to a boring nothing stream. Going live, okay, joke. Jason, if you were, we could hook that up. Shady just went to bed. What do you mean? She went to bed. Why is her stream still on? We're not gonna raid on an empty stream. Is she literally just sleeping? Shady just went to bed. Mr. Monkey, I see you in there. I see you. That's cool, dude. Can chat play that game that's on screen? Is that what's going on there? I don't know about... She's still got 300 people. How the hell? That's cool. That's cool, I guess. All right, let's go see what's happening on the software and game development area of Twitch. Software and... Oh, here it is. What am I doing? Who we got? I mean, it might be Lana. It might be Lana. Potentially Lana. That girl is so consistent. Gotta respect it. Gotta respect that. You were watching me and Shady. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap between our audiences. That's why I wanted to raid her, but... Jason, the stream has gone so well. It was a really good stream. I feel like it was very productive, and we got a huge raid, which I'm super grateful for. Jess Wyatt raided us, which was such a nice thing for her to do. Let's see. Who should we raid? I mean, we could do Pirate Software, I guess. We could. Let's have a look. Who else? I mean, we've got recommended for me. Who else is around? You know what? I feel like it's Lana. It's got to be Lana. That gal, always in here grinding, doing so good, working in Unity, which I really like that environment. So it's it. We're just doing it. We're just doing that. I really wish, like, I've really been wanting to raid, what's her name? There's a really, really good streamer called, I mean, hold on, where is she? Cyber Steffi. I want to raid Cyber Steffi so freaking bad. She's raided me so many times, and I've since tuned into her content, and it's legit so freaking good. Can I give that I'm going to shout her out right now. Cyber Steffi. Big shout out to her, guys. I wish she was online so we could raid her, but we can't. So we're going to raid... I mean, what other good devs are around? I don't know a lot of these other people, but I know Lana. She's always there, so we're going to raid Lana. Raid Lana Lux. Is it _Lux? I think it is _Lux. She should not have put that underscore there. It's gonna create some typos. Is she engaged with chat? Let's see. Sup, Lana? How responsive is she? She is locked in. I do like the little, like, what's her IDE? Interesting. Yeah, she's getting a raid. Oh, wow. She's got sponsors. Look at her getting sponsored. Guys, that was a huge stream for us. That was really awesome. I can't believe we got that massive raid. We got so many followers this time. So many followers. Unbelievable number of followers. Maybe more followers than I've ever got since the first raid. Since the first time I ever streamed. So that's huge. That's really, really, really cool. So this was huge. This was an incredible stream. I'm so psyched how well this went. We made so much progress. We made so much progress on this thing. It was so good. I can't wait to do the next one. This was only what, day 4, and really I've only been like hardcore in the coding and just not the learning for like 2 days, but this is the first time I actually felt like all the learning had paid off and converted into something real that we can actually make progress on. And we had Luke in here, who is like the kind of person working on the projects we want to be working on. So that was exciting too. And we made some new friends. I really, really have appreciated your help, Sam. That was incredible. Crazy was a huge help as well. This was such a very, very good stream. So it's about to wrap. Dude, I'm going to drop some forkies in the chat really quickly before this ends. There we go. See you guys. All right. Good night, YouTube people.